Dragon's Wish by M.R. Anglin. Chapter 1. A rumble, like distant thunder, echoed off of Lauphah's stone city walls and thrummed through the cobblestone streets. What was that? Sevrin gazed up at the bright blue sky, visible above the thatched roofs of the city's buildings. Must be quite a storm rumbling in the mountains. It almost sounds like the roar of a sneeze exploded out of him. After wiping his nose with his sleeve, he squinted in the sun. Not one cloud in the sky. Strange. How could it have been thunder he heard? Glancing around, he surveyed his surroundings. If he had heard something more unusual than a storm, he was the only one. People brushed past him and went about their business without even a passing glance at the sky. It was as peaceful a late summer morning as anyone could ask for. Warm air weighed on his shoulders and sweat beaded on his forehead, despite the early hour. It was going to be another hot one. "Hey now, move on!" A man shoved Sevrin out of the way. Sevrin bowed in apology and resumed walking. It was market day in Lauphah, and the streets were filled with men, women, and children bumping, yelling, and shoving. The odor of dogs wandering underfoot, chickens, sheep, and whatever other animals had made their way onto the street mingled with the stench only people who hadn't bathed in weeks could exude, and the sun's heat intensified it all. Sevrin didn't know of any other scent which spoke so readily of home. Wooden carts and stalls, filled with dried vegetables, fruits, meats, spices, fabrics, even some with a bit of jewelry, were set up on either side of the road. Merchants who had traveled along the countryside to get to Lauphah called out to customers examining their wares. Children darted in and out of the crowd, yelling and adding to the noise. Sevrin took a deep breath and clutched his bundle closer to him. This town was alive on market day. A roll of fabric jumped off of a stall and waved itself in front of Sevrin. "Would you like to buy? Very soft, very beautiful, wove it with my own 2 hands, I did." Sevrin smirked. He knew that voice, so ready to sell to any passers-by. It belonged to Daisy, the wife of a weaver and a weaver herself. Though she lived in the city, she had set up shop along with the traveling merchants, sometimes selling to her fellow villagers, sometimes selling to foreign merchants looking to expand their inventory. He tilted his head from behind the fabric. "Good morning, Miss Daisy." "Oh, it's you, Sevrin." Her smile vanished, leaving her freckled face host to a frown. She had no energy to waste on smiles to non-customers, but it didn't mean she didn't like him. "Where are you off to today?" She folded her fabric. "Shouldn't you be helping your father tend the farm?" "I'll get to it." Sevrin gave a sneeze. "I'm heading to the apothecary." "Are you ill?" Daisy suddenly stiffened. "Or your mum?" "I hope no illness has befallen me." Sevrin sneezed again. "Mum's doing well, too. I'm going to Master Knighton because I found some plants I want him to see." Daisy examined his face, her eyes softening a bit, almost as if he had told her his father had been thrown into debtor's prison. "I wonder about you sometimes, boy. You're like your mother." A smile jumped to her face. "Fabrics! Fabric for sale!" Sevrin glanced over his shoulder. Behind his back, a merchant in colorful embroidered clothes, obviously rich, had passed, and Daisy was looking to make a big sale. The merchant's eyes flicked over her fabrics. "On my way back," he said, and walked on. "The Lord blesses." Daisy snickered to herself, which was to say, she planned on charging a hefty fee if the merchant decided to buy. Sevrin smiled to himself. Miss Daisy had a personality too big for the walls of Lauphah to contain. "I'm off, Miss Daisy." "Sevrin, dear." Daisy grabbed his arm to stop him. "I've known you since you were a lad." She leaned forward to look in his eyes. "Don't you think it's time to get your head out of the clouds? Lord knows your mother won't. Why don't you be more reliable like your father?" "What's wrong with going to the apothecary?" Sevrin glanced in the direction of the shop. "His medicine saves lives." "It's not the apothecary, you dope!" Daisy clocked his head with a fist. "Don't you think I know what you're doing? You and your mother both." "What am I doing?" Sevrin rubbed his head where she had clocked him. "You're trying to get him to apprentice you, aren't you?" Daisy said, hands on her hips. "Not at all." Sevrin sneezed and wiped his nose. "I can't be apprenticed by him. I'm a farmer, have been since birth. No one's allowed to change jobs like that." "Then take it as a sign. You should know your place." Sevrin took a deep breath. All he wanted to do was learn about the world he had been born into. While he knew he couldn't make it as anything but a farmer, no one said he had to stay ignorant his whole life. His mother certainly didn't feel as if he should. She had taught him his letters and how to write since he was a child. She taught him the world was more than his father's plot of dirt on the king's land. Maybe he'd never get to see what life was like beyond the distant mountains, but it wouldn't stop him from seeing more than everyone said he should. But Miss Daisy would never understand, even if Sevrin tried to explain. No one ever did. So instead, he gave her another smile. "Good day to you, Miss Daisy." "Good day, ça va? Would you like to buy some fabric?" Daisy's voice ended in a sales pitch for some unsuspecting traveler. A distant trumpet resounded off the streets and erupted her sales call. At the sound, every citizen in the marketplace halted. As one, they rushed to the main street. Sevrin backed out of the crowd's way and pressed against Daisy's stall. In a matter of moments, the entire population of Lauphah's market had converged on the edge of the main street among shouts of, "She's here! I didn't think she'd come through! We have to get a glimpse of her!" Children burrowed through the legs of adults to get to the front of the bustle. Something had gotten these people all a twitter, but even standing on tiptoes, Sevrin couldn't tell what had gotten everyone so excited. "What's happening, Miss Daisy?" "Blessed if I know. I heard tales the princess would be riding through town today, but it's not but a rumor. I can't take off like everyone else to see if it's true. Someone may steal my wares." Daisy folded a piece of fabric as if she didn't care about what was happening, but her eyes never left the crowd. Sevrin peered through the wall of people. Could it really be the princess? A loud voice called something out, but he couldn't hear what it was over the racket of the crowd. Might it have been a herald announcing her arrival? "I'm going to find out." "Careful now," Daisy said, by which she meant, "Don't do anything stupid to get yourself in trouble. I want a full report when you get back." With a smile over his shoulder at her, Sevrin trotted off to see if the princess had truly descended from her palace in order to bless the city with her glorious presence. Chapter 2. After taking a moment to inhale a steadying breath, Sevrin shoved his way through the crowd. "Pardon me," he said. "Just want to take a peek. Won't be long." He shouldered and wedged his way through the crowd. "Watch it, you!" A chimney sweep covered in soot and holding a long brush shoved Sevrin aside. Sevrin stumbled and collided with a large wall of a man. "Move on!" The man thrust Sevrin aside. Sevrin staggered a bit but kept his feet. He was now in the midst of the crowd, a writhing, trembling mass he couldn't see over. Standing on his tiptoes only got him a glimpse of the main road cutting through the city. No, he had to get closer. Using his shoulder, he shoved through the densely packed crowd. "Quit shoving!" A woman pushed him hard. "One moment." Sevrin wormed his way forward. But there wasn't much room to maneuver. Men and women, young and old alike, pushed back against his progress. The harder he shoved, the harder they thrust back. Soon the entire crowd was pushed and shoving against him. After getting himself jostled around for a bit, he found a way to use the general momentum to push him closer to the street. There, he almost made it. Almost. Phew! Sevrin thrust his way to the front of the line. Made it. Ducking low to keep out of the sightline of the crowd he had cut in front of, he glanced around for the princess. Indeed, quite a procession were traveling down the road. Apart from the herald calling, "Way, way!" a line of horses and knights trotted their way down the. Someone in the churning crowd slammed into Sevrin from behind. The jolt knocked him off his feet, and he skidded onto the stone street, elbow slamming into the ground. The rough stone scraped the skin off. "Ow!" With a groan, Sevrin got to his hands and knees. "Guess I deserved that for causing such a fuss." "What on earth?" A horse's screech cut off a young lady's voice. Sevrin jerked his head around and came face to face with horse hoofs flying towards his head. The horse's rider, dressed in a mass of frills, yanked at the reins, wrenching the house out of Severin's path. The brown and white mare slammed into a white stallion, the rider of which was dressed in shining silver armor. The jolt knocked the knight off his mount, and he tumbled in a heap of clattering metal. Sevrin winced. This encounter would not end well. The lady, however, kept her seat. She patted the horse's side, calming it with soothing words. "Princess Desimone, are you all right?" The princess's lady-in-waiting, a young woman with hair as black as raven's feathers, rode to the princess's side. "Yes, Maria, I'm all right." The princess stroked her horse's flanks. "As is Chestnut?" "I'm not so certain about Sir Galloway, though." Another knight in her party rode to the princess's other side. "More than his body, his pride must be wounded after being unhorsed by a peasant." "Oh, Sir Aaron, you're terrible!" Desimone covered her smile with a gloved hand. A melodious laugh trickled through the air. Sevrin had no idea when the clouds had covered over the sky, but they parted when Desimone laughed. The squirming, shoving crowd faded away into the background, silenced by her beauty and grace. Though her hair had been mostly hidden by a veil, Sevrin still spied her light brown hair cascading onto her shoulders when the wind or her motion blew through it. Her pale pink cheeks sported honey-colored dots of perfection, freckles, ordinary people called them. As he gazed at her, Sevrin heard his heart thump like armored brutes clopping over the stone. There was nothing but her in his eyes right now. The world snapped back into focus when the tip of a sword touched his neck. The knight who had been unhorsed stood in front of him, his blue eyes flashing. He was not wearing his helmet, so Sevrin could see his wavy blonde hair, his square chin, and his mouth set in a snarl. "How dare you jump in front of my lady, knave?" The knight pushed his sword ever so slightly into Severin's skin. Sevrin froze as the blade flashed in the sun. "You have impugned her honor, and mine." Sevrin gulped, remaining still so as not to have the sword pierce his throat. "Please put it down, Sir Galloway." Princess Desimone's speech came like the voices of angels. "I would like to spare you violence on my behalf." "Your Highness." The knight turned to her without moving the sword. "He could have killed you when he jumped into your path as he did." "And Chestnut could have killed him." She patted her horse. "It was an accident, Sir Galloway. Please." With a grunt, Galloway sheathed his sword, but not without shooting a glare at Sevrin. The Princess Desimone dismounted her horse and handed the reins to one of her servants. "Are you all right?" She bent over to Sevrin and held her hand out to him. Severin's mouth went dry. All knowledge of how to speak, how to make words, fled him. Not that he wanted to speak. At the moment, all he wanted to do was stare into Princess Desimone's beautifully sparkling olive green eyes. After a few moments, the princess's chuckle sailed through the air. She set her hands on her knees and smiled. "I don't think you're physically harmed. Whatever else may be wrong with you, I can't say." The knight, her handmaiden, as well as the crowd erupted into laughter. Severin's stomach dropped. He was suddenly aware a steady stream of had been proceeding out of his mouth. Embarrassment set his cheeks aflame. "Forgive me, your Highness." He scrambled to climb to his feet, pulling his coif off his head. I didn't mean to jump in front of your horse." Wringing his coif in his hands, he dared to peek at her face. She was staring at him, eyes roving over his face, and her lips pressed together. She was in a state of such concentration that everyone around them quieted. Not even Sevrin dared to make a move. After a few moments, Sir Galloway approached her, his jangling metal piercing the silence. "Come, Princess." He took her elbow. "Let us leave this wretched place, and return you to the castle where you belong." "Sir Galloway is right, my lady," Sir Aaron said. "It's time we returned." But the princess didn't answer. Instead, she took a step back to examine Sevrin from head to toe. "My lady?" Maria touched the princess's shoulder. "This is bewildering." The princess tapped her lips. After a few more moments of concentrated silence, she tilted her head at Sevrin. "I think... have we met?" Severin's eyes widened a bit. "Balderdash!" Sir Galloway's voice echoed off the city streets, interrupting his thoughts. "Princess Desimone, where would you have met a peasant?" "Why, at the annual procession, of course." Desimone broke eye contact with Sevrin to look at Galloway. "You can't remember every peasant to bring you gifts on procession day," Maria pointed out. "Everyone in the city appears for it." "True." Desimone lowered her eyes to the ground. "Though there are some I will never forget." With a sigh, she mounted her horse. "I do hope you are well, my good man," she said to Sevrin. She gave him a smile, then, clicking her tongue, she set her horse back down the road to the castle. Maria also mounted her horse and followed the princess without sparing a glance at Sevrin as she rode by, but Sir Galloway shot a glare at him as he passed. After him came all the servants and guards chosen to ride with the princess. The crowd dispersed as the procession passed, leaving Sevrin on the ground. Soon the noise of the marketplace resumed, and once again he was in the way. "Move on," said a woman with a bucket in her hands. She tried to sidestep him, but bumped into his back. "I am such a fool." Sevrin pulled his coif over his head. His cheeks surged red with humiliation at the thought of what he had done, and said, "Hey, Sevrin, come here!" Daisy beckoned to him fiercely. "Was it really the princess? Some fool went and nearly tripped a horse, they say." Sevrin pretended not to hear her calls as he sped toward the apothecary's shop. He didn't feel like reliving his mortification, or having the identity of the idiot fool who fell in front of the princess broadcast all over the marketplace, which would be exactly what happened if he told Daisy about it. Chapter 3. The apothecary's shop stood well off the main road on the aptly named Apothecary Street, a place where buildings crowded together and blocked off the sunlight. The noise and smell of the market didn't make it to this area in such force, which is why Knighton, the master of the shop, had set up here, as far away from the main thoroughfare as possible, while being in proximity to the people. According to Knighton, bad smells, what he called miasma, caused disease. Sevrin couldn't see how a smell, or bad air, could cause disease, but he didn't question Knighton's judgment. The old man could heal as well as any leech, probably better. Another sneeze heralded Severin's approach to the apothecary's shop. Like all the shops here, they had built this place out of wood. The door had been constructed with mismatched planks, which had been salvaged from different parts of town. A wooden sign, carved with a mortar and pestle, hung on iron chains. Sevrin walked in without knocking. "Hello, Master Knighton?" Sevrin set his bundle on the table in the middle of the room. It was dark in here, even though the lanterns hanging on the wall gave a flickering light which sparkled off of glass bottles filled with liquids and powders. Drying plants hung from the ceiling, and shelves stacked with mortars and pestles, herbs, and other medicinal devices lined the walls. A thick gray burlap curtain separated the front room from the rest of the place. A raspy squawk cut through the air. Knighton's raven hopped about in its cage. Sevrin pulled some seeds from the pouch at his hip and fed it to him. "Hello, little bird," he said, though the raven was hardly little. He opened the cage. With a flutter of wings, the raven landed on his head and started pecking at the hair peeking out from under his coif. Sevrin had inherited his mother's hair, soft, brown, and light. It would wave in the air like dandelion fluff if dirt from farming hadn't matted it down. The curtain parted. An old man with bent back hobbled in using a walking stick. His beard, long but straggly and white, hung down his chest. He had almost gone bald, but a few wisps of hair still hung on. "Now what's all this racket, Nero?" Knighton looked up at the bird. "Ah, Sevrin, I should have known. That old buzzard doesn't make a sound unless you're here." He pointed a gnarled finger at Sevrin. "Probably 'cause you keep feeding him." "I can't help it." Sevrin put Nero back in his cage. "I like animals." A sneeze tore out of him. "What brings you here today?" Knighton eased himself into a chair by the table. "Need something for the sneezing? Or is it your mother?" He turned a keen eye to Sevrin. "Is she ill again?" No, Mum's well," Sevrin said, wiggling his fingers at the bird. "Good, glad to hear it." Knighton examined Severin's bundle. "I don't remember putting this here." "It's mine." Sevrin undid the rope he had tied around the sack. "I was in the woods yesterday." "Careful now, lad." Knighton put both hands on the end of his walking stick. "I hear a dragon's taken up residence around the area." "I heard the rumor. According to the talk, it resides far in the mountains." Sevrin shuddered. "You couldn't pay me to go near the place." "Wise lad." Knighton nudged the bag with his stick. "What have you got there?" Sevrin opened his sack, taking care to use slow movements. He didn't want to crush the plants inside. "Some of these I've never seen before. I was hoping you can tell me what they are. And maybe you'd like some for your garden round back." "Thank you, lad. Now let's see." Knighton held one of the plants up to his eyes. "This is Shurian." He shoved it aside, away from Sevrin. "It's not particularly medicinal." He examined another. As he did, a huge wet sneeze exploded out of him. "Take this out back and dispose of it for me, will you, lad?" He sneezed again. "What is it?" Sevrin sneezed as he took hold of it. "It's Neverswain," Knighton called to him as he walked to the back. "No medicinal purposes, but it causes severe sneezing." Sevrin sneezed as he ripped the roots off the plant. Then he tossed the pieces out back and covered them with dirt. He returned to Knighton. "I suppose that explains my sneezing." "Ah, lad." Knighton picked up a vine with small rounded bluish-green leaves. "This is beetlebot." "I remember." Sevrin nodded as he sat on the stool at the table. "It holds a cure for white fever, correct?" "Aye, you remember well." Knighton set his hands on his cane. "You take after your mother." "I'm clean out of beetlebot, may I?" "It's why I brought it. I've had no luck growing it in my garden. One winter kills it off, yet it grows wild in the woods." "I've no doubt you'll figure it out soon, lad." Knighton smiled at him, his wrinkles multiplying. "You, like your father, are quite the farmer." Sevrin smiled. Though his plot of earth was only a small part of the world, he did love his farm, loved to feel the dirt through his fingers. "By the by," Knighton set a wooden container in front of him and added some powder to it. "What was the disturbance I heard a few minutes ago?" With a groan, Sevrin pulled his coif over his head again. Lad? Knighton dropped some sort of liquid into the container. A puff of smoke rose from it. Something the matter? He waved his hand in front of his face to dispel the haze. Sevrin managed to raise his eyes. The princess was riding through the city. Ah, yes, I heard she might. Knighton nodded as he stirred his concoction. I didn't realize it was today. Smoke rose from the container, obscuring the old man's face and filling the shop with a sweet-smelling fog. Sevrin let himself curl into a ball. She was right there in front of me. She even reached out her hand to me, but I could barely say anything to her. He lowered his head until he smacked his forehead on the table. Why do I always act the fool in front of her? Always? Knighton chuckled. You act as if you met her before. I did. Sevrin picked up his head. Haven't I ever told you about it? No. Knighton bent over his smoking cup. We met when we were young. It was the greatest day of my life. Now where would you have met the princess? At the annual tribute presentation. Sevrin played with the ends of his coif. Sounds like quite the story. Knighton tilted the cup to look inside. Regale me with it, won't you, lad? It's a long story. I love long stories. Very well, if you're sure you don't mind. Sevrin leaned back with a smile. Truth be told, it was one of his favorite stories, and he took any opportunity to tell it to anyone who would take the time to listen. Chapter 4. Every time Sevrin's father brought out the old rickety wooden cart and connected it to their cart horse, young Sevrin knew to anticipate something exciting. Today it was the annual tribute procession. All the citizens of Lauphah, both rich and poor, traveled to the palace and presented gifts to the king and queen. Sevrin's family had piled sacks of grain and bales of hay the castle would use to make their food and feed their animals throughout the winter onto the cart. Sevrin and his father had worked hard all year to grow it, and they had finished harvesting it yesterday. The best of the best had to be given to the royal family, presented as a thank you for all their work protecting the little kingdom of Lauphah, tucked in the Dragonfire Valley and surrounded by tall, snow-covered mountains. Not that they'd ever done a thing to deserve it. Timron, Sevrin's father, grunted as he heaved a sack of grain onto the cart. He was a stocky man with coarse black hair. His tanned skin and muscled arms and legs spoke of his work in the fields. Nothing ever happens in this kingdom. Be grateful. Mariella, Severin's mother, tousled Severin's hair as she passed. The world is full of danger. We don't know half the troubles we've been protected from. Sevrin, a boy of 11, had gotten his fair brown mop of hair from his mother, but hers rested on her back in silky tresses, while Severin's floated on top of his head like dandelion fluff. Her hazel eyes shone in the early morning light. To Sevrin, she was as graceful as a nobleman's daughter, an equal match to the bouquet of flowers she set atop the cart. If we are being protected from evil, then it's God's doing, not the royals. Timron snorted through his nose. All they do is lay about and swing their swords at each other. They swing their swords at each other to practice, so when danger comes they're ready to protect us. Mariella gazed at the dense forest bordering their field. Dangers lurk in places we know nothing about. His father responded, but Sevrin hefted another sack of grain onto the cart without comment. His parents often had conversations like this, and he had no desire to listen or join in. Instead, he let his mind wander to the procession. What was it like? Being his father's only son, he had never gone to present their family's gifts. When he was too young to work, his mother would remain with him while his father presented. But once he was old enough, his mother and father left him in charge to work the field where they lived as serfs under a lord Sevrin had never heard of. Sevrin gazed out at the soil, newly harvested of its grain. The sun rising behind the forest canopy made the empty stalks look like skeletons reaching up from the ground, their long shadows stretching across the empty earth. It would be his task to plow the fields while his parents were gone to get it ready for winter. Good thing the Dragon Woods butted up against the land on one side. All the falling leaf litter provided easily accessible organic matter to turn into the fields. His mother seemed to think mixing in decaying leaves and planting beans over the winter helped the soil. Judging by the yields they had experienced since they started her experiments, she wasn't wrong. Sevrin, my love. Mariella ran her hand over its hair. Come help me a moment. Sevrin glanced at his father. Go on, lad. Timron jerked his head in the direction his mother retreated in. Don't keep your mother waiting. With a nod, Sevrin trotted after his mother. She rounded their little wood and thatch house to a square patch of earth blazing with color, his mother's garden. The flowers she had planted here released their fragrance in an ever-present fog, which seemed to hover over her little patch of heaven, as she called it. She grew all sorts of flowers. Some Sevrin had seen grown as weeds in their grain field or in the meadows surrounding the farm, while others he had never seen the like of outside her garden. All of them stretched to the sky on green stalks, awaiting the sun's full rays, petals bursting forth in a flurry of color. Mariella waded amongst the blooms, examining each. With careful steps, so as not to trample any of the plants, Sevrin joined her. "You wanted me, Mum?" he said as he joined her. "I need your opinion, dearest." Mariella tapped her chin with an index finger. "Which of these flowers is the prettiest?" Sevrin let his eyes wander over the flowers. Mariella had managed to grow flowers of all hues, red ones, yellow ones, white ones, blue ones. Sevrin's favorite were the orange ones, but color didn't make a flower truly pretty. It was their shape, their form, their scent, as well as the vibrancy of color. A flower being the best flower it can be, that's what made it best. At least that's what his mother said. Sevrin wandered the garden, glancing from flower to flower, until his eyes settled on a bright red anemone shining from amongst its spears. He stooped before it. "This one." "Excellent." Mariella harvested it with a small knife. "And the second?" Sevrin immediately spotted a pale pink peony. "That one." "Good choice." Mariella handed the anemone to him. "Hold, please." Sevrin held it as Mariella wrapped the harvested peony's end into a wet piece of cloth. "Who's that for, then?" "This is a special gift for the princess." "Why do you want to give her a special gift?" Sevrin cocked his head. "Don't all the grain and the hay we pack up go to the castle?" "Everyone loves to receive special gifts, Sevrin. I know I do."
Mariella lifted her eyes to the palace tucked in the middle of the city.
Its spires rose to the sky, and banners waved in the gentle morning breeze. The princess will be 11 on her next birthday. She looked Sevrin in the eye. It's the age when young ladies start to appreciate beautiful flowers chosen especially for them. Something about the way she said this made Sevrin blush a little. "What about this one, then?" He held up the anemone. "Ah, the most beautiful flower of the season." Mariella made her way out of the garden, looking over her shoulder at him as she went. "You know what we do with it." Sevrin nodded. He followed her until they both approached a small shrine, 2 flat rocks, one standing upward and one laying down, as a place to lay things on. "It's an offering to God, our Creator, right?" He looked up at her. "He deserves our first and best." Mariella turned her eyes to heaven. "Because it's what he gave to us." Sevrin set the flower on the flat rock. Both he and Mariella bowed their head in prayer. "Mariella!" Timron approached, but paused when he saw their heads bowed. Apologies." He removed his coif. "I didn't know you were doing that now." "I'm finished." Mariella raised her head. "What is it, love?" Timron replaced his coif. "We're all packed up. We need to leave soon." "Right. Now then, Sevrin, go down to the river and wash. Hurry now. We don't have much time." Mariella patted Sevrin on the shoulder in a gentle push. "Wash?" Sevrin screwed up his mouth into a pout. His mother had an unhealthy obsession with cleanliness. "Why?"
Mariella put her hands on her hips.
"You can't present yourself to the king and queen covered in dirt, can you?" Severin's eyes widened. "What? Me?" "Didn't you tell him?" Timron put his arm around Mariella. "You said you would." "I wanted it to be a surprise." Mariella clutched the front of her dress. "Look at his face." "You're old enough to come with us now, Sevrin." Timron smiled as he spoke. "Hurry and wash like your mother said. We're burning daylight." "What about the field?" Sevrin motioned around him. "Who will do all the work?" "We'll handle it tomorrow." Timron clapped his shoulder. "You've already fed the horse and ox, right?" "Yes, father." "Then all's well." "Let's go, Sevrin." Mariella clapped her hands as she did when shooing birds away from her flowers. "I'll have your good clothes ready for you by the time you return." "Yes, Mum." Sevrin rushed off to the river, which was a few minutes' jog from the house. Imagine, his first time going to the procession. Surely it was worth all this bother of bathing. End of chapter 4. The city walls stretched over Severin's head, yawning into the morning sky. Stone upon stone, stacked up upon each other, supported guardhouses built into the wall, as well as porticoi at the entrance. A wooden drawbridge spanned a dry moat leading into the city at large, and Sevrin saw sharp wooden stalks peeking up from the moat steps. At the other side of the arched city gates stood guards at attention in colorful uniforms, holding spears topped with glittering metal. Sevrin gulped as he caught the tips glistening in the sun. He wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of one of those. Timuron led their cart horse past the gates, following the other peasants and commoners who lived outside the city walls. Farmers, animal husbandmen, anyone needing a large expanse to do their work. Within the walls, wood, stone, and thatched buildings crowded together, nearly blocking out the sun. Crowds of people shuffled along the cobblestone and pressed close to the cart Sevrin and Mariella rode in. All of them headed toward the castle in the center of the city. I knew we should have left earlier. Timuron slowed the horse as he came to a stop at the end of the line leading up to the castle. We'll be here all day. Never mind, dear. Mariella leaned forward from her position atop the sacks of grain to caress his cheek. At least you have a day off. What's the point if we don't finish early enough to enjoy some diversion? Timuron crossed his arms. There must be a better way to present. You always find fault no matter what is done. Mariella made to dismount the cart, but doubled up in a fit of coughing. Mariella! Timuron launched himself onto the cart and to her side in seconds. Are you all right? Mum! Sevrin caught her shoulders. Should I fetch Master Knighton? No, I'm all right. Mariella waved her hands. Just a tickle in my throat. Nothing serious. Are you sure? Timuron reached down to soothe the old horse, who had picked up on his master's distress. We never know when you'll fall ill again. I'm fine, truly. Mariella jerked her head. Go on, Timuron. The line is moving. Don't lose our place. With a grunt, Timuron climbed down from the perch. He caught the horse's lead and led him forward. Sevrin, however, didn't let go of her. He watched her, examining her face. Are you sure you're all right, Mum? Quite. Look, Sevrin. Mariella pointed to the right. Isn't that the stonemason's son? You're friends, right? Why don't you go say hi? What about you? I don't panic every time you get a cough, do you? Mariella cleared her throat. But you have weak blood. It's strong enough for you to have a good time without worrying about me. Mariella gave him a gentle push out of the cart. Go on now, explore a little. You never get a chance to see the city like this. Be mindful, though. I want you back with us by the time our cart reaches the castle wall. Okay, Mum. Sevrin hopped onto the street. Glancing over his shoulder, he caught sight of his father, who smiled and nodded. With a grin, Sevrin trotted over to the boy Mariella had pointed out. Henry, ho there! He waved as he approached. Henry had been examining the butcher's shop, which was closed due to the procession. Smoked meat still hung in the windows. Sevrin, hello! Isn't this all exciting? Sevrin gazed around as he walked over to Henry. I've never seen so many people in the city before, not even on market day. Exciting? Henry crossed his arms. It's crowded, and there's no one available to buy your wares. The only one who makes a living today are the bakers and smoked meat dealers. Everyone's stuck in line, and they've got to eat. Is the procession all that boring? I've never been. Never? That won't do. Henry grabbed Severin's hand. There's lots to see for someone who's never been. Let me show you. Sevrin never got a chance to respond. Henry trotted off, dragging Sevrin behind and almost lurching his arm out of its socket in the process.
Chapter 6.
Within minutes, Henry and Sevrin had located several other boys their age. While Sevrin wouldn't call them friends, some like the merchant's son were above his class level. They were certainly fun to run around with. On a day like today, no one cared who associated with whom. They wandered up and down the streets and watched smoked meat sellers, fruit dealers, and the baker boy sell their wares to a captive audience trapped in line. They played tricks on the girls who had taken to gawking at the big houses on the noblemen's side of town, and they generally made harmless mischief their parents would box their ears for later. They trotted all over the city, exploring places they'd never be allowed to visit on normal days, especially Sevrin, who was deemed too common to frequent the higher-class streets containing the tailor shop and the goldsmith shop. All the places had signs hanging in front of their doors with pictures depicting the type of place it was. A mortar and pestle for the apothecary shop or scissors for the tailor, perfect for those who couldn't read. Those signs, most wooden, but some made from stone, caught Severin's attention. The detail in the pictures was something to behold. I once tried to carve something in stone. Sevrin gazed at a stone sign of a tankard hanging from the tavern, but it didn't turn out. You? William, the merchant's son, sniffed. You're a farmer. You're not allowed to apprentice as anything else. I don't want to be a stonemason. Sevrin gazed up at the sky where fluffy white clouds drifted past a blue sky. I wanted to make something for my mum. Come out terrible, but she liked it anyway. You'll be arrested. William turned up his nose. It's a violation of sumptuary laws. Sevrin furrowed his brows. Sumptuary what? Ah, shove off, you blowhard. Bradley, the blacksmith's son, shoved William aside. Never mind, Sevrin. We all know you ain't trying to reach above your means. Sevrin raised an eyebrow but shook his head. No use worrying about things he didn't understand. As they rounded the corner, a curious sight caught Severin's attention. A wrought iron fence with delicately cast swirls between its bars held back a stand of trees, shedding their shade across the street. Hey, look! Sevrin rushed to the fence. It looks like a forest! He gaped at the amount of trees clustered together on the other side of the fence. A forest in the middle of the city. What an idea! It's not a forest, it's an orchard, William said. The king's orchard. I know what it is. Without hesitation, Sevrin squeezed through the bars. Sevrin, what are you doing? William gripped the bars. You can't go in there. It belongs to the king. I won't go in far. I've never seen a true orchard before. My mum wants to plant one, but we only have 2 trees so far. Sevrin examined the trees as they wandered through their trunks. All were laden with apples of varying ripeness. These apples are incredible. Apples? I love apples. Bradley squeezed in. He rushed past Sevrin, bumping into him as he went. Race you to the top! Sevrin grinned, the thrill of competition rising in his belly. You'll never beat me! He darted after him. The 2 of them tackled a tree and scaled the trunk. Climbing up to catch a higher branch, Sevrin hauled himself among the leaves and shimmied up the tree. Ha! Sevrin looked down at Bradley. I win! Bradley crossed his arms while straddling a branch. I wasn't ready. Get down from there, you lot! William stood at the base of the tree, pointing at the ground. You're not allowed up there. It's all right, Will. Henry leapt for a branch. You know the castle relaxes the rules on account of the procession. No one will mind. Besides, the guards are too busy watching the king and queen to bother about us. I don't know. William glanced around. Trespassing on noble manners is one thing, but this is the king's orchard. Then you will rue the day you walked into my orchard. Sevrin stood on his branch. Bow before me, miserable curs. I am king of the orchard. He let out a loud bellow of a laugh. King of the orchard, huh? Bradley caught Severin's foot. Hey, stop! Sevrin kicked him. You'll make me fall. You're being dethroned, your majesty. Bradley pulled Severin's foot from his perch. Sevrin plummeted through the leaves but managed to catch a lower branch before he crashed into the ground. How's that, Mr. King of the Tree? Bradley laughed from its perch. Ah, yeah? Sevrin launched at Bradley's branch, catching hold of it. Oh, dear. A small voice drifted up from the ground. Sevrin halted mid-swing. Glancing around, he caught sight of a girl, a lady-in-waiting, judging by her clothes. She wore a green dress with a white apron over it. Her black hair was covered by a simple, light green, transparent veil. The girl gazed up at one of the trees for a moment before reaching on her tippy toes for an apple on a low branch. Her fingers grazed the fruit, but she couldn't pick it. However am I to manage this? Sevrin climbed down to the lowest branch, picked an apple, and held it out to her. Here you go. What the? The girl started. What are you doing up there? Thrusting her hands on her hips, she snorted through her nose. Come down this instant. This is the king's orchard. You can't be up there. That's what I told him. William approached her. They wouldn't listen. We're not doing any harm. Sevrin swung his feet. We just wanted to have a bit of fun. Henry waved his hands. Besides, the guards are too busy guarding the king and queen to bother with us. Not if I call them. The girl stomped her foot. Now, you come down, or I'll... Maria? Another voice, this one sounded like a gentle spring breeze, danced through the trees. A girl with fair brown hair, cut up in pearls, green eyes which reminded Sevrin of the lake he knew tucked in the valley nearby, and a smattering of honey-colored freckles on her face threaded through the trees. She wore a light blue dress, which fluttered as she walked. As soon as Sevrin saw her, his throat constricted. He had never seen another girl like her before. Princess! Maria swung around to face her. You shouldn't be out here. You were gone ever so long. The princess approached her. Have you gotten my apple? Apologies, your highness. Maria frowned at Sevrin. Some peasants seem to have infested your orchard. What? The princess gazed up at the branches. Oh my! How on earth did you get up there? Sevrin stiffened. She was looking right at him, her clear eyes appraising him. He gulped and managed to stammer. We climbed. Really? All the way up there? The princess clapped her hands. You are excellent climbers. Sevrin's face burned. At that moment, he wanted to impress her. He'd do anything to impress her. So, before he knew what he was saying, he raised his hands and blurted, I can climb the highest. The princess's face lit up. Can you? She pressed her hands together. Are you that good? Course, Sevrin pointed to himself. I'm the best climber in the city. Are not, Bradley yelled from his perch. Look how high I've climbed, much higher than you. Only because you knocked me down, Sevrin snorted. I do a fair bit of climbing myself. William rubbed the back of his neck. I am at your service, Princess Desimone. Desimone. Sevrin gazed at the princess. What a perfectly beautiful name for a perfectly beautiful girl. Settle down, everyone. Princess Desimone waved her hands to calm them. I know how to resolve this. We'll have a race. Sevrin stared at the princess, his mouth parting a little. That was a smart idea. An obvious and smart idea. Of course they could settle it with a race. Why didn't he think of it himself? I came out here because I wanted an apple. Princess Desimone pointed to an apple on a high branch of a tree a few feet away from them. Do you see that pinkish one up there? I wonder which of you can retrieve it for me. Without a word, Bradley launched himself off his branch and dove into the tree next to his, scrambling to get to the tree in question. All the other boys did too. Sevrin tucked the apple he had picked into his pocket, dropped to the ground, rushed to the tree, and scaled up its trunk. He swung past Bradley, plucked the apple, and then hopped out of the tree, landing with a roll. He came to his feet in front of the princess. Here you are! He polished it on his shirt before presenting it to her. Well done! Princess Desimone took the apple from him. From here on in, you will be known as... My name is Sevrin, son of Timuron. You will be known as Sevrin, Lord of Apples. Princess Desimone raised the apple. Go on then, kneel. Sevrin got down on one knee as he had seen a man do once when his father took him to see a squire get knighted. The princess used her apple to touch his shoulders and his head. Rise, Sir Apple. Thank you kindly, your highness. Sevrin grinned at her as he stood. No, thank you. Princess Desimone smiled at him, a smile which made her freckles shift and her eyes squint. Sevrin caught his breath. Her smile struck him right in the chest. She turned her brilliant smile to the rest of them. Thank you all. You gave me such entertainment on a rather boring day. Boring? Henry dropped out of the tree. How can it be boring? It's procession day. You thought it was boring, Sevrin said, eyeing him. I didn't say that. Henry crossed his arms. I said it was crowded. I'm not normally allowed outside on procession day. Princess Desimone gripped the apple in her hands. I've always wanted to go out onto the streets and see the city, but... She sighed, her eyes taking on a faraway look. In a moment she shook her head. You all relieved me of my burden by putting on a most impressive display. She sighed, gazing up at the tree canopy. I wish I could climb up there. Do you want to? Sevrin extended his hand to her. Oh no! Princess Desimone waved her hands as she took a step back. I don't know how to climb. I'll give you a boost. Sevrin dropped to his knees and laced his fingers. Step on my hands and they'll pull you up. Henry? Bradley? The two boys dropped to a low branch, extending their hands to her. Princess Desimone gazed at all of them before she carefully set her apple down. Oh, Princess, don't! Maria wrung her hands. You can't. Ladies don't climb trees. I'm not a lady yet, Maria, Princess Desimone said. Mother says I'm still a girl. I won't be a lady until my 13th birthday. Your mother won't be pleased, neither will nurse. They won't know if no one tells them. Princess Desimone gave her a look. Right? What if you get hurt? Maria clasped her hands. I'll be fine. Princess Desimone stepped on Severin's hands. I won't let anything happen to her, Maria. Sevrin glanced at Maria as he lifted the princess up. The two boys pulled her into the tree where she settled on a low branch. Don't try climbing any higher than that, Princess. He pulled himself up beside her. Not on your first try. This is high enough. Princess Desimone gazed at her surroundings. Look at that! I'm up a tree! I've always wanted to try this. Hi, Maria! She waved at her. Do be careful, your highness. Maria paced underneath the tree. You're awfully high up. It's not that high, really. Sevrin reached down to Maria. Would you like to try? Absolutely not. Maria thrust her nose into the air. Then, would you like the apple I picked for you? Sevrin pulled it out of his pocket. Here. He handed it to her. Really? Maria turned to the princess. May I? Yes, of course. Princess Desimone raised her hands. You may all have one as a reward. With a chair, the boys set out to get an apple for themselves. Sevrin, however, stayed where he was, seated beside the princess. He watched Maria sit underneath the tree to enjoy her apple. Maria is a worrywart. Princess Desimone watched the boys crawling all over the trees. I can't blame her, though. I've never even left the castle grounds. You haven't? Princess Desimone shook her head. The orchard is as far as I'm allowed to go. Father thinks it's too dangerous for me in the city. I can't go anywhere unless I have a knight to escort me, but all the knights are too busy with their duties. At night, when we feast together in the grand hall, they regale me with all sorts of incredible stories about beautifully blue lakes and bountiful forests and the mountains where dragons live. I wish I could see it all with my own eyes just once. This is the first time I've met someone from outside the castle. It was my first time meeting someone from inside the castle. Sevrin gave her a smile. I wish it wouldn't be the last. It was a pleasure to meet all of you. Princess Desimone patted his hand. But for now, I must be going. Already? Sevrin said, shoulders slumping. I'm afraid so. Nurse will be worried. Princess Desimone gazed at the ground. How do I get down? Sevrin held her hand. Slide down and drop to your feet. I'll help. Maria hopped to her feet, extending her hands to help the princess. Take it slow, Sevrin said. Princess Desimone slid to the edge of the branch, holding on to Sevrin as she inched down. Princess! A large woman bellowed as she marched over. What do you think you're doing? Princess Desimone yelped, the sudden noise jolting her. Her foot slipped. I got you. Sevrin caught her before she fell. He lowered her to the ground. Princess! The woman stomped over to her like an ogress. Did I see you climbing trees? Like a common peasant? Princess Desimone shrank. Nurse, I will not hear your excuses. Nurse gripped her arm harder than she needed to. How dare you associate with this common riffraff? You should know better. It is beneath you to be seen with them. Ugh! She shuddered. The sight of them gives me the creeps. If it wasn't procession day, I'd have them hauled off to the dungeon for setting their eyes on you. And you dare speak with them and behave in their vulgar ways? I'm sorry, nurse. Princess Desimone hung her head. Wait till your mother hears about this. Nurse jerked Princess Desimone's hand to lead her inside. Please, nurse, don't blame the princess. Maria stood in front of them. She only wanted an apple. Of course I don't blame her. Not entirely. I blame you, Maria. The nurse turned her scowl to Maria. You're supposed to take care of the princess. What if she got hurt? This is your fault, you useless girl. She smacked Maria across her face. Princess Desimone gasped, covering her mouth with her hands. Maria stood without a sound, but her cheek turned red. Tears brimmed in her eyes. Sevrin felt his cheeks burn. It was one thing to insult him, but to smack Maria, who had done nothing wrong? He dropped out of the tree, snatched a rotten apple off the ground, and launched it at Nurse. It splattered on her back. With a cry, the nurse swung around. Leave them alone, you wench! Sevrin shouted. Nurse's face turned a reddish purple. I beg your pardon? Sevrin! William hissed through his teeth. Shush! Sevrin didn't heed him. Maria didn't do anything wrong. She's been trying to help the princess. He shoved a finger into Nurse's face. You're the one who nearly made her fall. If she got hurt, it would be your fault. You're the useless one. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Nurse smacked him across the cheek with the back of her hand. Now Sevrin was no stranger to smacks. His mother slapped him when he used a foul word, and his father took a switch to his behind when he misbehaved. But never in all his life had he felt a blow like this. It was like being kicked in the teeth by a horse. He spun and toppled to the ground, tasting blood. Learn your place, peasant! Nurse stood up straight. On the ground, just as you are. Sevrin pulled himself to his knees. His cheek felt warm. Certainly a bruise would be forthcoming. Tears welled his eyes, but he willed them not to fall. No tears, not in front of the ogress. Instead, he pulled himself to his feet and screwed up his face into a glare. I'll learn my place as soon as you learn some manners, hag! Ooh! The boys in the trees above snickered amongst themselves, but otherwise didn't intervene. Why, you! Nurse raised her hand, this time in a fist. Princess Desimone stood between them, raising her hands to stop her. That's enough, nurse. Please, no more. You dare speak up for them, princess? Nurse snarled. Please, nurse, no more violence on my behalf. It's procession day. Desimone stood up straight and tall, creating a barrier between Sevrin and nurse. Sevrin gazed at the princess again. Beautiful, smart, and brave? There is no other girl in the world like her. Nurse narrowed her eyes as she examined the princess. With a snort through her nose, she turned away. Not worth my time, anyway. Come along, princess. She narrowed her eyes at Sevrin. Stupid peasant. She kicked dirt on him before she left. Maria scuttled after her. Princess Desimone turned to leave, but not before giving Sevrin a smile. A small one, but one which warmed Sevrin to his toes. Thank you, she whispered before she trotted off to nurse. Okay, Sevrin breathed as he watched her leave. As he did, he noted her apple under the tree where she had left it. He snatched it up and rushed to the princess. You forgot this. He set the apple in her hands, ignoring the angry snarls from nurse. Princess Desimone's small smile turned into a wide grin. Thank you, Sir Apple. She reached over and pecked him on the cheek before ducking inside. Princess! Nurse balked before rushing in after her. Maria stared at him in silence for a few seconds before following after them. Sevrin touched his cheek where Princess Desimone had kissed him. A smile spread across his face. Sevrin, Henry slapped his hand on his shoulder. Let's get out of here. He jerked a thumb over his shoulder. I don't think the nurse will let us stay in here for long, not after what you did. Sevrin turned. As one, the boys had fled. He and Henry were the only ones left. With a nod, Sevrin made his way to the fence. Nurse or not, he'd be back next year. Anything for a chance to see Princess Desimone again.
Chapter 7. Sevrin trotted alongside the procession, searching for his parents' position in line. He found them entering the vast stone arch leading to the castle courtyard. Darting up to the cart, he climbed up the sacks of grain to sit beside his mother. There you are, Sevrin. Mariella smiled at him. You're cutting it awfully. Sevrin, what happened? She grabbed his face. Your face is all bruised. It's all right, Mum. Sevrin tried to squirm out of her grasp. It's nothing. Nothing? Look at this. Mariella turned his cheek into the light. You look like you were kicked in the teeth, my poor dear. Stop it, Mariella. Timuron glared over his shoulder at them. Don't baby him. If he was out misbehaving, he should learn how to accept punishment. If he was playing, he should learn to take his lumps. Mariella shoved her fists into her hips. And if it was neither? Then he had better learn what this world is like to us peasants. Timuron pressed his lips together. We slave away for those who would raise their hand against us at the first opportunity. Sevrin gazed at his father, shrinking a little. It sounded like a pretty good description of Desimone's nurse. Mariella, on the other hand, turned up her nose at him. I do not agree with your philosophies, Timuron. I know you don't. Timuron set his jaw as he led the cart forward. Still, which was it, Sevrin? Mariella held Sevrin at arm's length. Were you misbehaving, playing, or did someone strike you unheeded? Sevrin let his eyes wander the city. They were through the arch now and emerged in the palace courtyard. Flowers grew in hedges bordering the palace garden, and Sevrin glimpsed the tops of apple trees beyond it. He chewed on his lip. What could he tell his parents that wouldn't be a lie or get him into trouble? He hadn't exactly been misbehaving, and he didn't receive the hit by playing, but he also couldn't say he didn't deserve it. Not when he had trespassed on the king's land and had insulted Desimone's nurse. I got it while defending a girl, he said. She was being bullied by this mean ogress, and I stood up for her. The woman clocked me good for it. Timuron swung around to gape at him. Truly, Sevrin? Sevrin nodded. Both his father and mother exchanged a glance. Smiles spread across their lips. Well done, Sevrin. Mariella caressed his bruise. You acted in a most noble fashion. Indeed, Timuron gave him a nod. Those bruises are the truest, most noble reward you could have received. Proud of you, boy. Sevrin grinned, joy bubbling through him. He'd made his parents proud. Timuron pulled the cart to stop at the bottom of a set of grand stone stairs leading up to the castle entrance. We'll be presenting next. Do you feel well enough to come up with me, Mariella? I think I should stay. Mariella cleared her throat. I feel a touch of bad air. Perhaps Sevrin would like to go? I'm not sure. Timuron glanced at the king and queen sitting at the top of the stairs. The royals don't like peasant children. Oh, nonsense, look. Mariella pointed. It seems the king is keen on meeting Sevrin. Sevrin glanced up at the king. The king pointed directly at Sevrin and beckoned to him with a finger. Sevrin jumped. Why does he want to see me? Why not? My boy is a special one. Mariella squeezed Sevrin close. Sevrin squirmed out of his mother's grasp. This will not end well, Timuron muttered. heaving a sack over his shoulder. The royals never want us unless there's something wrong. Look sharp, Sevrin. Mind your manners. Stop worrying, you two cowards, Mariella said as Sevrin climbed off the cart. Sevrin swallowed hard as he climbed down from the cart. What on earth would the king want with him? Unless... His stomach twisted in knots. Perhaps what he had done to the princess's nurse had reached the king's ears. Eyes up, Sevrin. Stop looking like a frightened child. Mariella adjusted his shirt. The princess is out today. I've never seen her at the procession before, so I'll leave it to you to give her these. She placed the bouquet she had harvested that morning in Severin's hands. Don't forget to show her the flower you chose for her. I'm sure it will make her happy. Sevrin nodded, though sweat started to bead on his forehead. Perhaps with the princess to back him up, he could explain why he had treated the nurse that way. That's my boy. Mariella smoothed down Severin's hair. Gulping down the lump rising in his throat, Sevrin joined his father in climbing up the stone staircase. As he ascended each stair, his stomach tightened further and further. It's okay, son. Timon gave him a smile. It'll be over quickly. Sevrin forced a smile at him. Together they stood before the king and queen. The two royals sat on great wooden chairs carved with ornate designs depicting dragons in flight and knights at arms. The chairs had been set up at the top of the stairs under a pavilion set up to keep the sun off their royal brows. The king, James, was dressed in maroon, red, and gold, and wore a golden crown on his head docked with colorful stones. His dark hair fluttered in the wind. The queen, on the other hand, wore a dress of clean green with a white lacy sheer overlay. Her hair was caught up in a veil similar to the one Maria had been wearing. A silver circlet adorned her forehead. Sevrin felt his nerves shake as he bowed. Who would have thought he'd ever meet the king and queen face to face like this? Sir Apple! Princess Desimone clapped her hands together as she stepped forward. We meet again. Oh, hello, Princess, Sevrin said, his face reddening. He had forgotten how her smile seemed to brighten up the sky. Sir Apple, is it? The king sat back, stroking his beard. Were you given the name for trespassing in my orchard? Sevrin started. Sevrin? Timon turned to him, face paling. Did you trespass on the king's land? I didn't mean any harm. Sevrin looked up at his father. I've never seen a true orchard before. King James roared in laughter. There's a saying you would do well to heed, young surfling. Curiosity kills a cat. Do you know the penalty for trespassing on my lands? Sevrin shook his head. Death in more severe cases, Queen Isabel said, a smile on her face. Or imprisonment, at the very least. Isn't that right, dear? It is, my love. King James nodded. All the blood ran from Severin's face. Father, no! Princess Desimone gasped, her hand over her mouth. Please, your majesty, have mercy. Timon dropped to his knees, letting the stack of grain drop to the ground. He's my only son. Silence! The king held up his hand. I cannot allow such a deed to go unpunished. Now then, what shall I do with you? He set his eyes on Sevrin. Sevrin froze, his hands clamped around the flowers he carried. He hadn't known death would be the penalty for trespass. If only he had listened to William. Father, you can't! I told you all that happened. Princess Desimone threw her arms around Sevrin, holding him close to her. I won't allow it. Desimone, stop this at once. Isabel shot to her feet. Release him. You don't know where he's been. Father, please. Princess Desimone's voice wavered as she spoke. He was ever so nice to me, and he defended Maria when Nurse hit her for no good reason. She let her eyes drop. He stood up for her even when I didn't. He's done nothing deserving punishment. Is that so? King James' eyebrows rose. Did you defend my girl's lady-in-waiting boy? Sevrin nodded, his stomach quivering. All right, Desimone, have a seat now. King James motioned to her mother's lap. Desimone slowly unwrapped her arms from around Severin's neck. She stepped back and slipped into her mother's lap. My daughter was right in naming you Sir Apple. King James rose. Deeds such as yours deserve recognition. Did you knight him, my dear? Yes, father. Desimone held up her apple. With this. Ah, a more kingly gift couldn't have been bestowed upon you, noble Sir Apple. The king chuckled as he spread his arms wide. From henceforth you are welcome in my lands. Thank you, your majesty. Sevrin bowed. Come now, man. King James turned to Timuron, who was still on his knees. On your feet. I've had my fun. My daughter had already told me what happened, and I couldn't resist a bit of sport. No harm will come to your son for his lapse into lawlessness. Boys will be boys after all. I bear him no ill will. Present your gift. Your majesty. Timuron got to his feet, picking up his sack of grain. In the voice Sevrin recognized as the one he used when he was trying very hard to conceal his rage, he said, "I present to you the best of our crop, sire." He set the grain at the king's feet. It was whisked away by a guard. "This as well as what is on my cart." He motioned to the cart below. "Very good," King James nodded. "What about you, good Sir Apple?" Queen Isabel smiled at Sevrin. "Did you bring a gift?" "Yes, ma'am." Sevrin presented the flowers to her. "My mum grew these in our garden." "Oh my!" Queen Isabel took the flowers from him. "I've never seen blooms so vibrant and fragrant. Is it your mother who presents those flowers year after year?" Sevrin shrugged. "I suppose, but she isn't feeling good today. I look forward to them. Your mother is quite the gardener." She turned to Mariella, still in the cart, and inclined her head. Mariella bowed from her waist in return. "I do hope she feels better soon." "So do I. Oh, I nearly forgot." Sevrin pulled the peony he had chosen from the bouquet. "This one's for you, Princess." He handed it to her. "I picked it out myself." "Oh!" Desimone took it from him, cradling it as if it were made of fine glass. "It's beautiful. Thank you, Sir Apple." "You're welcome, Princess," Sevrin said, looking in her eyes. She smiled at him, and his stomach fluttered. "Thank you both." King James held out his hand to dismiss them. "You have provided us with entertainment we shan't soon forget." Timron bowed and withdrew, his hands clenched in fists. Sevrin, after a bow, scrambled after his father, waving at the princess over his shoulder. When they got back to the cart, Timron led it to the other end of the courtyard, where Sevrin helped him and the guards unload the rest of the grain. After that, they headed home. Timron remained silent the entire way, but once they arrived at their farm, all hell broke loose. Chapter 8. Father was not pleased, Sevrin said, leaning his elbows on Master Knighton's table. "He ranted and raved about it all evening." "I can imagine." Master Knighton also leaned his arms on the table. "I have great respect for King James, but that sort of jest at your expense, it was in poor taste." "Maybe, but I'll never forget Princess Desimone's smile." Sevrin heaved a sigh. "I look forward to the procession every year. It's my only chance to see her. She's grown more and more in beauty, grace, and wisdom over the years." What a lovely story. Knighton's cup had long stopped spewing smoke, but the haze of it still hung in the air. "Sevrin, lad, you do realize princes and knights from faraway countries have visited our land seeking the hand of the princess. In fact, Sir Galloway is the latest suitor she's entertaining. Everyone expects her to choose him." "I know," Sevrin played with his fingers. "I've heard Sir Galloway comes from a family of dragon hunters. No better knight has come to our kingdom than he, they say. The rumor is debatable, but he is a worthy suitor." Master Knighton patted Severin's hand. "I hope you understand your chances, lad." Sevrin burst into laughter. "Master Knighton, please. I'm not a fool. I know the princess doesn't know me from a rat's behind. I don't have such lofty goals." "Good," Master Knighton nodded. "But I can dream," Sevrin muttered to himself. The door to the shop opened. A man strode in, eyes locking on Master Knighton. "You Knighton the apothecary?" "What can I do for you, kind sir?" Knighton rose to meet the gentleman. "I hear you mix up potions and such. Do you happen to have anything to work against the dragon?" "Potions? I'm not a wizard. I don't mix potions." Knighton leaned on his stick. "Why would you need such a thing, by the by?" "Haven't you heard? A dragon made a move on Terranhall sheep and laid waste to his neighbor's field this morning." The man thumped his fist on his chest. "I'm looking for ways to protect my property." "Terranhall?" Sevrin shot to his feet. "That's my neighbor! Father! Mum!" He snatched his bag. "I have to go, Master Knighton." "Of course, lad." Knighton waved him off. "Please tell me how—" Sevrin had darted out of the door and was well on his way home by the time Knighton had finished the sentence. Chapter 9. On the whole, the life of a princess was fairly boring. Oh, Desimone participated in some interesting activities. Hawking, embroidering, writing, learning Spanish was particularly fun for her. But overall, her life was very ordered and structured. She did the same thing every day at the same time. Nothing ever surprised her. Even her visit through the marketplace this afternoon had been planned months in advance, and of course everyone stopped what they were doing to gawk at her. So when she met someone new or had an interesting encounter, she made a point not to forget it. Which is why she was certain she had met that peasant somewhere before. But where? The topic flooded her mind as she rode through the inner passage and into the castle courtyard. There, a field of grass separated the inner gate from the castle steps. The castle's stone walls towered into the air. In contrast to the soot and water-stained stone, flowers bloomed in the bed at the castle's base, a long-time gift from her father to her mother. But Desimone didn't notice it today. I'm sure I've seen that peasant before. Desimone lifted her eyes to the sky as a stable boy took the reins to her horse. My lady, are you all right? Maria dismounted her horse. You seem distracted. Sir Galloway strode to her side, his armor clanking on the stone. Methinks that knave has spooked you more than you let on. He drew his sword. Shall I vanquish the vagrant and bring peace to your pretty little mind? Sir Galloway, thank you, but it's all right. Desimone gave him a smile. I'm simply lost in thought. Galloway sheathed his sword. Princess, you have returned. Garendon, her father's most trusted adviser, hurried down the steps to greet her, his robes flying out behind him. He reached out to take her hands as he always did, but his lips, which usually graced a smile, were pressed in a frown. Minister! Desimone took his hands. Her father had given him the title, though no one could say what he was minister of. Why have you met me out here? What has happened? Is there some news from my parents? I bring terrible news, Desimone. Garendon pressed her hands in his. Desimone covered her mouth with her free hand. The blood ran from her face. Don't tell me some vile misfortune have overtaken the king and queen. Maria pressed her hands to her cheeks, as she always did when expecting a tragic story. What? No, forgive me, your highness. Garendon lowered his head. The news isn't about your parents. What a relief. Maria took to fanning herself. Desimone shook her head. Such a dramatic girl. What news then, minister? I have received a report about the dragon Sir Galloway discovered when he arrived. It edges closer to the city every day. This morning it attacked some sheep and set a farmer's field on fire. How awful! Maria pressed her hands to her cheeks again. That is terrible. Desimone clapped her hands together. What do you propose we do? It's only a bunch of sheep and grain. Sir Galloway waved his gauntleted hand. Nothing for you to worry about, princess. How can you say such things, Sir Galloway? Desimone frowned at him. I understand Lauphah is not your home, but we are speaking of my people's livelihood. I take their misfortune seriously. Galloway straightened. Of course. My apologies, my lady. He cleared his throat. I only meant dragons are nothing but dumb beasts. I don't want you to presume it poses a risk to your kingdom. Very likely it will stay far away from the city, as long as its food is abundant in the mountains where it resides. Nevertheless, I do not like it being so close to our kingdom. Something must be done immediately. Desimone turned her attention to Garendon. Do you have a recommendation, minister? Fear not, your highness. Garendon gave Sir Galloway a sidelong look. While Sir Galloway may act indifferently, I have heard rumors of traps being set up specifically to capture the creature. Is this true, Sir Galloway? Desimone turned in time to see Galloway shoot a glare at Garendon. As a matter of fact, it is, princess. Sir Galloway bowed with a flourish. As I have said, you have nothing to fear. I have the matter well in hand. You and your lands are perfectly safe in my hands. We shall see, though perhaps I was hasty in my rebuke. Forgive me, Sir Knight. With a will, my lady? Galloway took her hand and kissed it. Now then, Desimone took Garendon's hand. Minister, please tell me you have news of my parents. Yes, my lady. Garendon escorted her inside. They are in the city of Crimeran at the moment. Trade negotiations are making headway, but they miss you and plan to head home as soon as... Desimone was only partly invested in the conversation. Once she heard her parents were safe, a part of her mind turned to Sir Galloway's behavior. Why should he hide the dragon trap? Perhaps he didn't think it as effective as he let on. If that was the case, something must be done. A plan put in place in case the trap proved fruitless. The other half of her mind, however, drifted back to the peasant and the puzzle of why he looked so familiar. Chapter 10. Father, Mum! Sevrin rushed into his home. Sunlight streaming in through the open door and windows lit up the four shepherds slumped over the wooden table at the far end of the room next to the fire. Timron rose to approach Sevrin. He hadn't lost any of his muscles over the years. Like Sevrin, he was caked with dirt, a side effect of working the earth. His black hair flowed onto his shoulders, and white hairs peppered his beard. I came as soon as I heard, Father. Sevrin scanned the room. His eyes fell on his mother, pouring water for the shepherds to drink. Tension left his shoulders. Everyone he loved was all right. What happened? Come with me, Sevrin. His father led him out into the sunshine. I have worked this field my whole life. I have managed to carve out a living on this dear patch of earth, and in all those years I have never seen anything like it. Sevrin swallowed the lump which had formed in his throat. What do you mean? Shortly after you left this morning, a dragon tore through and set fire to our fields. Timron motioned to the field surrounding the house, where had been a patch of green stalks were now black scorched twigs. I managed to put out the fires, but much of the crop is destroyed. Severin's heart sank lower the more he looked at the devastation. What of Mum's garden? It survived, and so did your mother. Timron scowled, though not for lack of her trying to be killed. Do you know that fool of a woman ran out and tried to shoo the dragon away from her flowers? Severin's mouth dropped, both from shock and from laughter. His father had never spoken this way about his mother before, but he couldn't disagree with his assessment. It sounded like something she'd do. Timron sighed and ran his hand over his face. I'm not sure what we're going to do. All our crop destroyed. All levity left Sevrin. If he had been here, keeping his eyes on his work instead of gossiping with Master Knighton, messing around in the city, and dreaming of the princess, he would have been here to help save more of the crop. He let his head drop. I'm sorry, Father. Sorry? For what? I should have been here to help you. So you could have been caught in the fire and killed? No, my son. Timron placed a heavy hand on Severin's shoulders. I thank God you weren't here, and that you're safe. It is a blessing, for now you are in a position to help our neighbors. Sevrin looked up at him. What can I do? Timron gazed over the burnt fields. As far as we can tell, the dragon torched our land because it's next to the meadow where Terranhall grazes his sheep. It used fire to frighten or herd the sheep away. Some of Terranhall's workmen have reported they were wandering all over the mountainside, yet the dragon is nowhere to be found. We must take this opportunity. I will join them in heading to the mountain to gather as many as we can find before the dragon returns. Right, Sevrin nodded in determination. I'll get my knife and I do not want you going to the mountain, Sevrin. We have more than enough hands to do the task. Timron motioned to the woods. Some of the sheep escaped to the forest. I want you to go in there and retrieve them. You know the woods better than anyone. You and your mother seem to live there after all. Sevrin let his eyes drop to the ground. I am brave enough to go with you, Father. Bravery is not the issue, my son. Terranhall will also leave his sons and the younger shepherds behind. Should things go amiss, the next generation must be preserved, and you must take care of your mother. Timron heaved a sigh. I'm taking a risk asking you to go into the woods, but I ask this of you because I know you are capable. Will you do it? Once I gather a few things from the house, I'll be off. Sevrin turned to the house. Sevrin turned. Be careful, please. You too, Father. Sevrin trotted to the house. The shepherds had risen to their feet when Sevrin walked in. Are you sure you have everything you need? Mariella said to them. Rope, knives? The mountains can be treacherous. We are well prepared, thank you, Mariella. Terranhall tipped a hat to her as he led the shepherds out. Sevrin stood aside to let them pass. What a predicament! Mariella gathered the cups they had left on the table. Sevrin, has your father told you what he wishes you to do? I have come to get my knife and some rope. Sevrin headed to his bed under the window. His parents' bed sat across the way. Here was another indication of Mariella's idiosyncrasies. While everyone Sevrin knew slept in one bed with all their family, Mariella insisted Sevrin sleep in one bed while she slept alone with Timron. You should take lunch with you. Your search could take a while. Mariella turned to pack up some cheese and fruit. I volunteered to go in the woods, but your father wouldn't hear of it. I can see why. Sevrin smirked as he stowed his knife in his belt. If you met the dragon, you may try to shoo it again. Did he tell you about that? Mariella chuckled. I have never seen your father so angry with me. Not my finest mermaid, to be sure. Flowers aren't that important, Mum. Sevrin sat at the table until she finished his lunch. I'd rather have you than a pretty garden. You're right, of course. It's just... Mariella sighed as she set the burlap bag of food on the table. When you go, Sevrin, be careful, but don't be afraid. Men fear what they don't understand. Instead of being afraid, learn what you don't know. Sevrin raised an eyebrow. I have no idea what you're talking about. Never mind. Mariella patted his shoulder. You'll figure it out on your own. Off you go, then. Sevrin stood. Bye, Mum. Stay inside until we get back. Of course. Mariella let her eyes wander to the window. It would be the prudent thing to do. Sevrin walked out of the house with a sneaking suspicion that as soon as he left, she'd be out tending her garden.
Chapter 11.
Sir Galloway strode down the hallway inside the castle. Escorting the princess around this dinky little city had been naught but a waste of time, but he needed to humor her. Her parents had entrusted her safety to him while they traveled to other kingdoms to negotiate trade. Besides, he needed to keep her happy. Her father held this ridiculous notion that she should have a say in who she married, and she did have a reputation for being choosy. Not to worry, though. He had her in the palm of his hands. Not even the humiliation brought upon him by the peasant on horsing him could change it. Yes, the princess was as good as his, and so too this castle of hers. He gazed around as he walked down the halls. Arched windows were set in the walls at regular intervals, allowing light and air into the palace and brightening up the otherwise dark interior. Tapestries woven with delicate threads had been hung on the wall, creating a colorful contrast to the gray stone walls. Personally, Sir Galloway didn't care for the tapestries. Cold, hard stone exuded strength, a castle to stand the test of time and withstand any attack upon it. Why cover them with something so utterly feminine? They would be the first to go once he became prince. Then he'd turn his attention to expanding this little pick of rocks into a real kingdom worthy of praise. Good Sir Knight! Sir Galloway turned his attention ahead of him, where he spotted Minister Garendon striding towards him. The princess seeks your counsel, Garendon said. Galloway smiled to himself. What a thing to be held in the princess's trust. I shall meet with her presently. He lengthened his stride toward the great hall. Before you do, Garendon stepped in front of Galloway to block him. I wish to speak with you. Galloway pressed his lips together. About? Your intentions with the dragon. I intend to trap and kill it. Garendon turned his head, watching Galloway through one eye like a ravenous bird of prey. Then why the secrecy? Galloway clenched his teeth. Why are my secrets any of your concern? My concern is keeping the princess's interests secure. Your secrecy holds an element of suspicion to me. Garendon leaned forward. Ease my concerns, knight. You think my intentions treacherous, do you? Galloway threw his head back and released a guffaw. The sound echoed off the walls, and the old minister stepped backward in surprise. Very well, minister, Galloway said, controlling his laughter. I will disclose my mind to you. But see to it this remains between us. Garendon inclined his head. As you wish, if doing so does not impugn my lady's honor. Galloway crossed his arms. I wish to be the greatest of all knights, minister. That is no secret in the court. In my family, the first step to becoming a great knight is to slay a dragon. Galloway took to wandering down the hallway. My whole life I've trained for this moment, and now a dragon appears before me. He clenched a fist. This will be the first of many great accomplishments. Garendon kept in step with him. I do not see your need for secrecy. Should I make my attack on this dragon public, other knights would want to join in on my campaign. I do not wish to share my reward. Ah, the minister nodded. You want to secure the dragon's gold for yourself. Gold? Galloway scoffed. Fie upon the dragon's gold. I can win gold in other, safer ways. No, it is a more precious prize I have my eye on. What prize is that? The glory of the hunt, and my princess's delicate hand. Galloway raised his chin. Such a feat of strength and cunning is sure to impress my lady and win me her heart. True. Most importantly, I shall win the dragon itself. The dragon? Garendon furrowed his brows. Explain yourself, knight. Do you wish to keep it as a pet? I once heard a scale from over the heart of a dragon allows the bearer to control the beast. Only a fool would think he could tame a dragon. Galloway snorted through his nose. I intend to use it. Did you know, minister, that dragon scales are exceedingly hard and make a fine suit of armor no sword can penetrate? Its teeth can make a blade which does not dull, though one cuts through 1,000 enemies. Its blood has properties to turn back a man's blade, though he be pierced with 1,000 knives. Once I have these tools, I will be the greatest of all knights. And with the princess as my bride, he trailed off into a chuckle, I shall have a kingdom which no one will ever be able to conquer. I shall be a great king, and Desimone my incomparable queen. You are an ambitious one, young knight. However, slaying a dragon may prove formidable even for you. Perhaps you should speak to the knights in the off chance you will need their help should your plans fall through. That will not happen, minister. Galloway thrust his nose into the air. But I shall keep it in mind. I am reminded of a fierce beast my father slayed a few years back. It took the entire family to dispatch it. Judging by its tracks, this dragon isn't nearly as fearsome, but prudence is better than foolhardiness. Very good. Garendon studied the floor in thought. Your plans will not harm my lady's honor. I will hold my peace. See to it you do, old man. Galloway strode past him. I do not take kindly to tale-tellers. With a grunt, he strode down the great hall where the princess awaited his counsel.
Chapter 12.
A sheep's bleat caught Sevrin's ear. He paused and scanned the brush. I hear you, little sheep. Where are you? Sevrin pushed a branch out of the way and checked the underbrush. The forest trees were covered in vines and flowers, and the canopy towered overhead, offering both dappled shade and allowing the sunlight to stream through. The air hung heavy with a green grassy smell, which spoke of fertile earth and cool rain showers. Small flying insects, disturbed by his search, flew into his mouth and buzzed in his ears. He swatted at them and spit them off his tongue. Though Sevrin had been searching the forest for hours, the small bleat had been the first sign of Terrenhall's lost sheep. There it was again, closer than before. Sevrin parted the branches of a thicket and caught sight of a small white lamb with its leg caught in the brambles. There you are! Moving slowly so as not to scare the lamb, he reached over to untangle it. Remember me, little guy? The lamb bleated in his face. For a moment, Sevrin thought it would fight him off and escape. Terrenhall's sheep normally bolted for anyone other than Terrenhall and his sons. Instead of fleeing, though, the lamb buried his face against Severin's clothes. Maybe it remembered him. Sevrin did spend a lot of time with the lambs in spring once his own farming duties were finished. They were so white and fluffy he couldn't help playing with them. Seeing you here is a good sign. Sevrin lifted it onto his back as he had seen Terrenhall do. Let's hope you're the first of many. The lamb bleated a response. A rumble, the same as the one he had heard this morning, rolled through the air and rumbled beneath his feet. It was louder now and sounded closer to a roar than thunder. What was that? The lamb kicked against Severin's grasp, bleating as if a wolf was after it. It's okay, little lamb. Sevrin struggled to keep hold of it. Calm down. Once the lamb settled a bit, Sevrin scanned its surroundings. Another roar, even louder than the last, reverberated through the air. The lamb bleated and kicked again. Sevrin couldn't blame the poor thing. He felt like bleating and running too. The dragon must be on another rampage. He patted the lamb's leg. Let's not stick around to meet it. With that, he rushed off the way he had come. All this roaring couldn't bode well. Chapter 13. Desimone reclined in her mother's throne, a silver chair upholstered with blue fabric. Next to it sat her father's throne, a gold chair upholstered in royal purple. On her other side stood Maria. From her position on the dais, surrounded by the 5 best knights in her kingdom, capable men sworn on oath to protect her realm, she felt as if she could accomplish anything. The good knight Galloway and Lord Minister of Lauphah, Gerendon. A herald bowed at the door and stepped aside, allowing the 2 men to step in. Sir Galloway, I'm glad the minister found you. Desimone tilted her head the way her mother did when she wanted to look engaging. Your counsel in this matter will be most welcome. What matter is that, my princess? Galloway bowed before her. I'll be most honored to lend you my thoughts. I wish to discuss what is to be done about the dragon plaguing my lands. Desimone sat tall in the throne, the epitome of a lady in charge. Your Highness, the good minister has already informed you of my plans with the dragon. Galloway furrowed his brows. I have the matter well in hand. I understand, good knight, but what if the trap fails? I feel it prudent for us to discuss contingencies in case your tactics fall through. Desimone looked at each of her knights in turn. You must understand, I wish for the dragon to be dispatched before any further harm comes to our people. Failure in this matter will not be tolerated. All of you must work together to rid our lands of this beast. Galloway's mouth clamped shut, his lips set in a thin line. His face reddened to a shade of plum. On the other hand, Gerendon covered his mouth with a hand to hide a chuckle. Desimone felt her cheeks flare. I see Sir Galloway and the minister are sharing a jest the rest of us are not privy to. Pray, good sir, what is so funny about my desire to keep my land and people safe? Forgive me, your highness. Gerendon let his hand drop. I was merely laughing at the irony of the situation. Believe it or not, Sir Galloway and I were speaking of this very topic not moments before. That you should desire all your knights to work together to solve this problem is most forward-thinking of you. His voice wavered as he spoke, almost as if he were holding back laughter. Desimone narrowed her eyes at him. The minister is indeed correct. Galloway bowed to her with more flourish than she thought was necessary. He and I discussed the role your knights would take should we have to face the dragon head-on. I would be most honored to give my counsel on this matter, my lady, but please leave it in our hands. Desimone blinked, raising her chin a bit. Was he trying to dismiss her? I should like to hear what it is you are... Desimone. Garendon laid a hand on her shoulder. Perhaps it's best to leave it to the knights. This is an issue demanding royal attention, Minister. Desimone turned to glare at him. Am I not a part of the royal family? Garendon leaned in close to whisper in her ear. It is a matter which should not be discussed in the presence of a lady. He is right, Princess, Maria said in her other ear. Desimone clenched her teeth as her face heated. How convenient being a lady precluded her from making all the important decisions. She bit her lips together. If she didn't, she would have ranted and raved and shouted of all of what she thought about such a rule. But instead, she pushed her feelings down. As a lady, she had to remain calm at all times. So instead, she took a deep breath, rose from her seat, and crossed the room to the window overlooking the orchard, out of hearing of the knights and their planning. A breeze picked up and played through the trees. The swaying branches and the roar of the rustling leaves soothed her nerves and took her back to the time she loved more than any other, when a boy stood up to her nurse and presented her with an apple from atop the furthest branch of the tallest tree. A smile formed on her mouth as she thought of the boy with the wild hair scaling the trees as if he had claws for hands. Though knights and princes had visited her land seeking her hand, she had not witnessed a feat of strength and dexterity which had so impressed her since. Thinking of Sir Apple? Maria said in a low voice so as not to be overheard. How did you know? You always have this look on your face when you do. Maria turned to the window. I do, huh? Desimone let a smile cross her lips. It was her most precious memory after all. Princess? Garendon approached her. Desimone stood straight, her smile fading. Minister, she said when he stopped in front of her, I do not see the point of my father leaving me to rule in his absence if I cannot sit in on these types of council. You allow my influence on all matters pertaining to the household, ruling the people, economic and financial matters, yet I am not allowed to discuss how best to protect my people? Matters of war and conflict are not meant for a lady's ears, not while a man is there to protect her. Desimone clenched her fist. Minister, no need to vex yourself, my lady. Garendon held up his hand. Even your mother does not sit in on these types of council. What you need is a husband. Back to that again. Desimone turned her attention to the window. It is not only I and your parents who wish to see you happy, dear princess. Garendon motioned with his hand. The whole kingdom is awaiting the prince. Do not let your father be sorry he decided to let you decide your fate in this matter. It is a decision I am taking most seriously, Minister. Desimone took a deep breath. I want to ensure I choose the right man, but I haven't found the correct suitor. No one I've met is right. My people mean more to me than anything else. I cannot afford to make a bad decision in this matter. Not only would it be detrimental to my life, but to theirs as well. What about Sir Galloway? Maria spoke up. Desimone gave her a sharp look. What about him? He is a brilliant and noble knight. Maria turned to face the circle of knights, where, Desimone noted, Galloway led the conversation. She is correct, your highness, Garendon continued. Since he arrived, all the knights have looked to him for wisdom. He has done nothing but perform feats of amazing courage and skill since he first arrived. Desimone rolled her eyes, all to attain more fame for himself. Or as a means of impressing you. Garendon leaned closer to her. He's made it no secret he wishes your hand, princess. He would take good care of you and this kingdom. Galloway is certainly a man to be admired, but I can't get over the feeling something's missing. Desimone sighed. I wish I knew what it is I'm searching for. Garendon turned her head to face Galloway. Perhaps what you're seeking is right in front of you. Perhaps. Desimone studied the knights for a moment, her eyes lingering on Galloway. A handsome, charismatic character, with a chiseled jawline and muscles to match, he had all the knights, even the older ones, deferring to him. His leadership qualities were obvious to all. Maybe she was being too choosy. Shaking her head, she tore her eyes away from Galloway. Excuse me, Minister, I have to see to luncheon. Of course, Garendon lowered his voice. I will surely come to brief you on what was discussed in this council, my lady. You won't be entirely out of the loop. Thank you, Minister. Desimone walked out of the throne room, but not before taking one more look at Galloway and his cluster of knights.
Chapter 14.
The sun barely grazed the horizon. Its golden light shone through the breaks in the trees and dazzled Severin's eyes. Already it had darkened under the trees in the thicker parts of the forest. Severin's eyes darted about at his surroundings. Nighttime brought all sorts of wild animals who lurked in the brush, most notably wild boar, a vicious animal nevertheless protected by royal law. Only nobility were allowed to hunt and kill the animals roaming in the woods. Sevrin did not want to meet a boar in this forest. Something thrashed, like a tree crashing to the ground again and again. The lamb around Severin's shoulders bleated. Whatever's making this racket sounds big and close. Sevrin swallowed hard. Let's go, little one. Time to head home. The lamb bleated in approval. Sevrin took a step in the direction of home and away from the noise when, bah! Sevrin halted. Was that the call of a sheep? He paused to listen. Sure enough, he heard a quivering bleating, this one having a lower voice than his lamb. It was coming from the direction of the thrashing. Sevrin bit his lip, glancing towards home. I don't have to investigate, do I? I mean, I found you, little one, and it's getting dark. One sheep won't make a difference. He trailed off. One sheep did make a difference to Terrenhall. The way he cared for each sheep in his flock reminded Sevrin of a story he had once heard, about a shepherd who left 99 sheep behind to search for the one who was lost. If Sevrin had been the lost sheep, he'd want the shepherd to look for him. Oh, blast it all! Sevrin set down the lamb and tied it to a branch. Stay here. I'll be back. The lamb bleated its protest, but Sevrin slipped through the trees. As he neared a clearing at the middle of the woods, he sucked in a breath and dove behind a tree. Lying out in the clearing was a long, lithe dragon. Is it sleeping? Sevrin thought to himself, his breath coming in shallow pants. Couldn't be with all this racket it was making, unless it's having a nightmare? Do dragons have nightmares? Gathering his courage, Sevrin peeked into the clearing. The laying dragon was twice Severin's height. Should it have been standing, it would have towered over him. Its mossy green scales heaved with the creature's breath. 2 horns protruded from his head, and a set of frills set off where the ears would have been on a normal creature. After a few moments of stunned staring, Sevrin noticed something else. Its body was covered in, twisted up in, a fine net. The dragon was so twisted it could no longer move, its wings pinned to its body so it couldn't fly. Only its tail and one of its legs were free. The dragon pounded its tail on the ground wherein it thrashed, but the more it moved, the more tangled it got in the net. It's trapped! Sevrin ducked back behind the tree, placing a hand on his heart. Lucky me! Now where is the sheep bleated again. Peeking around the tree, Severin's eyes zeroed in on it. It stood next to the dragon's head, pulling and bleating for dear life. Just my luck! Sevrin threw his head back. With a deep breath, he stalked into the clearing. Instantly, the dragon's golden eyes locked onto him. It roared, or tried to. The net had twisted around its mouth and held it shut. The rumbling from its attempts rattled Severin's bones. Sevrin sidled toward the sheep, making sure to keep his eye on the dragon. Sweat prickled his skin and trickled down the back of his neck. Every muscle in his body tensed as he approached the sheep and the creature. I am so glad you are tied up, dragon. The dragon growled, its lips receding to its gums and revealing its sharp fangs. Sevrin turned to the sheep. Its neck had gotten caught in a rope somehow. With a quick flick, Sevrin pulled his knife from his belt and cut the sheep free. Let's go, little one. The sheep bleated and launched itself into the air. Wait! Sevrin caught his foot. Don't run! Don't you recognize me? Realization slapped Sevrin in the face. He turned to the place the sheep had been caught. The rope had been tied to a stake in the ground. The sheep wasn't Terrenhall's. It was bait. Sevrin let his eyes meet the dragon's. You got caught in someone's trap. The dragon snorted smoke through its nose. Sevrin scooted away from it. This is closer to a dragon than I'd ever want to be. I suppose I can tell everyone I met a dragon and live to tell about it. The dragon heaved its legs under itself and tried to stand. Its legs gave way and it collapsed. The force of its blow shook the earth, causing the leaves in the forest to sway. The fading sun glinted through the shifting leaves and shimmered off of something near its back leg. Something metallic. What's this? Sevrin inched closer to the leg to get a better look, but not too close. What he saw nearly caused his stomach to heave out the lunch he had eaten several hours ago. A tread trap had embedded itself into the dragon's free leg. Now Sevrin had seen this type of trap before, though he hated the sight of them. 2 wooden valves with animal bone points set in them would snap closed if an animal set foot on the tripboard on top. But he had never seen one like this. For one, it was massive. The dragon's leg was as thick as Sevrin's waist, but the trap's halves had nearly met each other. Very likely it was only the dragon's bone keeping it from cutting the dragon's leg clean off. For another, this one was made of metal, and the points were also metal. Blood oozed from the dragon's swollen leg and collected in a puddle underneath the trap. Sevrin could see red muscle and white bone in the wound. He clamped a hand over his mouth. "This is barbaric!" The dragon snorted. "I can't leave you to suffer in such a thing." Sevrin rubbed the back of his neck. "You're just a dumb animal after all." The dragon's eyes widened. It snarled and thrashed. "Easy, easy." Sevrin led the sheep he had rescued back to the lamb and tied it securely. That done, he approached the dragon again. "Let's get this thing off you." He peered closer at the leg. "What a nasty wound. I'll have to take care of it." Sevrin scanned the plants in the underbrush. Over the years, thanks to Master Knighton's willingness to share his wisdom, Sevrin had learned a little about herbalism. He knew which plants promoted good blood and healing and which would reduce pain. Sevrin wandered about the clearing, gathering up the plants and vines Knighton had told him about. He brought them back to the dragon and dumped them on the ground. Then he hauled a large rock next to them. "Let's see to this trap." Sevrin tried to pull it open, but its metal halves creaked in protest and refused to move. He climbed on top of it. With all his might, he pried it open. As before, the trap protested, but it slowly gave way to Sevrin's tenacity until he could use his legs to hold one side open and his arms to hold the other. As soon as it was able, the dragon lifted his leg out. "Great, you're free." Sevrin's voice trembled with the effort of holding the trap open. "But now I'm stuck." The dragon's tail lifted. It curled itself around Sevrin's waist and snatched him out of the trap. It slammed shut with a sickening clack. Sevrin froze, wondering if the dragon would dash him against the ground or throw him into a tree. Instead, it set Sevrin down in the grass. As soon as the dragon let him go, Sevrin darted behind a tree, heart racing. After a moment, he forced himself out into the open again. The dragon's golden eyes were fixed on him. "Sorry about that." Sevrin crept close to the dragon again. "You touching me was a bit of a shock, but I see you understand I'm trying to help you. Remember the feeling when I do this." With a deep breath, he walked to the rock he had placed by the dragon and crushed the herbs against it until it made a paste. "This is going to hurt," Sevrin said, scooping the paste in his hands. "Ooh, am I glad you're tied up." Sevrin took another bracing breath and slathered the paste into the dragon's wound. The dragon tried to roar, but the net around its mouth muffled it. Instead, it thrashed its tail and squirmed in the net. "Easy, boy, I'm done now." Sevrin removed his outer cloak and tied it around the dragon's leg as a bandage. "There." He pulled his knife from its belt. "You know, I should leave you here," he said, cutting the net from around the body. "You caused me a lot of trouble. Burned my fields, ate Terrenhall sheep, forced me to wander these woods all day. But how can I leave you to the mercy of a man who would devise such an awful thing?" As he spoke, he cut the last of the net from the dragon's body. All that was left was the head. "All right, I'll free your head now. Don't eat me." Sevrin slowly, and with shaky hands, reached toward the creature's head. With a quick flick, he slit the net, swung around and sprinted off, and dove behind a tree, where he stood covering his head with his arms. "Please don't eat me," he muttered. "Please don't." The dragon got to its feet and stretched its mouth. "Ah!" It sighed almost in relief. Then it turned its head in Severin's direction. "Human, I thank thee." Sevrin froze. Did he hear the dragon talk? He peeked out from behind the tree. "Human, are you deaf?" The dragon snorted. "I said I thank thee." Severin's legs gave way. He dropped to the ground, staring at the dragon with his mouth agape. The dragon had definitely talked to him. He saw its lips move. "I see you are stupider than I previously thought." The dragon turned his attention to the trap. He smashed it with his tail over and over until it was nothing but twisted metal. "Much better." He snorted a smoke-filled breath at it. "You're talking." Sevrin pointed a shaky finger at it. "I hear you talking to me." "Of course." The dragon placed a claw on his chest. I am a dragon. I didn't know dragons could talk. You humans are a self-centered sort. You are not the only creatures in the world blessed with speech. The dragon laughed. Don't you think it more likely a dragon is able to speak than a human is? No. The dragon pulled up straight. Never mind then. There are far more pressing issues for us to discuss. You have saved my life, young human. No doubt the human who set up this trap meant to kill me. I should say so with a trap like that. Sevrin trailed off. Oh no. His stomach clenched. How could I have been so stupid? This trap must belong to a nobleman. Who else could afford to craft iron into such a shape? I am going to get in so much trouble for this. Human. What am I going to do? Sevrin pulled off his coif and wrung it in his hands. I should have never gotten between a noble and his sport. Human. What if they confiscate my father's field? Or decide to pull and quarter me, or... The dragon thrust his face into Severin's. Would you pay attention? Sevrin froze. Foolish human. The dragon sat back on his haunches, being sure to keep his wounded leg out of the way. Now, the dragon's code dictates I am now indebted to you. Indebted? That's not necessary. Sevrin waved his hands. Simple thank you will suffice. You do not understand. I have to repay your kindness, the dragon said. My honor as a dragon is at stake. You don't have to do anything, although I'd appreciate it if you never let anyone know I was the one who freed you. Ever. Oh, and it would be nice if you left my neighbor's sheep alone. And don't burn any more of my field. Sevrin paused a moment. I suppose I do have quite a few requests. Those don't count. I need something worthy of you saving my life. So I will grant you a wish. A wish? Sevrin cocked his head. What do you mean? I will grant you whatever your heart desires. So come, tell me. The dragon settled itself as if Sevrin was about to tell it a story. What do you desire? Gold, power, a kingdom of your own? Whatever it is, you shall have it. Really? Sevrin furrowed his brows. Just like that? Just like that. But how? Can dragons do magic? Can dragons do magic? The dragon sputtered. Of course not. It paused a moment. Well, I suppose some can, as some humans do. I once saw a dragon cast a spell over another. I didn't like it much. All the chanting and all those symbols he drew on the ground. He shuddered. Made my cold blood run even colder. If you don't have magic, how will you grant my wish? The magic of gold, dear human. The dragon smiled a toothy grin. You'd be surprised what a little money can do. Now come, your wish. Sevrin let his eyes drift to the sky. My wish, my wish. As he considered the possibilities, a smirk slid onto his face. If the dragon seemed so confident, perhaps he would have a bit of sport with it. If I could have anything in the world, anything at all... Yes, go on. The dragon leaned in close. I would have Princess Desimone as my bride. Sevrin watched the dragon out of the corner of his eye. What would he do when he realized Sevrin had made an impossible wish? The dragon blinked. Sorry, but what is a Desimone? Severin's smirk faded. The joke went over the dragon's head. She's not a what, she's a who. A most wonderful person. You should see her, dragon. Her smile is like the rays of the sun bursting through the clouds. Her eyes are still pools of a green lake. Her grace and kindness to her people. The dragon held up a claw. Please spare me your human gushing. He gave a grunt of disgust. So she's a female human. Now, what is a bride? A bride? Sevrin tilted his head to the side. How can I explain it to you? It's a woman who's about to get married. Married. Ah, a mating ritual, yes? The dragon nodded. You wish for this Desimone to become your mate. Essentially. Sevrin gazed at the dragon, wondering if his jest hit home. I see. The dragon rubbed his chin. This might be tricky. Nope. It had gone right over his head. Never mind, dragon. It was only a jest. Not everything can be bought with gold, you know. Sevrin heaved a sigh. Still, it's fun to dream. The dragon snorted through his nose. Then what do you want? I'm not sure. Sevrin tapped his chin. Give me some time to think about it. Think about it? You want to think about it? The dragon got to his feet to pace. A mighty dragon comes to you telling you he'll give you anything you desire, and you want to think about it?
I want to make a good choice. It's a wonder humans survive so long. The dragon shook his head. Excuse me if I don't stick around while you think. I have other things to do. It spread its wings and pumped them to take off. I will return to repay my debt, human. It called to him and took off toward the mountains. Sevrin watched it go. I don't think I've ever experienced anything so strange in my entire life. Shielding his eyes, he watched the dragon disappear into the gathering gloom. Don't think I'll ever see it again. One human can't mean much to a mighty dragon. It'll forget about its so-called debt soon. He returned to the tree where he had tied the sheep. At least I found 2 sheep. I don't suppose whoever left the one as bait wants it back so terribly. Maybe Terranhall will know what to do with it. He untied them. Come along, you two. With a bleat, the foreign sheep followed along after Sevrin, along with the lamb. Perhaps it sensed it was safer with Sevrin than without him. Indeed, Sevrin rushed through the woods as quickly as he could. Once night fell, 2 sheep and a human would become too tempting a meal for wild animals to ignore, dragons in the area or not. Chapter 15.
The heart of even the most stalwart of men quivered in fear when faced with the Darkon woods at night. A long-standing rumor, which is why King James had not yet laid claim to these lands as part of his kingdom, held that this place was a haunt for dragons and monsters, all lusting after human flesh. But Galloway was no mere man. He was a knight, preparing to become a knight of knights. No wood held fair for him. This forest is bountiful and pleasurable, he smirked to himself as he waltzed through the brush, skirting trees and listening to the call of night beasts resounding through the darkened shadows. I will lay claim to it as soon as I take the princess as mine. 'Twill be my personal hunting ground. If there are monsters lurking in its depths, well, more's the better. He rubbed his hands together in anticipation. But before he could lay claim to these lands, he had a task to accomplish. That afternoon, Galloway's squire had informed him his trap had sprung. Fortuitous timing, since the princess had forced him to reveal his plans for capturing the dragon should the trap fail, which meant all the knights had the dragon's gold shining in their eyes. Surely when they noticed Sir Galloway laying claim to the dragon's carcass for himself, they would ask questions and demand some of what was rightfully his. Not to mention he would have to share the glory of the kill. Oh, curse Desimone and her quick mind! This was why women should be silent in council, if they were allowed to sit in council at all. Still, it all worked out. The trap had been sprung, and the dragon was as good as his. Once he had the tools to become essentially invincible, his true quest for glory would start. Galloway smirked and raised his torch into the air. This would be the easiest battle he would ever have to fight. My lord, forgive me. Galloway's squire tottered beside him, hands trembling as he gripped Galloway's spear. Are you sure you won't wear your armor? You will be facing a dragon. A small one, to be sure, but man's armor cannot hope to stand long against a dragon, Corlin. Galloway didn't slow his stride as he spoke. Should I face the beast out in the open, I would undoubtedly have to wear it. But for this endeavor, I must have all my dexterity. The armor confines me. Corlin gave a small whimper. Galloway gave him a smile. Poor lad. He'd become Galloway's squire a year ago, and had not yet toughened his mettle. Fear not, lad. By now the dragon would have worn himself out trying to escape. All I have to do is finish the deed. What a deed it will be, sir. Corlin, encouraged by Galloway's bravery, looked up at him. Surely this will prove to all how worthy you are of the princess. That is a plan. Galloway pushed through the brambles, separating him from the clearing where he had laid his trap. He froze. The clearing was completely empty. Corlin stepped up beside Galloway. What happened to the dragon? I saw it here myself. Clenching his teeth so hard his jaw popped, Galloway strode into the clearing, eyes scanning the scene. The grass had been trampled where the dragon had lain, and dried blood had stained the grass, but there was no sign of the creature. Even the sheep he had used for bait had vanished. All that was left were the remains of the net and the battered piece of metal which used to be the trap. Impossible, Galloway said, his voice low and dangerous. He stooped to pick up and examine the net. Look, Corlin, cut, as with a knife. The beast was more dexterous than I had deemed. Confound the blasted creature! It will not escape me! Galloway hurled the remains of the net on the ground. Woe to the dragon when I get my hands on it! It will rue the day of his hatching! After giving the trap a savage kick, He spat on the ground where the dragon had lain and turned on his heel. Corlin trotted beside him. Galloway marched all the way back through the woods towards the city. He almost wished some wild animal would attack him at this moment. He'd rip it apart before it could muster a howl. Anything to relieve the intense anger coursing through his veins.
Chapter 16.
The only thing keeping the gloom at bay in Sevrin's house was a lamp of tallow with a wick stuck in it. Without it, the house would have been as dark inside as it was outside. Sevrin hunched over his plate of bread and cheese and munched his food in silence. His father and the shepherds had yet to return, but the young shepherds who had been left behind praised Sevrin for the return of the lamb, the 2 other sheep he had found on the way home, and the sheep he had rescued from the dragon trap. Not that he told them how the sheep came to be rescued. He couldn't imagine what a mob of shepherds would do to him if they discovered he had freed the same creature which had wreaked havoc on their livelihood. At the very least, they'd beat him to a bloody pulp, then thrust what was left of him into a madhouse. Only an insane man would save a dragon. Yet, Sevrin took a bite of his food as he mulled the experience over. The dragon didn't seem hostile. It was a beast frightened for its life. It was even grateful, offering Sevrin a wish. He chuckled to himself. The princess as his bride. What an insane fantasy. Maybe he did belong in a madhouse for holding on to such a dream. No, if the dragon truly intended to repay him for saving it, Sevrin would have to ask for something more practical, like grain to replenish their lost harvest. Someone is deep in thought tonight. Mariella leaned forward as she ate her supper. What's on your mind, Sevrin? It's nothing, Mum, Sevrin said, rousing himself back to reality. Just thinking about what happened this morning. You did have quite the exciting day. Mariella leaned her cheek on her hand. Imagine, a dragon has settled in our lands. I never thought it would happen. Did you see any sign of him out there? Sevrin fell silent, his head nodding slightly. The dragon's offer filled his mind. It really has settled in among us. Mariella turned her gaze out of the window. I hope the knights don't kill him. They are magnificent creatures. Mum, can I ask you something? You can ask me anything, darling. If you could have a wish, anything you wanted, no matter what it was, what would you wish for? A difficult question. I have everything I want. Mariella trailed off as her gaze turned to the ceiling. Her smile faded. I know what I'd want. I'd wish to see my very best friend again. She let her eyes drop to the table. I had to leave her behind a long time ago. I want to know she's safe. Sevrin let his eyes drop also. He hadn't meant to make his mother sad. After a moment, her smile returned. What about you, Sevrin? What would you wish for? Sevrin felt his cheeks flare. Promise you won't laugh? I'd never laugh at your wishes, Sevrin. Sevrin averted his eyes, glad the dim light obscured her view of his reddening face. I'd want a chance to marry the girl I fancy. Sevrin! Mariella's face lit up. Don't tell me a young lady has caught your eye. Sevrin sort of shrugged and nodded at the same time. You should have said something. Who is she? Sevrin scratched his cheek. A girl I've seen every once in a while. She's wonderful though, Mum. Mariella smiled in her knowing way. There's no reason why your wish shouldn't come true. I shall have your father arrange it so you can court her. I can't court her. Why not? I'm a farmer, and she's in a much higher class than we are. Sevrin sighed. We don't have the means. You don't need money or social standing to court someone, Sevrin. Your father caught me, and he was poorer then than we are now. You're both farmers, Mum. Sevrin stood to clear his plate. There's a big difference between courting her and courting you. I don't think there is. The two fell into silence for a moment before Sevrin glanced over his shoulder at her. How did father court you, Mum? What made you choose him? His kindness. Mariella rested her cheek on her hands. When I was young, I was traveling the countryside when winter snuck up on me. You know I have weak blood. I fell ill in the woods. I couldn't move and well-nigh froze to death. Your father found me and took me into his home, this very same house. She gestured at the cottage. He worked himself to the bone, keeping up with all the farm work while nursing me back to health. I'll never forget how he used to bundle himself up and venture out into a raging blizzard, braving the cold to get my medicine from Master Knighton. all the while putting himself deeply in debt in the process. He was a perfect gentleman the entire time. Even when I was able to help around the house, he never once tried to take advantage of me. When spring came, I realized if I left, he'd have no one to take care of him. No mother, no sister, no one. I also realized I never wanted to leave his side. So we got married. Really? Mariella nodded. So you see, social standing and money are all good in their own right, but there's some other things that are worth more in the world. Integrity and character, for instance. Two traits your father has in spades. The door swung open with a creak, and Timuron stepped inside the house. I'm back. Darling! Marielle went over to give him a kiss and take his outer cloak. Welcome back, father. Sevrin took his seat again. Did you find the sheep? A vast majority. Timuron plopped in his seat at the table. You won't believe it. They were all gathered in the center of the valley, surrounded by logs like a corral. I don't know how they got in there. We managed to drive them back to Terranhal's land. Luckily, we saw no sign of the dragon. As a matter of fact, if I hadn't seen the dragon with my own 2 eyes this morning, I would have thought the story was a hoax dreamed up by sheep rustlers. Terranhal's still missing a sheep or 2, so I may ask you to help him tomorrow, Sevrin. You know how he is when it comes to his sheep. He'll want to find every last one. I may have already found them, father. 3 of them were wandering around in the woods, and I discovered an extra one that didn't belong to him. Well done, son. Timuron slapped Severin's back. Terranhal will be pleased when he hears. So, what were you 2 talking about so earnestly when I walked in? I was telling Sevrin about how you courted me. Mariella set a plate of food in front of him. I never courted you, Mariella. Timuron stuffed some bread in his mouth. Yes, you did, but you didn't realize it at the time. Mariella slipped her arms around his neck. That winter was the most precious time of my life. She kissed his neck. Timuron grunted, a smile tugging at his lips. Sevrin couldn't help but smile at them. They were more in love than most nobles he'd seen. Why were you telling him that story? Timuron asked. Sevrin has found a young lady he wishes to court, Mariella said, taking her seat. Ah, Mom. Sevrin rolled his eyes. I told you, we don't have the means to... And I told you, riches mean nothing to the right girl. It's true, Timuron caressed Mariella's cheek. Money may buy a fancy home, clothes, and all the food you can eat, but it can never buy the respect of a woman who loves you. Oh, my love, Mariella nuzzled Timuron's beard. You should start by talking to her, Sevrin. Find out what sort of person she is. You never know where a conversation will go. Sevrin nodded, but lowered his eyes to the table. Sure, talking to her was good advice, but how could he when he never saw her? Or worse, when he blathered like an idiot whenever he did. Chapter 17. Tescophanes, or Tesco as he liked to be called, was a dragon who loved to read. He had long held the belief that every problem could be solved by delving into a good book. So, to get the human who saved his life what he desired, he took to his books to research how one went about obtaining a princess. Never mind the human's insistence his wish was just a jest or fantasy. Tesco saw the gleam in his eye when he spoke of his princess. Like drakes during mating season, Tesco snorted through his nose. They get one whiff of an unbounded dragoness's pheromones, and they're at each other's throats. Worse is if they have a mate. They can't stop gushing about her once mating season come around. He shuddered. Tesco, though the dragon version of a young adult, had not yet matured enough to start looking for a mate. If the older dragons were to be believed, in a year or 2 he'd suddenly find he couldn't live without one. He was not looking forward to losing his mind over a dragoness. But this problem with the human and his princess did arouse his curiosity. How did a human go about attracting a mate? And did it have any parallels to how drakes did? Perhaps when it was time for Tesco to find a mate, he could use the information he gathered to his advantage. So it was that Tesco delved into every book he had on humans under the pretense of learning how to get a princess for his human. As time went on, he found his research unfruitful. Snorting again, he shut the book he was reading and glanced around his cave. He had moved in a few months ago, and if it hadn't been for this incident with the sheep, the humans may not have known he was ever there. In any case, he hadn't been living there long enough to arrange everything according to his liking. His gold, all male dragons hoard gold, had been set up in piles. Eventually he stacked them up into walls to separate his cave into rooms. The more gold he obtained, the more splendid his home would be. As of now, though, he only had enough to separate his reading room from his bedroom, and his reading room housed all sorts of books. He had most of them stacked in rows, but about 20 or so, the ones he had on humans, lay scattered about him. He reclined amongst them, wounded leg outstretched. Humans are barbaric. With a grunt which caused smoke to seep out of his nostrils, Tesco shoved the book he had shut away from him. Why do they insist on giving their daughters to strangers in exchange for such uncivilized deeds? Killing giants, defeating armies, he shuddered. Slaying dragons. Still, I shouldn't judge them. Perhaps I misunderstand their culture as they misunderstand ours. After all, they actually believe dragons want to eat them. At least according to this. He nudged a book he had picked up some time before he left his parents' nest. How to Slay a Dragon. Facts about dragons and how to subdue them. The title had intrigued him as a youngster, and he found himself fascinated with learning how humans viewed dragons. According to the book, humans believed dragons demanded human virgin girls as sacrifices. Oh, the ignorance of the human race! Tesco roared in laughter as he did every time he read the passage. They're so simple! He paused for a moment. All except for that human of mine. He seems rather intelligent. He allowed his thoughts to settle on the human for a moment before shaking his head. All of this musing isn't helping me get a princess for... Tesco turned his eyes to the book again. At its core, it was a discussion of dragon behavior from a human's point of view, with the end goal of how to defeat a dragon. Most of it was rubbish, but there was a section advising knights on how best to slay a dragon in order to reap the best rewards. A reward, such as the hand of a princess? Tesco turned his attention back to his books as a plan slithered into his mind. A smile crossed his scaly lips. Perhaps my research hasn't been in vain after all.
Chapter 18.
A finer morning had never dawned on Lauphah. One look out of the door of her house in the middle of the city, and Daisy decided to set up her sewing at the door of her home. Not only would she be able to enjoy the breeze blowing through the hot city streets and be able to take better advantage of the sun's light, but it was an opportunity to display her latest creation to rich passers-by. Choosing a silk fabric she had been working on embroidering, she set herself under the shade of her merchant stall, set up outside of her home, and set to work. By mid-morning, Daisy had already had 2 offers for bolts of fabric. As she sewed, she turned in her mind a schedule for weaving and completing a second bolt. It would be a most lucrative month indeed. A shadow fell over her work and quickly zipped by. Puzzled, Daisy gazed up at the sky. A few passing clouds drifted by the sun, but nothing which should block out the light so deeply. Perhaps it had been a large bird? Resting her work on her chair, she walked out into the street to scan the sky. Ah, yes, there it was. A large silhouetted figure danced across the sky, and it was getting closer. What news, Daisy? Leslie, a fellow weaver, joined Daisy while balancing a basket full of thread and yarn on her head. What are you gawking at? There's something in the sky there. Daisy pointed. Leslie stood beside Daisy and squinted in the sunlight. I see. It's the largest bird I've ever seen. Not a bird, methinks. Daisy shutted her eyes as more passers-by stopped to stare at the spectacle. Rather a long tail to be a bird. Looks more like a... She broke off as realization struck her mind. She had heard rumor of a dragon rampaging through the fields outside the city walls. Now, as she watched the creature approach, she made out its long, lithe body and large bat wings. Dragon! Daisy screeched at the top of her lungs. She grabbed Leslie's arms and dove to the ground as the dragon claws grazed the air where their heads had been. It roared, tail slamming against the walls of the building. Wood crashed and splintered and fell onto Daisy. The crowd screamed in horror as the dragon wheeled around. Get inside! Daisy darted to her home, dragging Leslie with her. She snatched her silk garment off the chair as she went. Peter, get your sword! She called to her husband, who was weaving inside their home. The dragon landed in the street and roared. A stream of fire exploded from its mouth and set an abandoned building on fire. Its tail swept Daisy's merchant stall, as well as the others on this side of the street, smashing them to bits. Oh! Daisy felt her heart shatter as her stall did. Oh no! The boy! Leslie pointed. One of the city children, all of 2 years old, had been lost in the shuffle of everyone trying to escape. He stared up at the sky, eyes wide, frozen to the spot as the dragon wheeled for another go. Without a word, Daisy rushed to the boy and covered him with her body. She wouldn't allow the foul dragon to lay a finger on one of her own people, not while she drew breath. Shutting her eyes, she waited for the dragon's breath to sear her skin. Back! Back, you foul beast! Peter, sword in hand, rushed out of the house and stood between Daisy and the rampaging dragon. Daisy opened her eyes to see him brandish his sword. The dragon hesitated. Pulling up sharply, it knocked his head on an overhang propped up by wooden beams. The entire thing crashed onto his head. How embarrassing! The dragon reached up to touch his head where the wood struck it. I'll have to be more careful. Daisy's mouth dropped open. Did the dragon roar words? No, it couldn't be. It must be the fright which had so addled her brain. During the distraction, Peter shuffled Daisy and the boy under the cover of their smashed merchant hall. From their hiding place, they watched the dragon continue his rampage, smashing buildings and snapping at anyone it met. Once the entire street had been reduced to rubble, it took to the air, roared, and wheeled into the sky. The noise of its destruction faded with it. Peter looked down at her. You okay, woman? Took you long enough to get out here. Daisy climbed to her feet. Peter snorted through his nose. With a grunt, he pulled her into a rough hug. Daisy let herself relax in his embrace. When he released her, she stooped to examine the boy she had saved. He looked up at her and started to cry. David! Came a voice calling through the streets. David! A woman stepped into the open. Mama! The boy rushed to the woman. David! She scooped him off the ground. Daisy! She approached with her son in her hands. You saved his life. Thank you. Thank you? Daisy suddenly pulled up. No time for thanks. A dragon attacked the city. I've got to tell everyone. Peter, put out the fire. She motioned to the abandoned building before rushing down the street to tell everyone what she had witnessed. By the end of the day, the entire city was buzzing with the news of the dragon attack on Merchant Street, and in a tizzy discussing which part of the city would be next. It wasn't until evening, as she and Peter repaired their stall, that it had dawned on her. With all the buildings and people around, why had the dragon only burned down one abandoned structure? Looking back, she noted it didn't even try to eat the boy, and no one had been seriously injured. Even the building had suffered only minor damage. For a dragon rampage, it was a poor one. It almost seemed as if the dragon went out of its way to avoid harming anyone. But how could that be? Dragons were mindless beasts bent on destructions, weren't they? It should have been indiscriminate on how it attacked the city. Yet the evidence said otherwise. This was a calculated attack. But why? No matter how she turned it in her mind, she could not come up with a plausible explanation.
Chapter 19.
Fool of a dragon! Sevrin growled as he wandered his field. The blackened stalks of barley he and his father had not yet cleared crackled when he passed them and crumbled when he touched them. Not even the birds will pick off what's left. I knew I shouldn't have saved it. He kicked one of the stalks, watching it explode in a black cloud of ash. It's destroying the city! I thought Mrs. Daisy had to be mistaken when she told me her tale, but now it's attacked Taylor Street and Smith Row. Over and over, day after day. At this rate, the princess is sure to dispatch knights to slay the thing. Sevrin clutched his hair. I can't let the dragon die, not after I saved it. But it's destroying everything. This is my fault. It's all my fault. I should have left it in the trap. Even as he said those words, Sevrin knew he didn't mean them. No creature, no matter how foul or duplicitous, deserved to die in such a trap. Maybe it's not the same dragon. The one I saved seems so intelligent. It's been weeks since I saw it last. Why would it start attacking after so long? A rustle in the trees caught Severin's attention. Grabbing his sickle, he swung around to the noise. While his farm's placement on the edge of the forest provided a perfect opportunity for slacking off and searching for plants, it also brought wild animals into close proximity. Psst! Came a voice, a large gravelly one, hardly a whisper. Sevrin knew the voice. It can't be. Psst! Two eyes appeared around the tree trunks underneath the canopy. Human, over here! A scaly hand beckoned to him. Sevrin gripped his sickle and strode toward the woods. If it was the dragon who had been destroying the city... The dragon stood amongst the trees, grinning as Sevrin approached. Hello again, human. Please tell me you're not the same dragon who has been ravaging the city. Sevrin gripped the sickle so hard it shook in his hands. So you did notice. Brilliant, isn't it? The dragon placed a claw on its chest. Fine work, I think. I would have started sooner, but I had to wait for my leg to heal. It turned its leg out for Sevrin to see. The wound had healed, but there was a ring of pink flesh where there should have been green scales. My scales will take a while to grow back, but your dressing worked wonders. He held Severin's cloak out. Sevrin glared at the cloak. I didn't save you so you could start hurting people, dragon. What kind of dragon do you think I am? It's a little mayhem. I'm not harming anyone. It shook the cloak at Sevrin. Don't you want this? A little mayhem? Not harming anyone? Sevrin snatched the cloak. You're destroying our city. You damaged Miss Daisy's stall as well as the other merchants there. You're devastating the buildings. That harms people, dragon. Why don't you... Sevrin? His father's voice cut through the air. Sevrin, son? It's my father. Sevrin waved his hands. You have to leave. If anyone finds out I was the one who rescued you... Say no more. The dragon walked into the forest. What are you doing? Fly! So everyone can see me take off? The dragon scowled over its shoulder. You have no brains at all, do you? Sevrin watched it lumber through the trees. Sevrin? Its father put a hand on Severin's shoulder. Yeah! Sevrin swung around. Father, yes! Tiburon narrowed his eyes as he examined Sevrin. Are you all right? Sevrin glanced at the woods. The dragon had disappeared. Yes, father, I'm fine. His father peered into the woods. Is there a wild animal in there? There are always wild animals in the woods, father. Sevrin forced a laugh. I suppose. Tiburon stole another look at Sevrin, but shook his head. Son, I need you to help us rebuild the enclosure for Terrenhall sheep. If they continue to roam in the open fields, the dragon will return to us. It's turned its attention to the city for a moment, but it's only a matter of time until it will try for mutton again. Severin's stomach turned. None of this would be a concern if it wasn't for him. Father, about the dragon, Never mind, Sevrin. Tiburon smiled, making the corner of his eyes wrinkle. I know you would have done something if you could have. Let's leave this problem for the noblemen, eh? Make them earn their keep for once. Sevrin nodded, though his insides churned. I'll gather my tools and come presently. We need to hurry. Tiburon turned to the city, with the castle spires visible from all the way out here. The princess has announced a meeting with the knights. She wants as many people as possible to attend. Even us peasants? Especially us peasants, if your mother's reading of the proclamation is correct. The princess wants to hear our experiences with the dragon. Perhaps it will help her figure out what to do. Timon stopped to gaze at the spires. Whatever the case, we need the knights to act. It's time for them to show their mettle. You said they did nothing but swing their swords all day. Sevrin smirked at him. Change your mind about nobles? Tiburon fell silent for a long while. No, he said finally, but I have changed my mind about her. Never has a royal shown so much concern over the lowest of her people. She's inviting us into her home to ask our advice on how she can help us. I can respect such a princess. Yeah, Sevrin looked down as his cheeks colored. She's wonderful. There's only a limited amount of room inside the castle. We'll have to get there as soon as possible, so let's get Terrenhall's enclosure built, yeah? Tiburon clapped Severin's back before heading into the house. Then maybe we can finish clearing the field, he muttered as he walked off among the barley stalks, sighing at the wreckage. Sevrin clutched the front of his tunic as he watched his father retreat. None of this would be happening if not for him. What an interesting human. The dragon reappeared beside Sevrin once Tiburon was out of sight. Sevrin jumped out of his skin, but the dragon continued on. He has not yet finished dealing with his own property, yet he helps his neighbor sort out his. I can't decide if he's foolish or kind. Sevrin stared at the dragon. Where did you come from? It's my scales. The dragon held up its claw to the trees. It seemed to disappear, but as Sevrin squinted, he could make out its outline. Do you think I'm calling this fetching shade of mossy green for nothing? Well, I'll be. Sevrin scratched his head. Maybe dragons are a bit magical after all. The magic of camouflage, perhaps. Nevertheless, we must discuss my plan. Plan? What plan? What are you talking about, dragon? Why are you causing me so much trouble? It's no trouble. It's all a part of my scheme to give you your princess. Give me the princess. Sevrin stared at the dragon for a moment, searching his mind. I haven't the remotest idea of what you're talking about. Don't you remember? The dragon clasped his claws together. The one thing I desire is the beautiful Princess Desimone, it said in a high voice, batting its eyes as it spoke. You then proceeded to gush about her in the most disgusting manner. Sevrin stared at the dragon, a smile tugging at its lips. Was that supposed to be me? Good impression, right? No. Sevrin shook his head. Look, dragon, I I told you it was a jest. You can't get me the princess. That's not how it works. But I've researched it. I now know all about human culture and have devised an absolutely brilliant plan. The dragon thrust his face into Severin's. You must hear it. Sevrin rolled his eyes. You're not going to stop until I listen to you, are you? Nope. Fine. What's your plan? Wonderful. The dragon danced on his tiptoes a bit. You'll be so pleased. I doubt it. First, I cause a little mayhem across the city, forcing your king to dispatch his knights with the promise that whoever defeats me will win the princess's hand. Once he does, you come, slay me, and the princess is yours. Simple. Meanwhile, I'll fade into the distance where no one in your city will ever see me again. The dragon sighed. A shame, really. I liked this land. Oh boy. Sevrin rubbed the bridge of his nose. There's so much wrong with your plan, I don't know where to begin. There's nothing wrong with it. First of all, the king is not going to offer his daughter's hand. Oh, but he will. The dragon motioned to the mountain where Sevrin presumed his lair lay. I have dozens of books to corroborate my story. Would you like to borrow them? Oh, but can you read? I can read, but King James loves his daughter too much to give her away to anyone. It's a source of contention in our kingdom, actually. She won't choose a suitor, and he won't force her. People are afraid she won't get married. Let's agree to disagree. The dragon sniffed. He may change his tune when his daughter is in danger. She's not, of course. She'll be perfectly safe throughout this whole endeavor, but... He shrugged. Sevrin rolled his eyes. Secondly, what happens if one of those knights kill you? The dragon waved his paw. I'm a dragon. Humans can't hurt me. Tell it to your leg. That's different. The dragon tucked his leg behind him. A cowardly trap is one thing, but those dinky swords you all use are no match for my scales. Sevrin sighed in exasperation. Third, your plan is founded on a pack of lies and I won't be a part of it. What's a little deception compared with winning the princess you dream about? Everything! Sevrin wagged his finger at the dragon. Because that's the fourth thing. I'm not trying to win the princess like she's some sort of prize. I couldn't live with myself knowing I'm the one who caused her all this trouble. Do you think I want her to be so anguished just so I can have her? How selfish do you think I am? Well, If she ever found out about this, Ruth, she'd be disgusted in me. Heck, I'm disgusted with me for letting you drag me into it. But I'm sure it will work, the dragon said. She won't find out if you don't tell her. You are insufferable. Sevrin inhaled through his nose. Let me ask you something, dragon. Would you ever treat a dragoness this way, lying and deceiving her, causing her distress to get what you wanted? The dragon stiffened. Its golden eyes shifted at their surroundings as he pondered the question. I do see your point. But how am I supposed to repay my debt to you? You saved my life, human. I have to do more than leave you alone. My dragonly honor depends on it. I've given it some thought, actually. Sevrin smiled at the dragon. You're a big dragon, so you can go into the forest and fly over the countryside to gather food so we can preserve it for winter. Food, that's it? Preferably grain, Sevrin nodded to himself. Grain keeps the best. I know it grows wild sometimes in the meadow. Gathering food is too easy. Maybe, but after our fields have been so damaged, we'll need the extra grain to make it through the winter. You do this and you'll be saving our lives. We'll be even. I suppose. Still... The dragon looked at Sevrin askance. Sure there's nothing I can do to get you your princess? No, dragon. Sevrin sighed. She'd have to choose me of her own accord, and why would she ever consider a farmer? The dragon cocked his head. You seem like a good human to me. Maybe she needs to get to know you. That's what Mom says. Sevrin leaned on one of the tree trunks. She says I need to talk to her, but how? I only see her once a year and then only for a few minutes. The dragon lay down under the trees. The human life doesn't seem fair. It's not, but what can you do? Sevrin stood to his feet. I've been out here too long. I must do what Father asked of me. Perhaps he'll take me to the castle with him once I'm finished. I can't marry her, but that doesn't mean I can't admire the princess from afar. You promise to stop the mayhem? Yes, no more, I promise. The dragon made a face. I'll get you your grain. Thanks. Sevrin spun around, whistling as he made his way back to the house. There was one problem off his mind. Two, actually, if the dragon would stop attacking the city. He only hoped it was trustworthy enough to keep its word.
Chapter 20.
Princess Desimone sat erect on her mother's throne, hands resting on the armrests with a slight smile on her face. She concentrated to exude an air of calm grace over the crowd assembled in her throne room. Strict instructions had been given to her knights, who now stood to the left and right of her. They must show themselves courageous in front of her people. If she was to keep everyone from panicking, she had to show them she and her knights and nobles feared nothing, no dragon, no attack. For if the leader of the people had everything under control, the people would remain hopeful all would be well. She pressed her lips together as dozens, perhaps hundreds of people crowded into the throne room. To be honest, she hadn't expected so many to show up. Merchants were crammed in with shepherds who rubbed shoulders with some of the lesser noblemen. Perhaps she should have asked them to meet in the great hall instead. Oh well, what was done is done. Is this all of you? Desimone stood to her feet as the crowd seemed to stop pushing in. Right. Thank you for coming today. Her clear voice rang off the stone walls, slicing through the murmuring crowd. They quieted and turned their attention to her. I and my knights have invited you here for the purpose of discussing what is to be done about the dragon plaguing our... We know what is to be done, Sir Galloway sniffed. We must slay it, rid our lands of the menace. Desimone clenched her teeth, but otherwise did not show her temper at being so rudely interrupted. Yes, Sir Galloway. However, I wish to hear of my people's experiences with this dragon, learn of his possible patterns, hear of the damage so we can mitigate it. Ha! Galloway snorted. Princess, this isn't the time for talking. It is a time for action. I agree, Your Highness, Sir Aaron said, and the other knights murmured their assent. Galloway thrust his nose in the air. The longer we sit here discussing, Your Highness, the more damage the dragon is doing. Sir Galloway, Desimone spoke sternly without raising her voice. I do not wish to hear your counsel unless I specifically ask for it. Princess, I shall have you remember, Sir Galloway. Desimone narrowed her eyes at him. Several weeks ago, I tasked you and the rest of the knights with devising a plan to handle the dragon should your trap fail, which it did. What has been done since? Nothing. You chased me out of said discussion as if I were a nuisance. Should I now put my trust in you after your inaction brought us here? I wished for the dragon to be taken care of before it caused trouble for my people. You assured me, Sir Knight, I and my people were safe in your hands. Now where are we? You and the rest of the knights reneged on your responsibility to protect me and my people. So no, I shall not defer to your will this time, and you will be silent unless I specifically ask for your expertise on this matter. Am I understood? Sir Galloway clamped his mouth shut. Clenching his teeth, he nodded. Right. Desimone took a deep breath and turned to survey her people. Dear people of Lauphah, I must apologize for my inadequate leadership and my knight's ineptitude in this matter. I assure you it will not happen again. Now, I should like to hear from you. Who has a story to tell of this dragon's behavior? Anything at all will help us devise a stratagem against it. The crowd glanced at one another, murmuring to each other. Minute after minute passed. No one stepped forward. Perhaps they were nervous to speak in front of her and the knights. Nobles had been known to rudely, sometimes violently, disregard those of lower rank in the past, after all. Sir Galloway gave a grunt and bit back a smile. Desimone bit her bottom lip. If no one stepped up to speak, it would prove this meeting was a mistake. The knights would never take her seriously again. Excuse me. A young man in the middle of the crowd raised his hand. May I speak? Yes, of course. Desimone gave a small sigh of relief. At least someone was willing to step forward. Please, everyone, allow him through. Desimone watched as the crowd shifted to allow this young man to approach her. When he finally pushed through to the front, she paused a moment. It was a peasant with brown hair matted down by dirt. He had his coif in his hands and a shy smile on his face, but he looked so familiar. She shook her head. Now wasn't the time to muse. Thank you for stepping forward, my good man. She sat in her throne. Please state your name and occupation and tell your story. Thank you, Your Highness. He bowed stiffly as if uncertain how. He swallowed hard. I am Sevrin, son of Timrone. He motioned back to a stocky man with an impressive beard who had pushed through the crowd behind him. I am a farmer, and the dragon first attacked our fields. It came through one morning and burned it down. Burned your field? Desimone rested a finger on her lips. To what end, I wonder? Garendon, can you think of any reason the dragon would want to do this? Garendon shook his head. No, my lady. Sir Galloway? Desimone turned to him. Other than it is an evil creature bent on destruction? Sir Galloway said. Your Highness, Sevrin said. If I may, we believe the dragon burned our fields because it was herding our neighbor's sheep away. It was probably hungry. Hungry, you say? Desimone paused to process this. It does make sense. Now that we know what the dragon eats, perhaps we can use some sheep as a bait to lure it. I already knew that, Your Highness, Galloway sniffed. It's what I used to lure it into my trap. Then perhaps we can lure it into an ambush. Your Highness, Sevrin spoke up again. Forgive me for interrupting. Proceed. Do we have to slay the dragon? The crowd erupted in murmurs. Desimone narrowed her eyes. Explain yourself. It's a creature with wants and desires like us, Sevrin said, playing with his coif. It's not right to hunt it down like this. Desimone lifted her chin. The creature is destroying our city, and we trapped it in a most barbaric manner. Sevrin shook his head. We shouldn't seek to destroy it because it's in our way. You do make a point. Desimone set her finger on her lip as she pondered this point of view. After a moment, she looked up. I'm sorry, Sevrin, was it? Yes, Your Highness. I understand your sentiments, Sevrin, but I find it morally reprehensible to allow any creature to harm my people when something can be done about it. Desimone rested her hand on her lap. However, should you come up with a plan, a viable plan, mind you, to capture the creature or chase it off before the knights manage to slay it, you may come see me again. I'll be more than happy to listen. Your Highness! Sir Galloway swung around to face her. Are you granting this dirty peasant an audience to come see you at any moment in the future? I am, Sir Galloway. Desimone glared at him. What of it? At least he's trying to devise a way to solve this problem. Sir Galloway clenched his teeth. I deem I am neither wanted nor needed in this council. Therefore, I shall depart. Do as you wish. Desimone turned back to the crowd. Thank you, Sevrin. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? This time several people raised their hands, stepping forward to tell their tale at once. Desimone was so busy organizing and listening to them, she didn't notice when Galloway slunk out.
Chapter 21.
That infernal princess! Galloway shouted as soon as he walked into the hallway. My lord? Corlin scrambled out after him. Perhaps you shouldn't shout. How dare she humiliate me in front of everyone? Galloway pulled on his hair. Oh, the disgrace of being so dressed down by your future bride. The shame of it will follow me for all my days. Ah, so you're not the only one who felt slighted by the princess's speech. Sir Galloway swung around. Sir Aaron strode towards him, hands behind his back. What's worse than the down-dressing, Sir Aaron continued, was the realization she was right. True. Galloway crossed his arms. We must find a way to restore our honor. I am pleased to hear your sentiments, my lord. Aaron stepped closer to him. I know 3 other knights who feel the same. We couldn't leave the princess's meeting at once, so they sent me to speak with you. Sir Galloway, I believe the only way to rid our good names of the shame heaped upon us is to ride forth and slay the dragon on a princess's behalf at once. Will you lead us in this endeavor? Galloway blinked as he studied Sir Aaron, his mind churning on this new development. A smile crossed his lips. Aye, Sir Aaron, I shall. We 4 shall ride forth into glory on the morrow. We shall slay the dragon, take all its spoils. I shall prove my worth to the princess. You have already proven your worth to us knights, good Sir Galloway. Sir Aaron bowed. I'm sure the princess will agree once you present its head to her. Let us not tell the princess of our plans, Sir Galloway said. We shall surprise her with our prowess. Agreed. Sir Aaron turned back to the throne room. I shall return to the princess's side. Till tomorrow, Sir Galloway. I shall prepare all on your behalf. Sir Galloway gave a bow. He watched as Sir Aaron walked back into the throne room. You surprised me, Sir Galloway, Corlin said once they were alone in the hallway again. Oh? Galloway swung around to head to his chambers. How so? I thought for certain you would order us to ride forth against the dragon ourselves. Corlin smirked at him. It didn't seem likely you would be willing to share the dragon's spoils with everyone. I won't. Corlin gaped at him. Sir Galloway, you said, I see now I shall have to face the dragon head on. Galloway held his hands behind his back. Only a fool would meet a dragon unprepared. I must find its weakness, and those fools are just the tool I need. Once I uncover said weakness, I shall ride forth, slay it, and take all the glory and spoils for myself. A brilliant plan, Sir Galloway. Corlin clapped his hands. The princess will be all the more impressed when you dispatch the dragon after others have failed. Yes, Galloway stroked his beard. Now I must start thinking about how I am to slay the beast. I shall need another net, a better one this time, and... Wait, there's an old man in this city. They say he can make anything out of herbs. What's his name? Corlin paused a moment to think. Master Knighton? Yes, Master Knighton. Galloway's mouth curled into a smile. I shall pay the old geezer a visit. Chapter 22. All right, I'm coming. Knighton pushed through the curtain separating the back of his shop from the front. Who knocks on my door in the middle of the day anyway? Most walk right in. He hobbled over to the door and opened it. A blond man stood with his arms crossed and eyes narrowed. Ah, good Sir Galloway. Knighton stepped aside. Do come in. Sir Galloway strode inside. How do you know my name, old man? Everyone knows you. Knighton closed the door behind him. Galloway, son of Pileville, the best dragon hunter in the south. Your family is legendary. One day I will be at the top of it. I don't doubt it. Knighton hobbled over to a seat. What can I do for you? I need something to work against a dragon. Knighton sighed. Where do these young men get the idea I can make potions? I'm not a wizard, young man. I do not require potions. Galloway turned up his nose, sneering at the very idea. Should I have wanted magics wrought on my behalf, I know of a dozen other more worthy souls. No, I need a concoction of sorts. Some poison or such potent enough to kill the creature. My brother once used something of the sort to take down a griffin. I believe the same principle applies. Poison? Knighton's eyes roved among the shop. They fell on the window where he had hung the turian Sevrin had brought to dry. You're in luck, young sir. I recently came into possession of a most unique plant. Its dried form can be concentrated to make a death poison which could indeed dispatch a dragon. However, the dragon cannot be allowed to breathe its fire upon it. High heat will destroy its efficacy. What if I lace my sword with it and then pierce the dragon's skin? Yes. Knighton nodded. I can see why you're a highly rated knight. However, it will be a dangerous endeavor. Dragon scales turn back most any blade, as you know, Sir Knight. You'll have to find some other way. Not to worry, old man, Galloway smirked. I already have a plan to do so. Hurry now. Even with all my plans laid, I stand little chance against a dragon without it. How long until it is prepared? Knighton stroked his beard for a moment. To allow time for the preparation of the poison and the antidote, a fortnight should suffice. Antidote? Why would I need such a thing? I want to kill the dragon, not cure it. Knighton gave him a shrug. When dealing with poison, one can never be too careful. Accidents happen. Cowards talk. I am more proficient in my craft than you give me credit for. Galloway snorted through his nose. The poison. How long for the poison alone? Knighton tapped the end of his staff as he studied Galloway's face. I shall have it ready by the end of the week. Very good. Galloway swung open the door. Should the poison work, you shall be rewarded most handsomely. He smirked at Knighton over his shoulder and marched out. Knighton watched the door as he heard Galloway mount his horse and gallop down the cobblestone road. A proficient knight he may be, but a fool also. He hobbled to his table and wrote down a list of ingredients. Cowardly or no, it was better to be prepared for the worst-case scenario, and Knighton could always count on Sevrin to come through for him when he needed rare or exotic plants. Chapter 23. Tesco grunted through his nostrils as he glided back to his lair. Grain. Of all the things his humans could have asked for, he asked for grain. Grain! As if something so ubiquitous couldn't easily be bought with a bit of gold, not even enough to put a dent in its hoard. Perhaps he should be glad to get off so lightly, but to repay the human for saving his life with something so ordinary, so easily obtained, cheapened the gravity of the act, at least in Tesco's mind. He alighted in his cave on a mountain nestled among the foothills of the Triscolo range. Shrugging the pack of grain off his back, he counted his spoils. 10 sacks ought to do it. Humans didn't eat much, and these sacks were dragon-sized, so the amount of grain should last Sevrin and his lot through several winters. Certainly longer than a dragon would with a similar amount. Not that dragons ate much grain. They were mostly carnivores. However, back in the land when Tesco had hatched, some of the more industrious dragons grew fields of grain to feed the herds of various beasts they kept. It was why Tesco had gone after the sheep, which had gotten him into this mess into the first place. He wanted to start a herd of his own. How was he to know it belonged to a bunch of humans? Tesco had no clue they had the intelligence to herd beasts. What a disaster it all turned out to be, if it hadn't been for his human. Tesco gazed out of his cave toward the city where the human's field lay. What an odd fellow the human was, honorable to a fault. He wouldn't even reach out to grasp what he desired because it was dishonest and deceitful and degrading to the princess. Surely he was one of the most noblest creatures Tesco had ever met. I wish I could get him his princess, but he's right. Tesco sunk to the ground. It would never cross my mind to trick a dragoness into being my mate. I'd have to prove to her my power and might and proficiency in collecting gold. The human's mother is correct. The princess needs to see what a noble creature he is. But how can she when they never see each other? He lay his head upon his paws. I wonder, could I arrange a meeting? Oh yes, of course. I'll invite the lady to tea, under the pretense of apologizing to her for the destruction and distress I caused. Everyone loves tea, and who would resist tea with a dragon? He chuckled to himself. I'll invite the human as well. The two will meet, have a talk, their pheromones will get into each other's brains, and they'll be nesting and brooding together in no time. I should have thought of this first. Oh, wait till the human hears about this. He scrabbled out of his cave and took to the sky. Flying over the foothills and meadows, his mind concocted a perfect scenario for tea, crafting a proper speech to invite the princess, and fantasizing about how pleased the human would be with his new plan. No deception, no trickery. Oh, but he should make it a surprise. The human would jump out of his skin with delight when he walked into the cave and saw his princess waiting to have tea. Yes, this would be Oh. Tesco pulled up as he spotted 4 knights on horseback, complete with their squires, pages, and heralds, riding out in glorious procession, wearing those useless metal scales humans love so much. Oh dear, I suppose their king is finally taking my threats seriously. He rolled his eyes. The timing couldn't be worse. Though I suppose if I'm going to invite the princess, I'll have to make peace with them. Wheeling around, he alighted on the field before them. He raised a paw in greeting. Good morning, gentlemen. Hey! One of the knights shot an arrow at him. It embedded itself between 2 of the scales on his paw. It didn't hurt, couldn't penetrate to his flesh underneath, but... Now then! Tesco reeled backwards, plucking the arrow from between his scales. Stop it! There's no need for... Do not let those terrible roars unsettle you, my brothers, said one knight, one with golden hair underneath his helm. Charge him like we planned. The other 3 knights yelled and rushed at Tesco, each wielding pointed sticks. This is the rudest behavior I've ever encountered, Tesco snorted. He would never be able to reason with them until he proved his superior strength. Launching himself to the air, he spewed fire in front of the knights' horses, cutting them off from the rest of their entourage. The horses reared and screamed and bucked at the presence of fire. As the knight tried to control them, Tesco swiped at them with his tail. They tumbled off their mounts and clattered to the ground. Freed from the will of their riders, the horses wisely galloped to the safety of the city walls. Tesco turned to face the knights and roared as loudly as he could. If he could make them cower into submission, perhaps they'd be more inclined to listen. It worked, sort of. 3 knights stood, trembling so hard the artificial scales rattled, and drew their swords to face Tesco. Well then, Tesco stood straight. Now that I have your attention. One of them found his courage. With a yell that couldn't have inspired fear in a rat, he charged at Tesco and hacked at his front leg. The other 2 followed suit. One tried to jump and stab his heart, and the other darted underneath to stab his belly. Tesco rolled his eyes at their bravery and idiocy. All their attempts to stab him bounced off his natural armor. Unlike the ridiculous metal counterfeits, his scales were the real deal. Nothing could penetrate them. These knights were wasting their time and energy by pain lanced through his back leg. Tesco spun around with a snarl. One of the knights had embedded his sword into Tesco's wounded leg. The human grinned like an idiot. First blood! Blind with rage and pain, Tesco snatched the human in his teeth and flung him against the city walls. The human slammed against it with a clang. The other 2 knights brandished their swords. Tesco caught one in his teeth and opened his mouth to chomp down. No, no, the knight screamed. Lord, have mercy on me. Tesco halted mid-chomp. The poor little human. Tesco couldn't kill him. After all, he had started all this with his destroying the city nonsense. The knight was only trying to protect his home from a perceived menace. "Sir Galloway," the other knight called to the blonde one. "Now!" "I'm coming, my good man." The fourth knight, the one who had called them to charge, rode forward into the fray. Tesco flung the knight in his mouth at the galloping blonde knight. The one crashed into the other, and both tumbled over the grass. That done, Tesco took to the sky. With an injured leg as an obvious weakness, he couldn't drop in on the princess. He'd have to take appropriate measures to protect himself. "I seem to have jumped ahead a bit," Tesco said to himself as he flew. "It's only been a day since the last time I attacked the city. I'll leave them be, give them a chance to calm down while I arrange tea. Then I shall come in and invite the princess." He glanced out at the knights gathering themselves to return to the city. Though if those humans are any indication, I doubt it will be easy for me to get in contact with her. Chapter 24. "Sir Aaron? Sir Thane? Sir Darius? What happened?" Desimone, with Maria in her wake, darted down the steps of the grand staircase leading up to the castle entrance. Sir Galloway hobbled across the courtyard, supporting one knight, while his squire led the horse with two others strewn across it. The three knights wore dented armor covered in scorch marks. "Your Highness, please." Sir Galloway positioned himself between her and the horse. "Your delicate eyes shouldn't behold such a sight. You there," he called to a servant. "Take these knights and care for their wounds. Be careful. They are to be honored for what they have done." The servant bowed. He relieved Galloway of his burden, took the horse from his squire's care, and escorted the knights to the hospital, a freestanding building on the castle grounds where the noble and very sick went to get well. "Sir Galloway, please." Desimone kept her eyes on the knights as they were carted off. "Tell me what has transpired. How did our knights get in such a state?" "Your Highness, I have to apologize. I should have never allowed them to go on such a foolhardy errand." Sir Galloway removed his helm to run his hands over his hair. "The other day, when you rightfully scolded us knights for failing to protect your land and shamed us so thoroughly in front of the city folk, these men, feeling the full weight of their disgrace, determined to face and dispatch the dragon on your behalf in order to regain their honor." "What?" Desimone felt a cold chill run up her spine. "They went to face the dragon by themselves? Because of what I said?" "I don't think you understand how much we care for you, Your Highness. How we truly wish for your approval." Sir Galloway turned away from her. "I rode out to stop them, but after hearing their tale, how could I? I too wish for your affections." Desimone's breath caught. "Sir Galloway." "How terribly chivalrous, Sir Galloway," Maria said, clasping her hands. "But how are you unharmed when the others are so wounded?" Galloway stiffened, his mouth tightening a bit. After a moment, he looked in Desimone's eyes. To my shame, I must admit, you are right, Princess. Perhaps I should have listened to your people's stories. The dragon was far more intelligent than I had reckoned. As we rode out to the field to seek out the dragon's lair, it ambushed us. You should have seen it, Your Highness." He curled his hands into claws. The creature towered over the city walls, its eyes lustful for human flesh, teeth as sharp as a well-honed blade, fire as hot as hell. "Oh dear!" Desimone covered her mouth with her hands. Maria batted her eyes. "How brave of you, Sir Galloway!" Galloway gave a grin. "I brandished my sword to lead the men into attacking the creature, but it must have sensed my superior might. It cut me off from them with a wall of crackling fire. By the time I was able to rejoin them, the dragon had thoroughly beaten them. It fled as it saw me coming for it. Rather than pursue it, I felt it more prudent to bring the men back for treatment." "A wise choice, my lord," Maria said. "I thank you for your kind words, Maria." Galloway inclined his head to her. Maria only barely managed to stifle a squeal. "What are we to do about the dragon?" Desimone gazed toward the hospital. "If it has bested our strongest knights—" "It has not bested me yet." Galloway thrust his fist against his armor. "The beast fled from my presence." "Still, the dragon is out there, and if it defeated 3 of my knights so easily, what chance do you have, Sir Galloway?" Galloway stiffened, his mouth pressed in a line. "Your Highness, with all due respect, and with respect to the affection I feel for you, you must watch your words." Desimone blinked at him. "I beg your pardon?" "Your words sent those good knights to their dooms." Galloway took a deep breath. "And they have cut me to the quick. Excuse me." He gave a stiff bow before striding into the castle with his squire following. I don't... Desimone turned to Maria. Have I offended Sir Galloway? Your Highness, Maria held her hands behind her back. You did imply you think him incapable of this task. You know how much Sir Galloway values his strength and prowess in battle. He's trying so hard to prove himself worthy of you, but he may feel he can't do enough to impress you. He and the other knights. Oh dear. Desimone pressed their lips together. What have I done? One dressing down deserves another, Princess. Galloway glanced over his shoulder and smirked at Desimone's distressed face. That ought to quiet her for a while, and allow me to hunt the dragon on my own terms. All very well and good, my lord. Corlin trotted beside Galloway. But I fear she's correct. This dragon is unlike any I've ever seen. It's small, but feistier than the others your family has faced. I'm not sure you can fight it head-on. It dispatched 3 knights at once. I shall overlook your cowardly talk, Corlin, because I know you speak out of inexperience and loyalty for me. Galloway narrowed his eyes. It is true the dragon is fiercer than I reckoned. However, those foolish knights played their part. I now know the dragon's weakness. When I face it, I shall exploit said weakness. Brilliant, sir, Corlin nodded. I should have known better than to doubt you. Indeed. Galloway rubbed his hands together. If I play my role knight, everything I desire shall be mine by the end of the week. No one will stop my reign. Jolly good, sir, Corlin said with a nod. Chapter 25. There we go. Sevrin pulled the last of the charred barley stalks from the ground. He crumbled it as much as he could and sprinkled the ashes on the earth. His father told him it would make the soil better, so now all he had to do was turn all this ash into the earth. Gladly, it was a cooler morning than it had been lately. The dawn mist settled over the field and lay a layer of dew over everything. If Sevrin hurried, he might be able to get all this done before the sun rose and heated the air to a late summer furnace. Leaning on his hoe, Sevrin looked to the castle in the middle of the city. A few days ago, the princess had hosted a variety of people and had asked their help in developing a plan to rid the city of the dragon. Though the creature hadn't been seen in days, Sevrin knew everyone had an eye on the mountain with a view of how to destroy it. Sevrin too kept his eyes on the mountain, but with a view of how to preserve the dragon's life. He had to come up with something before the knights ventured out to slay it. I wonder if I can just tell the princess all about the dragon. Sevrin rested his cheek on the hoe's handle. Maybe she'll understand if I explain it all. He heaved a sigh, considering if this thought had any merit at all, or if the princess would have him admitted into a madhouse once she heard his story. Psst! Hey, human! Sevrin turned to face the forest. The dragon, silhouetted against the pre-dawn sky, stood at the edge of the tree line, a grin plastered to his face. Glancing around to make sure no one would see him, Sevrin darted up to it. Hello, dragon. Good morning, human, the dragon said, quite a bit louder than it should have. How would you like to come to tea this afternoon? Tea? Sevrin cocked his head. Dragons take tea? Of course we do. The dragon placed a paw on his chest. I, for one, am a tea connoisseur. These wings take me all over the world, you know. That's kind of you, dragon, but I'm busy today. The dragon's face fell. You've got to. I've been planning this for days. I have a surprise for you. Sevrin thought a moment. Is it the grain I asked you to gather? I'm not going to answer. The dragon stomped his foot, and Sevrin noticed something shiny on its back leg. You'll spoil the surprise. So, you haven't gotten the grain? Looking closely, Sevrin recognized the shiny thing as a piece of metal strapped over the dragon's wound. He decided not to comment on the dragon's accessory choices. I have it. The dragon rolled his eyes. It's in my cave. Why not bring it here? Because... surprise! The dragon bounced on his toes. I won't give you the grain unless you come to my cave for tea. Sevrin raised an eyebrow. He'd never seen the dragon so insistent before, or so eager. This isn't a plot to lure me into your cave and eat me, is it? The dragon recoiled so hard and fast, the leaves on the trees shook. Are you mad? Me? Eating a human? How vile! It suddenly retched. The thought of it makes me nauseous. I didn't mean to offend. So will you come? The dragon gave a grin. Please? Sevrin had to smile at its childish eagerness. For the first time it occurred to him This dragon may not have been a fully grown adult. I'll have to hurry and finish my chores, but I suppose the errands I wanted to run today can wait until tomorrow. Master Knighton's request didn't seem too urgent. Excellent! The dragon thumped his tail in delight. I shall return at noon to retrieve you. That should give me enough time. Sevrin surveyed his farm. All right then, noon it is. Perfect! The dragon squealed. You are going to love this surprise. Hey, dragon, Sevrin said. The dragon turned to him. I don't know if I've said this, but I'm glad I met you. Sevrin leaned on a tree. Your misguided attempts to repay me were frustrating, but it was nice to get to know you. After all this is over, I hope I see you again, as long as you stay away from the city. I'm glad I met you too. The dragon gave her a toothy grin. All the more reason to make sure your surprise is perfect. It swung around and disappeared into the trees. Sevrin chuckled as he watched him go, and got back to work turning the ash into the soil. One thing was certain, his life had never been as interesting as it had become once the dragon had bounded into it. Chapter 26. The sunrise bathed the earth in color. Golden rays shimmered off the distant lake and river and kissed the edges of the apple orchard's leaves. All the city's buildings seemed to glow. The mountaintop where the dragon kept its lair burned in pinks and purples, the mountain shadow casting its long arm across the meadow. What a shame Desimone didn't often rise early enough to see this sight. She inhaled a deep breath as she watched her city from the castle's tallest parapet. Despite the dragon's threat, the people of her city got up every morning to start their day. Even now she saw them wander into the street with one eye to the sky. How she wished she could see them interact with her own eyes. These were her people, who she had to protect with everything she had so they could continue to rise every morning and live their lives. If only the dragon would stay away so my people can live in safety. Desimone hugged herself as a chilly wind picked up. Autumn was on the horizon. Please don't fret yourself, my lady. Maria, a constant presence, stood beside Desimone. The dragon hasn't been seen in many a day. Perhaps it's moved on. One can only hope. Desimone closed her eyes with a sigh. I no longer feel confident in my ability to keep my people safe, Maria. Not after I sent those good knights to their destruction. Are you still fussing over that? I cannot believe my words caused so much harm. Desimone bit her bottom lip. How could I purport myself to be the leader of my people if I put the very ones taxed to protect them in danger? My lady, everyone makes mistakes. Maria placed a hand on her shoulder. You must learn from them. Desimone closed her eyes. I suppose. Perhaps, Your Highness. Maria leaned forward to look Desimone in the face. It would be best for you to join with someone who has experience in such leadership. You mean to say I should marry Sir Galloway? Desimone looked at her friend's face. He is a worthy knight, handsome, charming, brave, and madly in love. Maria took Desimone's hands. You could do worse than him, Your Highness, but I don't think you could do better. Desimone heaved a sigh. I know it sounds right, Maria, but I don't know. Something doesn't... It's not just your happiness I'm thinking of. Maria lifted Desimone's chin. Think of your people. They need a strong knight to protect them. Desimone forced a smile and nodded. My lady? The sound of boots clopping against the stone floor heralded Galloway's arrival to the rooftop. What on earth are you doing up here at this ungodly hour? Good morning, Sir Galloway. Desimone nodded to him before turning her attention back to the sunrise. I could not put head to rest while the dragon lingers. What of you? Have you come to take in the morning sights? I've come to survey the land. The dragon's lair must be around here somewhere. However, allow me to talk some sense into you. Galloway joined her. It's dangerous up here with the dragon lurking. It hasn't attacked in many a day. Desimone let her eyes drop to her people. Should this change, I will have plenty of notice with the watchman on duty. I suppose. Galloway set his hands on the battlement. Sir Galloway, Desimone turned to him. I must apologize to you for my unkind words the last time we spoke, and for my words in front of my people. It was presumptuous and unbecoming of me to dress you and knights down in such a manner. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me. You have no need to apologize, my lady. Galloway caressed her cheek. Only remember, I will always be here to protect you. Oh, Maria put her hands on her cheeks. How wonderful! Desimone placed her hand on his. I do appreciate your protection, my good knight. Princess. Galloway held both her hands. I understand how worried you have been over the fate of your people, and perhaps concerned at the apparent inaction in a man such as myself. However, you do not need to fret any longer. I declare to you, my lady, 3 days hence I shall have made the appropriate preparations. I will ride forth to the dragon's lair and destroy it or be destroyed by it." "Can't you go now?" Maria clasped her hands together. "It would ease my lady's mind to have the creature vanquished as soon as possible." "It is not a light thing to face a dragon, dear Maria." Galloway turned his eyes to Desimone. "No man's blade can penetrate its scales without certain preparations. But prepare I shall, and I shall ride forth, princess. I will be victorious. When I return and present the dragon's head to you," he sank down on one knee, "I hope you'll find it in you to accept my request for your hand." Maria squealed, holding her fists over her mouth. Desimone felt her cheeks color. Galloway gazed at her, his eyes staring earnestly into hers. The wind played in his blonde tresses, framing his face in the lightening morning. Had he always been so handsome with such a strong jaw, and willing to face a dragon on her behalf? Perhaps he was the right choice, a prince the people could depend on. He was the right choice. Why then couldn't she force herself to admit it? "Sir Galloway—" No. Galloway placed a finger to her lips. "I know what you would say. I talk a good game, but I have not yet proven myself. When I rid your city of this menace, only then will I hear your acceptance." "How chivalrous!" Maria squealed. With a smile that set her knees to knock, Galloway kissed her hand. Maria gave a fluttering sigh. Desimone glanced at her, but Maria didn't look as if she would faint. Perhaps she was being dramatic. "Thank you for your patience, Sir Galloway." Desimone pressed his hand in hers. "I pray God will grant you mercy and good favor as you ride out to face the creature." "I do not need mercy and good favor," Galloway pounded on his chest. "With winning your hand as my motivation, The blast of a horn tore through the morning air. Screams rose into the sky. "What is it? What's happening?" Desimone rushed to the edge to scan the city. Galloway grabbed her arm. "Get inside, my lady. I will—" Maria screeched, pointing at the sky. The dragon crossed the sky's blue expanse, looking black against the light. "Heaven preserve us!" Desimone covered her mouth. "Inside, now!" Galloway drew his sword while Desimone rushed towards the stairs. The dragon landed on the parapet with a thump that rocked the tower. Straining to find purchase for its enormous body, it bent over and roared. Desimone froze mid-step. The roar, it sounded strangely like words. "Begone, beast!" Galloway slashed the dragon's front leg. The dragon stooped its head to examine Galloway. As before, it gave a roar which almost sounded like words. If Desimone strained, it almost sounded as if it said, "Good Sir Knight, put down the sword. I come in peace." "I must be mad with fright." Desimone clapped her hands over her ears and fled inside. Once safe, she collapsed against the wall, gasping. "This way, princess!" Maria grabbed her arm. Desimone allowed her to tow her down the staircase. The dragon's claw reached in through the door and scraped the stone where she had been. It seemed to take no notice of Galloway's attack. "We should go to the keep." Maria led her down the stairs. "It will be the safest place." Desimone barely managed to nod. She followed Maria without a word. They reached the bottom of the stairs and raced down the hall, shouldering the knights and guards who were rushing to defend the castle. Behind her she heard Galloway, who had retreated from the parapet and rushed down the hall after her, shouting instructions as he ran. His eyes kept glancing out of every window he passed. "Maria, wait!" Desimone glanced over her shoulder. "What of the people in the city? What if the dragon attacks them?" "Leave it to the knights," Maria told her, never slowing her pace. "Besides, haven't you noticed? It's after you!" She glanced out of one of the windows. Desimone followed her gaze. The dragon flew by, a monstrously dark shape. Its golden eyes searched the windows as it passed. When it spotted her, it pulled short and wheeled around. "You're right, Maria." Desimone redoubled her efforts in darting toward the keep. "But why does it want me?" "Keep running. We can sort it out later. And watch out!" Maria pivoted and shoved Desimone backwards. The dragon's arm burst through one of the windows where Desimone had been. With a cry, Desimone pressed herself against the wall. The dragon's scaly paws edged toward her, feeling around until it tapped her. "Ah!" it roared. Its claws closed around her. "Princess!" Maria reached for her helplessly. "Not while I'm here, dragon!" Sir Galloway leapt into the air and thrust his sword into the dragon's paw. The dragon brushed him off and lifted Desimone into the air. "Galloway!" Desimone reached out to him as the dragon lifted her to its mouth. "This shall not be!" Galloway launched himself out of the window. Desimone didn't see what he planned to do, jumping out of the window like that. The dragon raised her to his lips, and Desimone knew she must have been frightened out of her wits. The dragon growled words. Actual words. Words she could understand. "Now then," it said, "my apologies for the abrupt greeting, but your knight would not let me speak. I have come—" Ugh! The dragon suddenly gave a violent growl, its breath tinged with fire. Not only was she going mad, but this dragon was going to roast her alive and eat her. It was all too much for her. Desimone streaked all the air in her lungs and flopped over in a dead faint. When the blonde knight had jumped out of the castle window, Tesco paid him little attention. After all, what could a tiny knight do? Before he had left his cave this morning, Tesco had strapped a metal plate over his leg, heating it to mold it perfectly to his form. It was hot and uncomfortable, but at least he could visit the princess without worrying about the knights causing him pain. So he disregarded the knight. He soon discovered why dragons took knights so seriously. As he tried to speak to the princess and extend his invitation for tea, the knight caught his wing, swung up to his back, and drove his sword through the membrane, allowing him flight, right near the base of the wing. Though not as painful as being stabbed in his wounded leg, the sting was so unexpected that Tesco roared, nearly breathing fire unheeded. Flapping his wing, he flung the knight off and examined the place he had been stabbed. He found there a small, deep wound, smarting, but not enough to affect his flying. Still, his wing membranes were tough and hard to pierce, and the stab was awfully close to where one of his veins lay. Should the knight have pierced the right place, he could have caused Tesco real trouble. He had heard stories of dragons who had bled to death in a similar manner. My, I must start taking knights a bit more seriously. Princess, if you could— Oh! Tesco gasped in surprise when he found the princess collapsed in his hands. Oh dear, wake up, please. He shook her gently. Another jab of pain made Tesco yelp a curse. The knight had found his way onto his tail and was using his sword to pry two of his scales apart to stab him. "Release my beloved foul beast," he shouted, driving his sword into the flesh beneath the scales. "You are an annoying sort." With a snort, Tesco tossed the knight gently but firmly back into the trees surrounding the castle. "This is not going the way I had planned." He set his eyes on the princess, who flopped in his hands as he moved. Still breathing, so that's good. She must have fainted. I've heard human females tend to do so. Oh, the human is not going to be pleased to see her in such a state. It's going to ruin my surprise. A roar reached his ears from below. Looking down, he spotted the castle knights, led by the troublesome blonde one, converging on his location. Oh no. Tesco watched the crowd approach him. If one knight could cause so much trouble, imagine what so many could do. Strange. He had vanquished 3 knights without so much trouble. Could it be the blonde knight had studied his moves after one battle? Could he have, in so short a time, devised a plot against Tesco? And what of the stab on his wig? Had the knight known about a dragon's vulnerability there? Had he been purposely going for the kill? If so, with so many knights to manage, the scenario would get much worse for Tesco the longer he stayed. Glancing at the princess, Tesco took to the sky. "It's like my brother says, do what you like and pay for it later. When the human sees her waiting for tea, he'll be so pleased he'll overlook my little gaffe. I'm sure she'll laugh when I explain I only meant to invite her to tea. I hope." He groaned as they flew over the city towards his cave. What a nightmare! He glanced back to the castle where the knights scurried about like ants. I'm not sure this invite could have gone any worse. Chapter 27. Desimone pried open her eyes with a groan. Her head felt as if someone had planted rows upon rows of cotton in her skull. Rubbing her head, she pulled herself onto her knees. "Maria, what happened? I must have hit my head somehow. Maria, where are you?" She looked around and froze. She wasn't lying in her canopy bed, tucked in her bedchambers with the open windows and tapestries on the wall. She was lying on a mattress of feathers, resting on a slab of rock, housed in a cave with a wall towering to her right. A wall made of pure gold. Dragon's gold. This can't be happening. Desimone slipped off the slab and stepped onto the cave floor. This cannot be happening. Maybe I can sneak away. The dragon peeks around the golden wall. "Finally, you're—" Desimone gave the loudest screech she could, partly to drown out the speech-like roaring, and partly because she felt she would wet herself if she didn't. "Now wait a moment," Desimone screamed again, even louder than before. "If you would just let me," she shrieked again, dove under the dragon, and darted for the cave mouth. If she could only escape, make it to a stand of trees or within sight of the city walls, then surely the guards and knights would see her and— She came to the halt at the edge of a cliff, perched halfway up a mountain. A vast meadow spread out below her, and her city was nowhere to be seen. "Now then," the dragon caught her around the waist. "Please listen to me. Desmond screamed on the verge of tears. The dragon cocked his head. "You're not going to stop doing that, are you?" it said in his strange roar. He glanced around until its eyes alighted on something. Ah! With its other paw, it picked up a golden gilded cage and set it on a rock ledge about 3 feet off the ground. After thrusting her inside, it slammed the door closed and shook its head. Muttering to itself, it wandered to the cave mouth and launched itself into the air. Desimone slid down the side of the cage. "What am I going to do when the thing gets hungry?" She wrapped her arms around herself. "Oh, Galloway, please, hurry and save me." Burying her face in her arms, she burst into tears. Chapter 28. Hours passed. Desimone sat at the back of the cage with her knees drawn to her chest, trying hard not to break into tears again, as all the stories she'd ever heard about dragons whisking away young virgins to be stripped of their flesh and devoured spun through her mind. Oh, if only Galloway would reach her in time. Surely he'd ride off to rescue her immediately. If he rescued her, she'd throw her doubts to the wind and take him as her husband. After all, he was a knight through and through. Handsome, experienced, charismatic. Everyone loved him. Though she knew this in her head, her stomach twisted at the thought of marrying him. There was just something wrong. "What is the matter with you, Desimone? If he rescues you, won't it prove he's worthy of you?" She squeezed her eyes shut and tried to envision herself in white, walking up the aisle in the city's cathedral, looking into his eyes and... "I can't do it." Desimone snapped her eyes open. "I can't. What's wrong with me?" The sound of wind beats, like a great cloth being snapped in the wind, pounded through the air. The dragon was back. Desimone cowered at the back of the cage. Surely this time he'd devour her, and all her musings about Galloway would come to naught. "Can't you tell me anything?" came the sound of a perfectly human voice. No, said a deeper, more gravelly voice. "It's a surprise. You'll love it. But it's not quite ready, so stay out here a moment." With a gasp, Desimone scrambled to her feet. Could it be? Had people discovered the cave? Perhaps lured here by the dragon's gold. Yes, that must be it. If such souls would brave the dragon to retrieve the gold, surely they would release her before the dragon returned. She would reward them handsomely if they did. She rushed to the front of the cage. "Help! Help! Someone please help me!" Her hope died on her lips when the dragon thrust his head into the cave and made a gesture remarkably like putting a finger to his lips to shush her. What was that? A young man, an honest-to-goodness human her age, stepped into the cave. His eyes fell on her immediately. "Your Highness?" Eyes widening as he looked at her, his mouth fell open, blood rushing from his face. And then, Desimone didn't know what to make of it. He flushed a violent shade of purple and swung around to the dragon with clenched fist. "You kidnapped her?" No, the dragon waved his paws. I didn't." "If you didn't kidnap her, why is she in a cage?" The young man scrambled onto the ledge. "It was temporary," the dragon said, watching him. "I had to keep her from running off and getting herself lost." "She wouldn't be lost if you didn't kidnap her." "I didn't." "Oh, shut up, you overgrown worm." The dragon put a claw to his chest. "Hurtful?" "Your Highness, I am so sorry." The young man gripped the bars of the cage. "Are you harmed?" "What are you doing?" Desimone pointed. The dragon, it's right there." "The dragon," the young man snorted through his nose. "It's been nothing but a nuisance since the day I met it." "A nuisance?" The dragon gave a pout. "A little harsh, don't you think?" "I'm being gracious. You've burnt my field, destroyed my city, kidnapped my princess. What would you call it?" "Sounds bad when you put it that way." The dragon scratched his cheek with a claw. "It's bad however you put it." "Keep in mind I was doing it for you." The dragon pointed at him. "For the record, I did not kidnap her." The young man rolled his eyes. "Your Highness, I can't apologize enough." He opened the cage to release her. "It didn't hurt you, did it?" He offered his hand to help her. Desimone blinked as she took his hand. The cage wasn't even locked. She had been too frightened to try it. "I beg your pardon. I'm a bit confused. Are you having a conversation with this dragon?" "Depends on what you mean by conversation." The young man crossed his arms. "I talk, it responds, but it doesn't listen to a word I say." "And vice versa." The dragon sat on its haunches. "Then you weren't roaring?" Desimone scrutinized the dragon. "You were talking." "Of course," the dragon snorted. "I'm a dragon. To think I just roar like a common beast incapable of speech is it's stereotypical nonsense. You ought to be ashamed, Princess." Desimone blinked. In all her years, nothing like this had ever happened to her before, so she fell back on what her mother had taught her about meeting someone from a foreign land. "I'm terribly sorry to have offended you." She dropped a curtsy. "I beg your forgiveness, dragon." "Don't apologize to it." The young man shot a glare at the dragon. "It kidnapped you." "I did not." The dragon turned up its nose. "I think you're just saying it to upset me now." "Then what is she doing here?" the young man said. "I went to her castle to invite her to tea." The dragon sniffed. "All she did was scream in my face. Quite rude, if you ask me." "To be fair, you are the same dragon who has been destroying my city and terrorizing my people," Desimone pointed out. "How was I to know you weren't trying more of the same?" "A good point, my lady." The dragon waved a paw in the air. "Which is one of the reasons I wanted to invite you to tea, as an apology for what I have done. I did it all for this human's benefit, you see." "You?" Desimone turned to the young man. "Why should a dragon feel the need to help you?" The young man inhaled through his teeth. "It's a long story. One I will be happy to tell," the dragon bowed. "By your leave, princess." "I should be happy to hear it," Desimone said. "Don't encourage it." The young man buried his face in his hands. The dragon settled itself down as if it were about to tell a good story. "It all started when this human saved my life." "You saved his life?" Desimone gazed at the young man with new interest. "How does one save the life of a dragon?" The young man wrapped his arms around himself. "I freed it from a trap." "It was an awful device, your highness." The dragon placed a paw on his forehead. "The torturous pain was excruciating. Look what it did to my leg." He extended a back leg to show off a ring of metal around it. Desimone cocked her head. "It turned your leg into metal?" "Oh no," the dragon chuckled to itself. "I forgot I put this thing on." He pried the metal from his leg to expose a scaleless ring around it. "How awful!" Desimone pressed her hand against her mouth. "Does it hurt much?" "It did." The dragon nodded for emphasis. "Such pain I had not felt in all my life." "Haven't your scales grown back yet?" The young man hopped off the ledge to examine it. "My scales won't grow back until I molt, which will take months." The dragon tucked his leg underneath his body. "I took inspiration from your people to create the metal ring, but it is uncomfortable. I had to protect myself somehow." "The trap was the most barbaric thing I'd ever seen, your highness. It nearly cut the dragon's leg clean off." The young man pressed his lips together. "I can't imagine the sort of cruel person who would come up with such a thing." Desimone let her eyes drop. She could. He was one of her top suitors, and she had approved of it. "As I said, the human saved my life," the dragon continued. "As one does when one's life is saved. I said I would grant him a wish." "Can you do that?" Desimone lowered herself to a seat. "Do dragons work magic or something?" "More or less," the dragon shrugged. "You'd be surprised what she can buy with the magic of gold." "I see." Desimone turned to the young man. "What did you wish for then?" The young man's face flushed, his ears turning bright red. "It's not important to the story." "Your hand," the dragon said. "My hand?" "It was a jest," the young man said, but the dragon spoke over him. "He's madly in love with you, you know." The dragon grinned at her. "You should have heard how he gushed about you." The young man hid his face in his hands. "If I were a night dragon, I'd thrust a sword in your cold heart right now." "So," Desimone smirked at the young man, "you wish to marry me, is that it?" "No!" The young man jerked his head up. Yes. Everyone wants to marry you, princess. You have a lot of suitors." Desimone's smile faded. "Yes, I do." "I know I can never be worthy of you." The young man gazed at her with such adoration it made Desimone's cheeks color. The way he looked at her, the way his eyes smiled and sparkled, it reminded her of someone else, someone she held in high regard. She averted her eyes. "Once he said he wanted your hand, I came up with a plan for him to win it." The dragon waved his hand as he spoke. "I cause a little mayhem, your father offers your hand in exchange for getting rid of me, the human slays me, and bam! Instant princess for what was the term? A bride?" "That was your plan?" Desimone slammed her fist on her lap. "You destroyed my city for that? What if I didn't want to marry him?" "My sentiments exactly," the young man crossed his arms. "Don't act all high and mighty." Desimone turned her fury to him next. "He was acting at your behest." "Without my knowledge or consent." The young man glared at the dragon. "I told you he doesn't listen to a word I say." "Indeed." The dragon raised his nose in the air. "When I told him about my plan, he started whining about how it was deceitful and demeaning, blah, blah, blah." The young man glared at the dragon, but a smile tugged at his lips. Oh, come now, dragon. You came around once I explained it, which is why I can't understand why you would do something like kidnap her. I did not. The dragon paused to take a calming breath. You deserve a chance to display for your princess. What's the human term for it? To court her. He leaned in close to Desimone. You won't find another human as honorable as he, my lady. I'm afraid I'll have to disagree with you there, dragon. Desimone took a deep breath. I once met someone who no one can top in terms of honor. Why not give the human a chance? The dragon smiled at her. Even if nothing comes of it, I guarantee you won't regret it. Very well, dragon, Desimone smiled. I shall accept your invitation for tea. Wonderful. The dragon rose to his feet. I flew all the way to the sea to get this particular blend. You and the human will love it. Can you please stop calling me the human? The young man reached up to help Desimone off the ledge. It's condescending. What else am I supposed to call you? The dragon looked over his shoulder. You never gave me your name. You never gave me yours. The young man shrugged as Desimone hopped off the ledge. I've been calling you dragon this whole time. It seems introductions are in order. Desimone stood in the midst of them. I shall go first. I am Desimone, Princess of Lauphah, she curtsied. I am Tiscophanes. The dragon placed his hand on his chest and bowed. You may call me Tesco. The young man raised a finger. I'm Sevrin, son of Timuron, farmer. Desimone glanced at him. Sevrin? She knew the name, but from where? Oh yes, it was the name of the young man who had stepped up to speak at the meeting she held in her castle. Now that introductions have concluded, Tesco motioned them toward the interior of the cave, where a low stone table had been set with a human-sized tea set. Next to 2 porcelain teacups sat an intricately carved jade teacup the size of a bucket. This is the most extraordinary thing to have ever happened in my life. Desimone had to chuckle at her situation. That or I'm going completely mad. Maybe it's a little of both, Sevrin said as he walked beside her. Desimone smiled at him. She could almost see what the dragon was talking about, a streak of honorable humility which lay beneath the surface of this young man. But more than that, there's something in his manner, the way he held himself, which made her heart pound and butterflies split in her stomach. Something familiar about him. She sat at her place next to him, watching him through one eye. If it was the last thing she did today, she would find out why looking at him made her feel as safe and warm as if she was in her own bed. Chapter 29. That sniveling worm! Galloway fumed on the parapet where he and Desimone had stood before the dragon had snatched her out of its grasp. How dare it lay a filthy paw on my princess! When I get my hands on it, I shall rend it limb from limb. My blade will be the last thing it sees before I condemn it to hell. The dragons have souls to go to heaven or hell. Corlin pattered after Galloway while holding a spyglass in his hands. Not the time for such questions, Corlin. Galloway snatched the glass out of his hands and peered at the mountains through it. He growled, No sign yet. He thrust the glass back at Corlin. Sir Galloway. Gandon emerged from the arched doorway leading to the tower. There you are. What do you want, old man? Galloway didn't stop to greet the minister properly. I'm busy. Busy? Doing what? Wandering around up here while the rest of the knights prepare? Garandon clenched his teeth. This isn't the time for you to indulge in your own fancies, Galloway. The princess was captured on your watch. I know! Galloway snatched the glass again and peered through it. With a growl, he tossed it back at Corlin. Then why are you up here instead of down with the rest of the knights preparing to rescue her? Let me ask you, O wise minister. Galloway faced Garandon for the first time. When the knights are fully prepared, where do we ride? To the dragon's lair, of course. And where is this dragon's lair? Garandon paused. The mountains, I suppose. Those peaks are riddled with caves and holes and ditches for the beast to slither into. Galloway rested his palms on the battlement. If we do not know where the creature makes its foul nest, we will never find it. He let a growl escape his throat. Dragons have been known to hunt in the morning and night. I'd been up here every sunrise and sunset trying to catch it leaving its nest. I would have found it this morning if I hadn't been so preoccupied with proposing to the princess. Blast it! He slammed his fist on the stone. You told the princess you'd ride forth 3 days hence to battle the dragon, Garandon said. How did you plan to if you didn't know where the dragon's lair is? My timing was based on a number of factors. Galloway crossed his arms. If I hadn't found the creature's lair in 3 days, I planned to ride forth on my own and track the beast. It could have taken days or weeks to find it. Time we no longer have, Garandon heaved a sigh. Our poor princess will be devoured before we can even depart the city. Withdraw the melodramatics, minister. Galloway snorted. Dragons don't eat girls nearly as much as the stories say. Knights embellish this fact as a way to make their victories sound more glorious. No, I do not know why dragons kidnap maidens, but 9 times out of 10 they are unharmed by the time we reach them. He narrowed his eyes. But I will have my revenge on the beast, and I will win Desimone from its disgusting claws. Garendon studied him a moment. Sir Galloway, by my counsel, this is no longer the moment for you to indulge in your personal pursuits of glory. Do not ride alone. You must face the dragon with the other knights. There is victory in numbers. I agree with you, Minister. Galloway let his eyes rove over the mountainside, bathed in the light of sunset. Once I find the dragon's lair, I will ride with them to meet it. We will descend on it like a swarm. It will not escape again. A movement, a shifting of the shadows surrounding the mountains, drew his attention. He snatched the spyglass from Corlin. Sir Galloway? Garendon followed his gaze to the mountains. Galloway peered through the glass. He spotted a dark shape plunging to the earth before spreading its wings and taking flight. There you are, you voracious fiend! Moving the spyglass, he followed the flight path the dragon had taken when it dove to the earth. A dark hole carved out of the mountain caught his attention. The beast's lair. I have you now. He stood, a triumphant grin on his face. Send word to the knights. We must be ready to ride by morning's light. Our princess awaits. You found the dragon's nest, Garendon said. Aye, and the worm's days will come to an end within the week. Galloway shot a glare at Garendon. Go, we have no time to waste. Garendon gave a small bow before rushing to the door. Galloway went back to the spyglass. He had to learn all he could about the terrain and the position of the cave. It would help in charting the most direct route to the beast's lair. My lord, Corlin stepped up beside him. I do not think you can leave at morning's light. Galloway swung around to face him. Why not? The poison Master Knighton is making for you. It won't be ready until midday. We shall ride without it. You stand little chance against a dragon without it, Corlin said. You said so yourself. Galloway flared his nose. Corlin was right. Unless he had the proper equipment, which his father said he must earn, he couldn't dispatch a dragon easily, not even with 24 knights behind him. His last encounter with the beast made that fact clear. Well then, Corlin, go see if you can hurry the old man up. Has the new net been delivered? Yes, my lord, Corlin nodded. This morning. Good, go on. Corlin bowed and scurried out. Poison or not, dragon. Galloway narrowed his eyes at the dark shape in the sky. I will find a way to end you. With a sneer, he peered through the spyglass again.
Chapter 30. In the morning, Desimone had gazed over her city in the light of the rising sun. Now this evening, she watched it in the glow of the sun's fading light. Standing at the edge of Tesco's cave, gazing over the meadow and foothills, she made out the outline of her little kingdom on the horizon. From this distance, she saw how small it was, how insignificant in the grand scheme of things. Yet it held everything she held there. Her people, her parents, her friends. She'd do anything for it, give anything to protect it. Tears pooled in her eyes as she watched her beloved city. If only she could. We need to leave. Sevrin approached her, his eyes on the horizon. It's getting late and... He turned to her face. Your Highness, are you all right? Oh, Sevrin. Desimone quickly wiped the tears from her eyes. I'm fine. You don't look fine. Sevrin studied her. The sun hit his shape, tracing his jawline just so. While not as chiseled as Galloway's, his face still held a strong line. As his gentle brown eyes searched hers, Desimone realized how much she loved this particular shade of brown. She averted her eyes. I'm simply lost in thought. Lost about what? Desimone's eyes beheld her city again, seeming to glow in the setting sun. This morning, when I watched the sunrise, I never dreamed I'd be having tea with a dragon. Honestly, neither did I. Sevrin glanced back at the dragon, who was cleaning up the tea things. I hope you'll hurry, though, he muttered. The gates. Instead, this morning I was pondering if I was a good leader. After hearing Tesco's story and having tea with him, now I know. Desimone felt tears slip down her cheeks. I'm a terrible princess. No, you aren't. My parents left me in charge, and every decision I've made since Tesco flew into the picture has been wrong. Desimone leaned against the cave wall. I gave Galloway my blessing to trap him, and it resulted in the awful wound on his leg. I so shamed my knights when I scolded them for not acting to protect the people that they rushed in to face Tesco and were badly injured. Now I've given them a directive to slay him, and I find he's the nicest creature I ever could have met. How could a good leader make so many mistakes?
I don't think you've made any mistakes, Your Highness, Sevrin said. You acted with the information you had. As you said, it would be reprehensible not to act to protect your people if you had the means to do so. My actions could have destroyed Tesco, Sevrin. It caused him real pain. And he destroyed my livelihood before he got to know me. How are you to know Tesco was intelligent and kind? You knew. You saved him. I didn't know he could talk what I did. Severn scratched his hair. I thought once I set him free, he'd eat me. And you still rescued him? Severn shrugged. He gazed out across the meadow toward the city. Do you know how I know you're a good leader, Your Highness? You changed my father's mind. How so? My father has always held a grudge against nobility. I'm not sure why. Severn smiled at her. But he told me you're a princess he could follow. That is what the people in Lauphah think of you. We'd follow you anywhere. Desimone let her eyes drop to the cave floor while she digested this information. But why? Why would you follow someone who makes such terrible decisions? Because of this. Severn stepped aside. He turned to Tesco, still cleaning up his cave. When you met a dragon, you didn't let your fear stop you. Once you understood he was a creature who had thoughts and opinions, you let your preconceived notions go and listened to him. He turned to Desimone and smiled at her. I don't know any other person in the entire world who would take tea with a dragon. It's how you've always been. You've never once looked down at anyone. You've looked after all your people the same. It's one of the things I love about you. Desimone snickered. So Tesco is telling the truth. He loved me then. I do, said Severn, without a trace of jest in his eyes. With all my heart, even though I know I'm not worthy of you. Do not underestimate your worth, Severn. I was only able to listen to him because of you. Desimone gave him a smile. Thank you. There is no one else on earth who would be so kind as to rescue a dragon, except perhaps one other. Who's that? Someone I met a long time ago. Desimone gazed off into the distance. When I was 10, almost 11, a boy trespassed on my father's orchard. I say he trespassed, but it was all innocent fun. He was so kind to me and acted so nobly, and taught me how to climb trees. I'll never forget him. Her smile faded as she clutched her heart. My dear Sir Apple, I miss him so. Severn, you remind me a lot of him. Severn stared at her a moment, mouth agape. You remember that? It's my most precious memory. She remembers. Severn set a hand on his forehead. She actually remembers. Wait a moment. Desimone leaned in close to him. Were you one of the boys that came with him? Do you know of Sir Apple's whereabouts? I wish to see him again. Please, Severn, can I find him? Your Highness, it's, Severn pointed to himself. Wait a moment. Desimone let her eyes rove over his face, landing on his hair and then his eyes. Of course, it's you! How could I have been so dunce? No wonder you look so familiar to me. Sir Apple! She threw her arms around him. It's so good to see you. I've missed you. Severn stiffly wrapped his arms around her. Once he did, however, he held her gently and closely. Look at you! Desimone stepped back out of his embrace. You've grown so much. She examined him up and down. You're quite handsome now. Am I? Severn sort of puffed out his chest, though Desimone doubted he realized he was doing it. You've always been beautiful. Desimone let her smile fade. You used to come every year to the orchard on the day of procession, and then you stopped. I stopped coming when your father declared you old enough to accept gifts on your family's behalf, Severn said. Every year since I presented my family's gift to you. Did you? Desimone heaved a sigh. I'm so sorry. I must not have recognized you. You meet hundreds, thousands of people every year. Severn waved his hands. You can't be expected to recognize one peasant. I should have recognized you. Desimone let her eyes rove over his face. You mean so much to me. Severn's cheeks flushed red. There we go. Tesco approached them. All finished cleaning up. Time to go back, then. Severn turned away from her. All good things must come to an end, I'm afraid. I wonder, Tesco, would you allow me to take some of the tea home? Desimone held her hands in front of her. I should like Mother to taste it. It was delicious. I have some right here. Tesco handed her a packet. A gift for you. Oh, and speaking of gifts, I almost forgot one of the reasons I invited you to tea. He whirled back into the cave. Can we hurry? Severn said after him. We need to get back before nightfall. What are you doing, Tesco? Desimone looked after him. In order to make amends for my terrible lapse in judgment, Your Highness. Tesco returned bearing a sack slightly bigger than she was. I would like to present you and your kingdom with this. He opened the sack. Gold trinkets glimmered in the fading sun. Wow, that's a lot of gold. Tesco! Desimone gaped at it. This is generous. Is this all for my kingdom? I believe it's fair market value for the damage I caused. Tesco scratched his cheek. Plus a little extra 'cause I'm nice. Don't think I've forgotten you, human. I mean, Sevrin. There are several sacks of grain in the back. More than enough to replace what I damaged. This is incredible. Desimone placed a hand on Tesco's forepaw. Thank you. I hope this will serve as a symbol of our mutual goodwill. Tesco placed a hand on his heart. Sevrin examined the sack from all sides. There is no way we're lugging all this back to the palace. I shall carry it for you once your kingdom has granted me leave, because I would like to stay here. This land is bountiful, and I rather like this cave. It's close to my dear human friend. Sevrin started. You consider me a friend? Don't you consider yourself mine? Yes, Sevrin smirked, even if you are a bit of a nuisance. In any event, Tesco lowered his head close to Desimone. I do not wish to be a threat to your kingdom, princess. However, I'm afraid after my previous actions, no knight will leave me alone. Tescophanes, my good dragon. Desimone gave a curtsy. Fret no longer. Once I return home, I shall call off the knights. When my parents return, I shall explain to my father we have nothing to fear from you. Thank you, princess, Tesco said. Although I may have a hard time convincing him I spoke to you, Desimone said. Everyone believes dragons are mindless creatures. Tesco stroked his chin. I see your point. Does your father know much about dragons? He is a knight, after all. Then I know just the thing. Tesco sat on his hind legs and used the tip of his claws to pluck a single scale from his chest. But his scales were so closely layered that Desimone couldn't tell where it came from. A scale that covers the heart of a dragon. Tesco let himself fall on 4 feet again. Among my kind, it is a symbol of undying friendship. He handed it to Sevrin. Take it, Sevrin. As long as you have this, no dragon will attack you. You will be known as a dragon friend. As long as you live in Lauphah, I shall protect your city, provided your king grants me leave. Thank you, Tesco. Sevrin gazed at the palm-sized scale. Its surface shimmered in the light. If you present Sevrin bearing the scale before your king, I'm sure he'll believe you, Tesco said. Let me also give you this. He scooped out some of the gold and put it in a smaller sack. After placing the tea on top, he set the pack on Severin's back. A bit of dragon's gold. With all these tokens, he has to believe you. If he doesn't, I shall make him. Desimone smiled at Tesco. I should like the honor of being a dragon's friend as well. You already have it, princess, Tesco said. Forgive me for interrupting, but the sun has nearly set. Sevrin motioned to the golden horizon. We should get the princess back to the castle. Right then, Tesco lay down. Can we, Tesco? Desimone glanced at Sevrin. You don't mind flying us? Of course not. Wonderful. Desimone let Sevrin help her up, and she settled in behind Tesco's head. Be sure you land far away from the city walls, Tesco. I don't want the knights to think you're attacking again. It is well thought of, princess, Tesco said. Sevrin scrambled up and settled in behind her. Hold on tight. Gripping Tesco between the knees, he wrapped his arms around her waist and held her against him, a little too firmly and too familiarly. She was about to say something about it when Tesco launched himself into the air. Hang on, Tesco said as he took flight. All at once, Desimone understood why Sevrin held her so tightly. Her stomach dropped as Tesco drove to the ground. Her bottom left her seat, and it was only Sevrin who kept her from falling into the air. Tesco pulled up, went into a loop, and straightened out in flight. Once he'd settled into a steady wing beat, Sevrin released her. The first time I flew with him, he threw me off doing his tricks. I nearly fell out of the sky, Sevrin said, scooting back a little. You were perfectly safe, Tesco said over his shoulder. Caught you, didn't I? I'm not so sure he meant to throw me off, Sevrin whispered in Desimone's ear. Desimone giggled. Then I'm thankful you were here, Sevrin. Think nothing of it, your highness, Sevrin said, grinning. Desimone thought it was the cutest grin she had ever seen in her entire life. Chapter 31. I was afraid of this. Sevrin stared at the city gate. Desimone gazed at the city, mouth open a bit. The portico had been lowered and the drawbridge raised. They've closed the city gates? Why? They always close them at night. Sevrin shouldered the pack Tesco had given Desimone. It's their policy no one can enter or leave once the gates close, and they've been strict about enforcing it ever since Tesco arrived. Desimone rushed to the edge of the dry moat. Wooden spikes protruded up from the bottom. Excuse me, she shouted. Please open the gates. It's me, Princess Desimone.
They can't hear you. Sevrin approached her. Or they're not listening. If we had lanterns, we might have been able to show the night watchman you're here, but as it stands, no one can see your face. A chilly wind blew across the land, sending shivers across Desimone's skin. She held herself. It's getting cold. Can we make a fire and sit till morning? Not a good idea. Severn motioned to the trees in the distance. Wild animals roam these lands at night. A fire will attract them. Then what are we to do? Nothing for it. Severn started to walk to the right. You'll have to stay with my family tonight. This way. You live outside the wall. Desimone's teeth started to chatter. I didn't think anybody did. My family are farmers. We need a lot of land. Severn took off his vest and put it on her shoulders. Thank you. Desimone put her hands through the sleeves. The fabric was thin and didn't do much against the wind, but somehow it warmed her through. After a bit of a walk, a small cottage appeared on the field. Warm lantern light spilled into the dark surrounding it. As they approached, a voice boomed and echoed across the land. Where is that boy? He should have been home hours ago. Calm down, Timorone, came another softer voice. I know you're worried, but shouting won't help. Tea, Mariella? Timorone shouted. Who invites a farmer to tea? He only said a friend did, Mariella replied. I should have asked which one. Oh, dear. Severn rubbed the back of his head as he approached the house. I'm later than I thought. Have I gotten you in trouble with your parents? Desimone stepped aside for Severn to open the door for her. I had errands to run today. Severn gave a sly grin. Father probably had other work for me to do as well. Severn! Desimone clicked her tongue. Slumping out at work. I thought you more industrious than that. She gave him a grin. Severn laughed. I shall try to mend my ways, your highness. He bowed and held the door open for her. See that you do. Desimone walked into the house, only to face a large man who whirled on her. Severn, where have you... He halted. You're not my son. Oh, a woman stood. Hello. Good evening. Desimone gave a slight dip. The two gazed at her, their faces white. It was as if they had seen a spirit come to haunt them. I'm sorry I'm so late, father. Severn walked in. Severn? The woman, Mariella, motioned to Desimone. Who is this? Oh, Severn rubbed the back of his head. This is Desimone. Mariella's mouth dropped open. The princess? Severn bit his lips together and nodded. Mariella covered her mouth and sank into a seat. What is she doing here? Timorone said. Well, father, Severn inhaled through his teeth. It's rather a long story. It isn't really. Desimone crossed the house where a fire roared in the fireplace. Severn saved the life of a dragon, and as thanks the dragon invited us to tea. Severn was escorting me back home, but the gates were shut for the night. I need a place to stay, if you please. The short version. Severn placed Desimone's pack at the door. Mariella gave Severn a look. I will need to hear the long version later. Severn flinched. Yes, Mum. Are you Severn's mother? Desimone took Mariella's hand. It's a pleasure to meet you. If I remember correctly, you grew the beautiful flower Severn presented to me, 6 years ago? A pink peony, simply lovely. I have it pressed in a book. Mariella blinked. I'm surprised you marked it. To date, my good woman, I have not seen a more beautiful flower. You must be commended. You're quite the gardener. Thank you, your highness. You must be his father. Desimone turned to Timorone. I don't think anyone has ever apologized to you for the jest my father made at yours and Severin's expense. Please forgive him. He had no intention of punishing Sevrin, and I promise you I treated him to several weeks of silence for it. His jest was in poor taste. Timorone blinked. Glancing at Sevrin, he nodded. Yes, I forgive him. Thank you. Desimone gave him a curtsy. It's the weight off my mind. I'm surprised you remembered all that, Sevrin said, walking up to her. I told you, Sevrin. Desimone looked into his eyes. It's my most precious memory. Severin's face flushed red. Desimone laughed to herself. That shade of red was quickly becoming her favorite color. Now that that's settled, Mariella stepped in between them. Sleeping arrangements. Tonight you can sleep with me in my bed, princess, if you don't mind. Timorone and Sevrin can sleep in the other. Timorone nodded with a grunt. It seems perfectly reasonable. Desimone held her hands behind her back. Good. Mariella clasped her hands. Now you two will be hungry, I expect, unless you're full from tea. We finished eating a while ago, Mum, Sevrin said. I wouldn't mind a morsel or two. I would like something as well. Desimone patted her stomach. I'm a bit peckish. I'm happy to oblige, but we don't have anything fancy. Mariella walked to the stove. Please don't trouble yourself. Desimone watched her busy herself about the larder. Anything will be fine. Pray, have a seat.
Mariella motioned to the table. Desimone dusted off the wooden seat and sank into it. The small cottage was nothing like Desimone had ever seen. Onions and ropes hung from the ceiling, while wooden plates and cups adorned the shelves. 2 beds stood across from one another in a small space, and lanterns shed their flickering lights from their places. Everything from cloth to clothes to tools to pans and pots had been tucked into every conceivable space. It was cramped, yet cozy. As Mariella filled the house with cheerful chatter, Desimone's eyes fell on Sevrin and his father. They stood by the door, speaking in low tones, or rather, Sevrin spoke while Timon listened with folded arms. Judging by his gestures and expressions, Sevrin was telling his father about the dragon and how Desimone had come to appear in the house before him. Resting her cheek on a hand, Desimone watched Sevrin. He wasn't anywhere near as muscular as Galloway, but as he spoke and gestured, Desimone saw how toned he was, arms strengthened by tilling the soil. And though he still had a bit of baby fat in his cheeks, his face struck a manly profile. By next year he'd make a striking figure, yet his humility oozed out of every pore. Desimone found herself sighing before she could stop herself. "Your Highness," Mariella set a plate of fruit, bread, and cheese in front of Desimone. "I wonder if you'd indulge me a moment." "Please," Desimone snapped her attention off of Sevrin. "Go ahead." Mariella hesitated a moment, her eyes studying Desimone. "A short time ago, Sevrin told us about a girl he fancied." Desimone stiffened. "Did he?" "He did." "I see." Desimone felt her neck muscles tightened. What did the wench look like, she wondered. Probably some snaggled tooth. "Is the girl you?" Desimone froze and allowed her dark thoughts to dissipate. Severin's words back in the dragon cave drifted back to her. His confession of love and how he looked at her. "I believe I am." "Oh." Mariella sunk to her seat. "No wonder he said he couldn't court you." "Why not?" "We're farmers, your Highness." Mariella cocked her head. "Could you accept a farmer as a suitor?" "I've never had one asked before." Desimone turned her gaze to Sevrin again. He must have finished his story, for he was silent, searching his father's face with pleading eyes. Timron studied the floor for a moment, shaking his head. A smile cracked his stony face. He reached out and pulled Sevrin into a hug. Sevrin wrapped his arms around him. Desimone rested her cheek on her hand again. "I don't think I'd mind it," she said. "Oh, I see." Mariella let her eyes rove over Desimone. "This is surprising," she muttered. "Sevrin," she said aloud, "come and eat. The 2 of you will have a busy morning, so you must sleep early." "Yes, Mum." Sevrin sat beside Desimone. "I have so many errands to run tomorrow. It's a good thing it's market day." Desimone swung around to Sevrin. "I've always wanted to see the city during market day. Do you mind taking me?" "We have to go through the market to get to the castle, so sure," Sevrin said. "Thank you." Desimone placed her hand on his arm. "I'm so excited. Whenever one of the knights escort me, there's all this kerfuffle. I've always wanted to see what it's like when no one knows I'm there." Sevrin gazed at her hand on his arm. His face flushed again, and he averted his eyes. "I don't think it's possible for you to walk around anonymously, Princess," Timon said, sitting on one of the beds. "Everyone will recognize you." "You'd be surprised, Timon. Most commoners wouldn't recognize their royals without their fancy clothes." "There's still the clothes. She can't go out in public without wearing something, and we've nothing here a princess would wear." Sevrin sighed. "I think father is right. I'm sorry, Princess. I will take you to the market, but I doubt anyone will fail to recognize you." "I see." Desmond lowered her eyes. "It would have been nice." "Oh, Princess." Sevrin placed a hand on her shoulder. She put her hand on his. "Don't be sad, your Highness." Mariella smiled over her shoulder. "These things have a way of working out." "You sound like you're scheming, Mariella," Timron said. "Me? Never." Mariella winked at Desimone. "Why am I not convinced your mother isn't planning something?" Desimone said to Sevrin. "I'm not sure." Sevrin shook his head at his mother. "I'm not completely convinced either." Chapter 32. Desmond woke to the sun glimmering in her eyes. Pulling herself up to a seated position, she looked around at her surroundings. She had been lying on a rough but comfortable bed in a wooden cottage. Smoke filled the house from the hearth where Mariella used a wooden paddle to stir something in a cauldron. "Late start this morning, your Highness?" Mariella said over her shoulder. "Late?" Desmond gazed out of the window. "The sun's barely risen." Mariella chuckled. "It's late for us. We get up before the sun. Except for Sevrin. He's a bit of a late sleeper if I don't drag him out of bed." "Don't tell me he's a layabout." Desmond threw the bed coverings off of her, revealing the nightgown she had borrowed from Mariella last night. No. He works hard. He's diligent and determined, but..." Mariella set her paddle down.
He always has his head in the clouds. Drives his father mad, but I love that part about him. I hope he never loses his ability to reach beyond his means. It's the reason I believe he was able to befriend the dragon. Sevrin told you the whole story, then? Yes, and you should get back to the castle before the night spread out. Mariella dried her hands on her dress while walking to a chest in the corner. Sevrin will escort you once he returns. Where is he? It's washing day. Mariella dove through her trunk. He and Timorone are down by the river bathing. I've got clothes washing now. I'm afraid your dress won't be dry until tomorrow, so unfortunately you won't be able to wear your royal robes as you travel through the market day. She smirked at Desimone over her shoulder. Is that what you were scheming last night? Desimone bounced on the bed. Don't scheme, princess. Mariella turned back to the trunk. We simply don't want you to leave the house wearing a filthy dress. Can anyone blame me for being hospitable? You are devious, Mariella. Desimone leaned forward in her seat. What shall I wear, then? I'll lend you one of my old dresses, if I can find it. Ah, here it is. Mariella pulled a green and white silk dress embroidered with silvery flowers. It shimmered in the light as she examined it all over. Oh, good. The moths haven't gone to it. Master Knighton's concoction worked. What a lovely dress! Mariella hung it over her arms. I've always liked it. Thank you, Mariella. Desimone hopped to her feet. You've been more than kind to me. I must caution you, princess. Don't spend too much time in the marketplace. Mariella caught her eye and held it. No matter how many times I'm turning around in my mind, I can't imagine the amount of nights needed to launch a campaign like facing a dragon being able to leave before midday. However, the urgency of the situation may cause them to prepare faster. You must get to the castle to stop them. Do not betray Tesco's trust. It's a terrible thing to betray the trust of a dragon. Of course, Desimone nodded. I would never. We have some time before the city opens for the day. I filled a basin in the corner with heated water so you can have a wash in privacy. Mariella handed her the dress. I will find a way to return your dress to the castle when it's dry. Thank you. Desimone took the dress and walked toward the basin. Mariella, she turned to face her. How are you certain the knights won't leave until midday? Do you have experience dealing with knights? I have a bit. How do you know so much about them? And how do you know so much about dragons? Lauphah isn't my original home. Mariella turned back to her cauldron full of washing clothes. I came from elsewhere. Where? It's not important. Hurry now. You want as much time as possible in the markets. Desimone let her eyes run over Mariella. Hanging the dress over a chair, she examined it as it shimmered in the light. Smooth fabric with white lace running at the hem. It wasn't the sort of dress a peasant farmer should have in her possession. So where did she get it? Desimone peeked at Mariella over her shoulder. She stood there, staring her washing with a certain grace Desimone had never seen in anyone before, be it peasant or noblewoman. Desimone narrowed her eyes in thought. There was certainly more to this farmer's wife than met the eye, but Desimone could not pinpoint what. Chapter 33. Bathing oneself proved to be an awkward affair for someone who normally had servants to do the job for her. Mariella had given Desimone a cloth, and Desimone had managed to scrub her skin somewhat, though she had to have Mariella wash her back. After that, Desimone slipped on Mariella's old dress. It was of a lighter material than Desimone expected, and the cloth swished as she moved. Mariella helped her lace up the back, and then made Desimone sit on a chair while she brushed her hair. You're very good at this. Desimone closed her eyes as the brush grazed her scalp. You're as good as Maria. I've had practice. Desimone peeked at her out of the corner of her eye. Back in the kingdom you were born in? Mariella fell silent a moment while continuing to brush. Let the past stay there, your highness. Very well, Desimone said. I think, however, I will plait your hair in one of my favorite styles. Mariella retreated to the chest and removed a green ribbon. For the next few moments, Mariella braided Desimone's hair, though Desimone couldn't see the style. She'd have to wait until she returned to the castle. There, Mariella stepped back. Oh, you look charming. I always thought it was a shame everyone here hides their hair under a veil. Come look. She pulled a mirror from the trunk next. Desimone was beginning to think it was a magic portal to another world. Mariella handed Desimone the mirror. Oh. Part of Desimone's hair had been braided back, while the rest tumbled onto her shoulders. The ribbon had been intertwined with the braid. How unusual! Do you like it? I love it! Desimone rested the mirror on her lap. Forgive me for fussing with you so much. Mariella took the mirror and tucked it back in the chest. I've always wanted a daughter I could dress up like this, so I suppose I had to get it all out on you. I don't mind at all. Desimone stood and twirled, causing the dress to fly out around her legs. It's fun to dress in something which doesn't weigh me down. I never realized how heavy my royal clothes were. Mariella smiled at her, and Desimone returned it. Can't imagine why she has such an obsession with washing. Severin's voice drifted in from outside. Every week it's the same thing. I haven't the foggiest, came Timron's voice. Been this way since I met her. She's your wife. Doesn't mean I understand her. The door opened and Timron stepped in. When you marry, son, you'll find that some things you do because it makes him happy. Sounds like a bother to me. Sevrin walked in, running his hands through his hair. He halted when his eyes landed on Desimone. Desimone's eyes zoomed in on his hair. Without the layers of earth to plaster it to his head, it waved and danced. And there was so much of it. She burst into laughter. Everyone in the cottage turned to look at her. I'm sorry. I shouldn't laugh, but... Desimone dissolved into laughter again. Your hair, Sevrin, it's so fluffy. Fluffy? Sevrin pulled the front of his hair down so he could see it. I suppose. Do forgive me, Desimone said, still laughing. I'm being quite rude, but it surprised me. When you walked in, I had a momentary vision of a giant reaching down, plucking you from the earth, and blowing on your head, while tufts of hair flew off like dandelion fluff. She burst into barely contained giggles. It struck me as funny. Sevrin and his family glanced at each other in the silence. Sevrin ran his hands through his hair again and chuckled. He chuckled long and hard. Father was telling me I need a haircut. Oh, please don't, Desimone said, finally getting a hold of herself. I like it. Sevrin fingered his hair as his face flushed red. Mariella? Timron examined Desimone up and down. Is this your old dress? It is. It suits her, doesn't it? It does. Timron gave her a small smile. You look like my darling did when I first met her, Your Highness. Desimone swayed back and forth, the dress swishing about her. Seeing as though you married her, I'll take it as a compliment. It's the highest compliment I can make. Timron kissed Mariella's cheek. Oh, you sweet man. Mariella patted his cheek. What happened to your own clothes, Princess? Severin's eyes roved over the dress from top to bottom. I washed them, Mariella smirked. They won't be dry until tomorrow. Ah, so that's what you were scheming last night, Sevrin said. Oh, off with you. Mariella waved them off. The gates will be open soon, and... A distant bell chimed. There's a signal. I would have liked to send you with breakfast, but... Mariella shuffled them out. Move on, you two. Remember, you have to do shopping in the market, Sevrin. Don't waste time and let the good products disappear. Yes, Mum. Sevrin retrieved the pack Tesco had laden him with last night. Mariella handed him a pouch, leaned in, and whispered something in Severin's ear. Are you sure? Sevrin shouldered his pack. Mariella nodded. We'll make up for it before long. Go on now, hurry. Thanks, Mum. Sevrin kissed her cheek. He led Desimone across the field to the city gate. Though they had walked this path the night before, darkness had obscured the landscape. In the brightening sun, Desimone saw the city wall rise up to the sky to her right, and the trees of the forest tower to the sky a fair way to her left. Birds wheeled overhead, while bees buzzed about her. Grasshoppers jumped from one blade of grass to another, and butterflies flitted from one golden wildflower to the next. Everywhere she looked, she saw something new. The forest, Sevrin. Have you ever been inside? When Desimone turned to him, she caught him staring at her. What is it? Nothing. I'm not sure how to say this without offending you. Just say it. I think your royal robes detract from you, Your Highness. Sevrin held his hands behind his back. What do you mean? Well, a simpler look suits you. You've always been beautiful wearing your royal clothes, but now in this dress, you're breathtaking. Oh, Desimone felt her cheeks flush. Thank you, Sevrin. You're welcome, Your Highness.
Chapter 34. All right. Sevrin gazed at the city gate standing open in the clear sun. Here we are. We'll have you back in the castle soon. Desimone followed his gaze. The portico had been raised, and a crowd of people shoved their way onto the drawbridge to get inside, mostly travelers who had heard of the dragon and were determined not to get caught out in the dark one more night. Sevrin, Desimone clutched his hand. Since I'm in these clothes, I would like it if no one knew who I was, if possible. As you wish, Your Highness. Sevrin turned to her. But what if someone asks? I don't want to lie. I'll take care of it. All right. Sevrin gripped her hand tighter. Stay close to me. We don't want you knocked around. Desimone held his hand in both of hers. She followed him when he joined the crowd and shouldered his way inside the gate. At the first crossroad, the crowd thinned a little, and Desimone got her first look at the city without her guards blocking the way or the people stopping to gawk at her. The crowd bustled by while animals trotted through the streets. Boots trampled the cobblestone, and the sound of companions talking to each other about their plans added to the general murmur in the air. Dogs barked, cats meowed, cart horses and mules brayed, cows lowed, and chickens clucked. In the distance someone called out something, though Desmond couldn't hear what was being said. It was a general impression of noise and hustling bodies. Her smile grew. Amazing! Desmond gazed around. I had no idea the city teemed with so much life and bustle. It's a bit more crowded than usual. Sevrin led her down the road. This way. Market Street runs right down the center of the city and will take us straight to the castle. On Market Road, both sides of the street had been lined with wooden booths covered in wares, statues, jewelry, produce, smoked meats, tools, anything Desmond could think of could be bought here. People strode down the center of the street, occasionally stopping to look at the products for sale. Most intriguing were the booth owners calling out to potential customers. Fresh fruit, picked off the tree this morning. Get your tools sharpened here. Can't do a job without sharpened tools. Hot cross buns, 1 a penny, 2 a penny, hot cross buns. Oh, Desmond paused as a sweet smell drifted past her nose. Following the scent, she saw a small child holding a basket full of round bread with X's branded on top. He sang his song while holding out a bun to passers-by. Sevrin! She shook his arm. What are those? Would you like one? Desmond's stomach growled in response. She nodded sheepishly. Yes, please. They smell heavenly. Sevrin dug into the satchel at his side. Whoops, wrong one. He went for another pouch on his other side. When Desimone peered in, she spotted green leaves stuffed in the satchel. What are those plants? Master Knighton asked me to gather some of these herbs for him. Sevrin pulled out 2 small coins from his pouch. I'll drop them off after I escort you home. The old apothecary. Desmond watched Sevrin hand the money to the boy. I heard he can make concoctions which can do just about anything. That's about right. Sevrin took 2 buns selected by the boy. He handed one to Desimone. Enjoy. Desmond took a bite of warm bread. Sweetness and spices cascaded about her tongue. This is delicious. Isn't it? Severin's cheeks puffed out as a smile took over his face. I love hot cross buns. He took a bite. Desimone followed suit. A roll of fabric launched itself off a booth and into Desimone's face. She jumped back, nearly dropping the rest of her bun. Fabric for the pretty lady, came a voice. Make yourself a new dress. Sevrin tilted his head around the fabric. Good morning, Mrs. Daisy. Sevrin! I didn't see you there. You never do. Sevrin leaned in close to Desimone. This is Mrs. Daisy, biggest mouth on this side of the mountains. Desimone gasped. I beg your pardon? Daisy smacked Severin's arm. Oh! Sevrin rubbed his arm, though a smile remained on his lips. You deserved it, Sevrin. Desimone shook her head at him. Awful of you. A ruder man I've never met. A young merchant stepped forward. He was dressed in a red and brown tunic with a feather cap. Hello, William. Sevrin rolled his eyes. This is William, the merchant's son. I'm a merchant in my own right now. William looked down his nose at Sevrin. What are you doing here? Sevrin cocked his head. I didn't think you liked coming to the marketplace. Indeed, William sniffed. However, there are so many travelers stopping by, my father insisted I come to see if there's any new merchandise to be seen. He looked at Sevrin askance. It's the only reason I would come down here to mingle with such base folk. Do you really feel that way? Desimone asked. Of course. William crossed his arms. I am a man of means. Don't let the old blowhard fool you. A young man walked over to them. Bradley, the blacksmith's son, Sevrin said. He was joined by another young man with a pleasant smile on his face. Sevrin dubbed him Henry, the stonemason's son. He begs his father to send him out to the market so he can see his friends, Bradley continued. Lies! William stomped his foot. Then why did you stop by my shop this morning to tell me you'd be here? Bradley leaned in close to him. Stop the pretense, Will, Henry said. You're only making a fool of yourself. Desimone chuckled. You're all friends, then? Sevrin shrugged. You can call it that. I'm not sure how I got caught up with these idiots. William rubbed his nose. I'll tell you how. Bradley threw his arm around Severin's neck. Sevrin here is too foolish to know he shouldn't be talking to us. He ups and starts a conversation with anyone. That's how I first met these ne'er-do-wells. True, Henry nodded. Certainly sounds like Sevrin. Desimone held her hands in front of her. As the boys continued talking, she watched them interact. Their cheerful jabbing, the way they shoved and pushed each other, it was so familiar. Why do I feel as if I know these men? You should, Sevrin whispered. They were with me when we first met in your father's orchard. Oh, poors! Desmond clasped her hands. They've all grown so much. Your father's orchard, Daisy rested her hand on her cheek. Curiouser and curiouser. Desmond swung around to her. I didn't think we were speaking that loudly. We weren't. Sevrin tapped his mouth. And she has itchy ears to match. Sevrin! Desmond stomped her foot on the cobblestone. Never mind. Daisy waved her hands. His gentle ribbon don't bother me none. I know what people say about me, and it's true. Ask me anything about anyone, I'll be able to tell you. Is that so? Desimone said. Ah, yeah. Henry curled his fingers like claws. She's got a mouth as big as a dragon's maw. Daisy threw a spool of thread at his face. You're supposed to be the nice one. Henry grinned and handed the spool back to her. That being said, Daisy turned her eyes to Desimone. I've never seen the likes of you around. Who are you, then? And what is a fine, noble lady such as yourself doing running around with a filthy peasant like Sevrin? William said. A lady? Desimone felt the back of her neck heat up. Was her disguise seen through that easily? What makes you think I'm a lady? I could be a traveler. The way you talk, William said. The way you stand, Bradley said. You look like a lady, Henry said. Aye, it's true. Daisy tapped her nose. I can always sniff these things out. Come from a fine family, you do. But I can't seem to place you. Severn smirked at her. I suppose you can't hide who you are. All right, Desimone gave a small dip. I am indeed a lady. I've come out to see the marketplace, but I didn't want anyone knowing who I was. I hope you'll allow me to stay anonymous for a time. Mom's the word, then. Bradley elbowed Daisy. Right, Mrs. Daisy? Can't guarantee it past the day. Mrs. Daisy shook out one of her rolls of fabric. It's all right, Desimone smiled at her. I only need to remain anonymous until Severn escorts me home. Once I leave, you can tell everyone. Why have Severn escort you at all, when you can have any amount of men of means do it? William winked at her, me included. Well, actually, Desmond felt a bit of heat creep up her cheeks. To be quite frank, Severn is courting me. What? Severn started. I'm what? Bradley chuckled. Doesn't sound like he's in on the take, lady. Indeed. Desmond pressed her lips together. He was doing a fine job of it up until this moment. No, I mean, Severn scratched his hair. I didn't, that is, isn't it like Severn, though? Daisy's eyes appraised Severn and Desmond. He's always trying to reach past his means. You'll never meet a nicer man, though. I know. Desmond smiled at him. Severn's face turned beet red. But why? William stepped in between them. Why him? Why accept a peasant farmer as a suitor? It makes no sense. Why, indeed? Desmond walked a few steps away from them. The answer is right in front of us. She spun around to gesture at them. Look at you, all different classes, yet you're here enjoying each other's company. Severn can make friends with anyone, no matter the class. Or race. Race? Henry glanced back around the little circle. She's talking about Tesco, a friend we visited yesterday, Severn said. But what does my friend-making skills have to do with anything? It shows a natural instinct for diplomacy, Severn, a subject I've struggled to learn. Still do. It's a very princely quality. Is it? Severn scratched his cheek. Besides that, you possess a noble heart, a courageous demeanor, and a character of integrity. Desmond looked him in the eyes. You have utterly occupied my mind all these years, and to be honest, you're not the only one who has been in love all this time. Severn gazed at her. But you're the... I know who I am, and I know who you are. No one else I know would have stood up to nurse back then, and for someone who showed you no kindness whatsoever, even now your compassion overwhelmed fear and compelled you to befriend a dragon. A dragon, Severn! I've never seen you look down or pander to anyone. You treat everyone the same. You're like no one I've ever met. None of my suitors could hold a candle to you. I'm sorry, Bradley interjected. But did she say you'd befriended a dragon? I'll tell you about it later, Severn murmured, not taking his eyes off Desmond. It's a little important to leave until later, Bradley said, crossing his arms. Henry elbowed him and placed a finger on his lips. With a snort, Bradley quieted. Severn let his eyes drop to the floor. With a deep breath, he looked into Desmond's eyes. If I had the means, I would ask for your hand right now. If you asked, I would give it to you. Would you accept a farmer as your husband? I could. Desmond took his hands in hers. I would. I have nothing to offer you, no money, no land. You are enough, Sevrin. Desmond held his hands close to her. Would your father accept me? I keep harping on this, but you don't understand the significance of having a dragon as a friend. Do you know how powerful a kingdom could become when a dragon defends it? My father would be a fool to let such an opportunity slip through his fingers. Severn searched her face, swallowing hard. Then, Desmond, would you marry me? Yes, Severn, Desmond nodded. I will. Severn beamed. He drew her into a warm embrace. Desmond rested her head on his shoulders as he wrapped his arms around her. Never had she felt so comfortable and secure. Well, I'll be, Daisy said. Well done, Severn. Henry clapped his back. Desimone, William interjected, eyes widened, as in Princess Desimone. Well, Severn rubbed the back of his neck. Yes, Desmond said, I am Princess Desimone. The young men and Daisy gaped at Severn and Desimone, but before anyone could say anything about it, a disturbance cut through the noise. Oi, stop that noise! Daisy peered through the crowd gathering at the main street. It's like a royal procession, but the royal is here. Oh, no! Desmond gazed at Severn. You don't think... It's the knights, Severn said. So early, it's not anywhere near noon. Desmond peered through the crowd. Unless... They must have rushed the preparations, Severn said. Because I had them preparing before. Either way, we have to stop them. Severn gripped her hand. Stay close. Don't get separated. Desmond nodded, and Severn plunged through the crowd. Grasping his hands, Desmond closed her eyes as she was shoved and jolted all over. Severn pushed through, and they emerged on the edge of the street, watching a parade of knights on horseback trot by. A herald shouted, Way! Way! in front of them, as they did when escorting Desimone through the city. Why is it so crowded? Galloway's voice boomed above the heralds. He rode at the head of the procession, heading toward the city walls. Aside, presents, or feel my blade! Sir Galloway! Desimone shouted. Sir Galloway, stop! He didn't even look in her direction. He can't hear me. I'll stop him. Severn set her hand in William's and darted down the street. The knights he passed watched him, some shouting at him to get out of the way. But Severn rushed on, weaving in and out of the procession. When he reached Galloway, he snatched a horse's rein and dug his feet in. Whoa there, horse! The horse reared with a hoarse scream. You blighter! Galloway swung his sword at Severn's head. Severn ducked the blade. The entire procession halted as Galloway leapt off his horse, his sword at Severn's throat. He's a bold one, that's for sure, Henry said, coming to stand beside Desimone. It was nice knowing him, Bradley said. Desimone released William's hand, lifted her skirts, and darted towards Severn. Knave! How dare you stand in my way? Galloway snarled at Severn. If I wasn't in a rush to save my precious princess, I'd... Sir Galloway! Desimone rushed over to him. Sir Galloway, stop! Galloway jerked his head around to her. Princess? You're safe! A smile lit up his face. What are you doing here? And what are you wearing? Please, Sir Galloway, Desimone said, panting. Severn didn't mean any harm. He stopped you at my behest. But how came you here, your highness? Sir Aaron strode forward. We all saw the dragon scoop you up and carry you hence. Sir Aaron, Desimone turned to him, I'm so pleased you're well and back in fighting form. The truth of the matter is, we have nothing to fear from the dragon. Severn here has taken care of it. Galloway made a face. This peon has slain the dragon? Forgive me if I don't believe it. No, Sir Galloway, he didn't slay the dragon. He befriended him. Possible, Galloway snorted. One can tame a dragon. I didn't say he tamed the dragon. I say he befriended him. Desimone held her hands together. The dragon, his name is Descophanes, wasn't trying to kidnap me from the castle. He invited me to tea, and now he wants to strike a bond of friendship with our kingdom. All the knights gaped at her with mouths open. Methinks, my lady, Galloway reached a hand out to her, your recent fright has left your brain addled. Desmond slapped his hand away from her. Do you think I came to be here? Galloway narrowed his eyes. Perhaps, my lady, you squirmed your way out of the dragon's clutches and fell from a great height, striking your head. This peasant then comes along and tells you a wild story, and you, not able to remember anything, takes it as truth. I did no such thing, Severn snarled. Says the filthy peasant, Galloway sniffed. Your kind's native tongue is lies, Severn snarled. Stand down, Severn, it's all right. Desimone stood in between them. We can prove our claim, Sir Galloway. Severn, the bag. Sevrin shrugged the bag off his shoulders and opened the mouth of the sack. The dragon gold gleamed forth. All the knights and quite a few of the onlookers gasped in wonder. "Is this bag full of gold?" Sir Aaron said. "Yes," Desimone smiled at him. "The dragon gave it to me as a gift. He has more to give our kingdom as well, but we couldn't carry it." Sir Galloway snorted through his nose. "More lies! Anyone can lose a dragon if they're sly enough. This proves nothing." "Honestly, Sir Galloway, you spoke to me of my thoughtless words, yet you think I lie?" "I yet think you are addled and wonder why your knights won't take control of the situation and separate you from this deceitful knave." Severn snarled at him. Desimone spoke up before Severn could say anything. "There is something else which can prove our story beyond a shadow of a doubt. Before we left, Tesco gave Severn a token of friendship. Show them, Severn." "Yes, your highness." Severn shifted through the contents of one of his pouches. He withdrew the scale Tesco had given him. It gleamed in various rainbows, reflecting the morning sun. "By gum!" Corlin stepped forward. "'Tis a dragon scale, my lord." "Indeed." Galloway clenched his teeth. "Where did you come by such a thing, peasant?" "Tesco gave it to me." Severn gazed at it. "Said it was a sign of undying friendship among dragons." "Where did the scale come from?" Sir Aaron said from atop his horse. "What part of the dragon?" "His chest." Severn touched his own chest. Corlin swung around to face Galloway. "Didn't your father say the scale from the heart of a live dragon is able to control him?" "Control him?" Severn gazed at the scale. "He never told me that." "No, he didn't." Desimone let her eyes fall to the scale as well. "I wonder why not?" Instantly Galloway had his sword at Severn's neck. "Hand it over, drudge. A prize like that is too precious for the likes of you." "Never!" Severn held the scale to his chest. "Never to you or anyone else." "Why, you—" Galloway raised his sword. "Sir Galloway!" Desimone stepped in between them. "Would you really raise your blade to take someone else's property by force?" Galloway froze. "I only wanted to give it to you, Princess. Such a thing should be kept safe in the castle." "It's perfectly safe in Severn's care." Desimone turned her back on him. "Suddenly I understand why Tesco never told us of the scale's properties." Setting her attention at Severn's friends, she smiled. "Gentlemen, I thank you for a wonderful morning. It shall stand in my mind as one of my dearest memories. I trust this won't be the last time I shall see of you." "Of course not, your highness." William bowed with a flourish. "We are Severn's friends, after all." "Now you want to be called his friend?" Bradley muttered. William elbowed him. "And you, Severn." Desimone took his hands. "My parents will soon return home. When they do, I shall discuss with them what we decided." Severn caressed her hands. "I too shall tell my parents forthwith." "I would ask another favor of you," Desimone said. "Once I explain to my father all that has happened, I should want him to meet Tesco. Will you arrange the meeting with great pomp and circumstance?" "With a will, your highness." "Thank you, Severn." Desimone looked him straight in the eyes, those honest, earnest eyes. She leaned forward and kissed him on the bridge of his nose, sending the crowd into murmurs. "The knights will escort me the rest of the way back to the castle," she said, stepping back. "I shall see you soon." She turned to see Corlin handing her the reins to his horse. "Thank you, Corlin." Mounting the horse, she caught sight of Galloway glaring at her, then Severn. Desimone cleared her throat. Perhaps she shouldn't have been so open with her feelings. Galloway had spent weeks courting her, after all. He wasn't going to take her preferring Severn to him lying down. With a sigh, she settled herself onto the horse. She'd have to be delicate with rejecting him. For now, it was probably best to separate the two. "Knights, just return to the castle." Desimone turned the horse in the right direction. "I shall explain to you what has transpired since yesterday morning as soon as we arrive." Glancing over her shoulder to smile at Severn, she trotted off home. After giving the knights a rundown of what happened, Desimone planned on sharing every detail of her encounter with Maria in private. Surely her lady-in-waiting would be dying to hear all the juicy details of her engagement. After that, she planned to write a long letter to her parents extolling Severn and buttering them up to the idea she had chosen him for her husband, because she had chosen the one she had married, and she was certain he would be the best choice for the good of her people. Chapter 35. Severn stared in unabashed admiration as Desimone mounted the horse. With a final smile at Severn, she led the knights toward the castle. He sighed as he watched her ride away, with all the grace befitting her title. What a woman! And he was engaged to her. "I know who you are, peasant!" Sir Galloway's words cut through Severn's reverie. He spat the word peasant as if it were a curse. "You're the knave who attempted to murder my princess." "Did no such thing."
Sevrin said, catching Galloway in the eye. Be silent before your betters. Galloway approached him. I have not forgotten how you impugned my lady's honor. I will not rest until I relieve your head from your shoulders. In fact, he held his sword to Severin's neck. Severin's eyes widened at the blade. Would this knight murder him in cold blood? One look at Galloway's face answered the question for him. Bloodlust gleamed in the knight's eyes. I shouldn't do that if I were you. Thrusting the sword away from Sevrin, William stepped in between them. It would be a shame if the princess were to hear about your actions. It would be easy to call her back. Henry stood on his other side. Bradley here has the loudest voice of anyone in the city. I should have been a town crier, Bradley shouted at the top of his lungs. The knights and the princess halted their progress. As one, they looked back to the noise. Sir Galloway, what are you doing? Desimone's voice rang out. Do come on. Galloway growled. You may have won this worm. He sneered at Sevrin as he sheathed his sword. But you only have delayed your execution. Swinging up on his horse, he took off after Desimone. What a nasty character, Sevrin muttered as he watched him leave. Sevrin! Henry caught him in a headlock. You're engaged! To the princess! William ran his hand over his hair. How did you manage it? I'm not so sure myself. Sevrin gazed at his hands which had held Desimone's own soft skin, hands which had held her in an embrace. She had accepted him. Him! This is everything I've dreamed for my whole life. A grin spread across his face. Yes, right. Bradley approached him, waving his hands. Dreams come true and all that, but we're missing the most important thing here. A dragon? You befriended a dragon? How is this even possible? Walk with me and I'll tell you about it. Sevrin turned his face towards home. About me, then? Daisy shouted from behind her booth. To hear what happened? Don't worry, Miss Daisy, Bradley called. I'll tell you everything when I come back. You'll be spreading the story around in no time. See that you do. Daisy nodded. The boys laughed. Go on, then, Henry prodded Sevrin. Tell us what happened. Sure, Sevrin started home. It all started when the dragon first appeared and burned down my father's field. Chapter 36. And he was escorting me home when I heard the racket from your departure. Desimone sat on her mother's throne, gazing at all the knights and members of court who had gathered around to listen to her story. That's how I came back here quite safely. An incredible story, Your Highness, Garendon said, leaning on his staff. Tea with a dragon? It apologized. Sir Aaron furrowed his brows. For the destruction it caused? It did, Desimone chuckled. I shouldn't have believed it myself if I hadn't experienced it. You saw the proof. I find this all highly suspicious. Sir Galloway leaned in the corner where he had stationed himself since returning to the castle. He had listened to her entire story with a scowl on his face. What do you find so suspicious, Sir Galloway? Desimone said. The peasant. I'm not so sure this isn't some trick. Desimone rolled her eyes. Sir Galloway, how did a peasant gain the friendship of a dragon when true knights have struggled to approach them without being roasted alive? Galloway turned up his nose. He just happens to vow friendship with a creature who destroyed our kingdom. A fair point, Sir Galloway. Desimone smoothed her dress down. It seems it all started with your dragon trap. Eh? Tesco, the dragon, got himself caught in it. Sevrin happened by and released him. Desimone rested her hand on her lap. By the by, I simply must ask you refrain from using such a trap in the future. Poor Tesco has a terrible wound on his leg from it. I imagine it must have been quite painful. Galloway sputtered. Though I don't blame you. Desimone let her eyes drift to her hands. 24 hours ago, I would have gladly used your trap and lauded you should you have succeeded in dispatching Tesco. But that was before I knew how gentle he is. Gentle? Galloway shouted. It's a beast. I thought the same. A smile spread across Desimone's face, until Sevrin taught me to look past his exterior. Sevrin. Galloway's mouth screwed up as he spoke Severin's name, as if speaking it left a foul taste in his tongue. I recognize a blighter as the one who jumped in front of Her Highness's horse, nearly causing her physical injury and unhorsing me. It was all an accident, Sir Galloway, Desimone said. An accident? Galloway snorted through his nose. How is he always there? The dragon starts by burning his field. I trap the thing, and this peasant frees it. He was there when you dressed down the knights. And then the dragon invites you for tea along with him, who then escorts you back when I was literally riding out to your rescue. This is all too much.
Does this not smack of treachery? Desmond crossed her arms. What sort of treachery are you implying, Sir Galloway? The peasant has bewitched you, my princess. Bewitched me? Desmond burst into laughter. Then how is he always there? Always, always, always ready to one-up me in small ways. Always there to humiliate me. Always there to plant doubts in your mind. Sir Galloway stood up straight. And you kiss him in public! I shall not have it. As your betrothed, I demand you refrain from such behavior in the future. My betrothed? Desmond stood to her feet. I was not aware I accepted your proposal, knight. You would have, Galloway raised his chin, from the tower's parapet, before the dragon spirited you away. You were about you, were you not? I might have, but I'm glad I didn't. Desmond heaved a sigh. I had hoped to do this in private, Sir Galloway, but I have decided to reject your proposal. Galloway said nothing, but clenched his teeth and hands. His face flushed red. My heart belongs to another. Desmond touched her chest. Even if it didn't, I cannot marry someone who looks down on my people. I need someone who would reach out to them rather than shun them. Someone like the peasant, you mean, Galloway said through his teeth. That is not your concern. Desmond resumed her seat. However, allow me to say I do heartily appreciate everything you've done for me and my kingdom. Heartily appreciate? Galloway snarled. My efforts will not be in vain. I will destroy the dragon and dissolve the enchantment placed upon you. You will be mine. No harm is to come to the dragon, Sir Galloway. Desmond shot to her feet. That is a royal order. If you cannot abide by it, you are welcome to leave my realm. I shall instruct Tesco to let you pass unfettered, but I will not have you disobeying my orders. Is this understood? Galloway snarled. Am I understood, Sir Galloway? Desmond repeated her question in a tone which defied him to ignore her again. Clearly, Galloway said through his teeth. Desmond sank back into her seat. At least that was over and done with. Your Highness, Duncan, one of the nobles in the royal court, stepped forward. By your leave, I request a message be sent to your parents to return to the kingdom at once. If the dragon truly wishes to side with our city, we must act quickly to create an official accord with it. Such was my intention. Desmond stood. If you all will excuse me, I shall craft a message with them forthwith. Maria? Maria instantly rushed to Desmond's side. As they made the way to one of the throne room's exits, Maria leaned over to whisper, Your heart belongs to another. Pray, Princess, what do you mean by it? You were gone 24 hours. Have you met your love in such short a time? Yes and no. Desmond leaned in close to whisper back. You'll never guess it, Maria. Sevrin is Sir Apple. Maria's eyes sparkled as she gasped in amazement. You found him again. Even before I knew he was Sir Apple, my heart leapt in Severin's presence. It always belonged to him, which is why I could never accept Sir Galloway. How terribly romantic! Maria took her hand. Come, Your Highness, you must tell me all. Of course, I shall reveal all to you while I craft a message for my parents. Desmond crossed the room, glancing at the knights. And I would ask you to help me write it in such a manner to prepare my father to accept Sevrin. Sir Galloway, though, Maria looked over her shoulder toward the knight. He will not accept your rejection easily, I deem. Desmond didn't even look in his direction as she left the room by a different door. Be that as it may, he will have to accept my decision. Whether he does so easily or not is not my concern. If I may be so bold as to offer my advice, watch him, Your Highness, until he leaves to return home. Maria pressed her lips together. Such a man will hold a grudge, especially after everything he's done. I deem your advice wise, Maria, Desimone said.
Chapter 37. After the princess had left to write a letter to her parents, the throne room devolved into the knights and nobles murmuring and gossiping about how wonderful it would be to have a dragon at their beck and call. Would it be possible for them to meet the young man who had managed to befriend the beast? What were the chances they could arrange for this young man to swear fealty to the throne and thus have a dragon at their behest forever? Perhaps this young man was a prince in disguise who had come to the kingdom as he ventured forth to earn his fortunes. Such a thing has happened before, they speculated. If he were a prince, why did he not come to court Desimone? Could he be swayed to marry her in exchange for land or gold? Galloway exited the room before he took a sword to all their throats. They were speaking about a peasant, for crying out loud. Not a prince in disguise, a peasant! He has robbed me of my prize, humiliated me at every turn.
Galloway snarled as he stormed down the hall. The dragon would be mine if not for him. I will not have it. He shall not rob me of my princess. All I desire shall be mine. He darted to the stable and ordered his horse to be made ready. Once it was, he mounted it and prepared to ride out. After all, he knew where the dragon's lair lay. He'd kill it and prove his worth. And then he dispatched Sevrin. Once he showed her his power, surely the princess would come to her senses. And if she didn't acknowledge his worth after all this, he would find another way to make her see. "Sir Galloway!" Corlin trotted up to him. "Sir Galloway, wait! Don't leave!" "I'll not be stopped, Corlin!" Galloway snorted through his nose. "I will slay the dragon this day!" "Yes, sir, you will." Corlin held up a wineskin. "Especially now that you have this." Galloway halted to peer at his squire. "What is it?" "The poison Master Knighton was working on." Corlin tied the wineskin to his belt. "Did you not wonder why I let the princess take my horse back to the castle?" "I thought you were practicing chivalry." "And deny you the honor of giving the princess your own mount, my lord?" Corlin shook his head. "I'm only glad you didn't insist on her taking your horse." "No, my lord. I did it to give myself an excuse to slip away." He scowled. "I could see the way things were going. All our plans were being destroyed right before our eyes. I couldn't stand to think a peasant could destroy everything you worked for. It was clear to me the dragon had to be dispatched, so I collected the poison from Master Knighton. We can lace your blade with the poison on the way, and should have plenty left behind if we need it. I also learned from the gossip woman where the peasant lives, should you wish to avenge yourself upon him." "Corlin, I am flabbergasted." Galloway gazed at his squire. "This is well thought of." "I did learn from you, my lord. Your cunning and prowess in our adventures have made a mark on me." Corlin raised a hand into the air. "We shall win you the princess's hand for sure, once the obstacles are out of the way. Or rather," Galloway paused to consider, "I've another plan which would make better use of the opportunity you have afforded us. What if I were the one to control the dragon? Then all the court and the king and knights would surely demand the princess marry me, if only to secure their interests. After all, they would have her join with a peasant under the same circumstances. Why not a chivalrous knight?" "Brilliant, my lord!" Corlin clapped. "A better plan I could not have concocted." He jerked a thumb over his shoulder at the stable. "Would you allow me to get my horse so I may join you on this grand adventure?" "With a will, my good squire." Galloway nodded at him. "Ah, you have earned my respect this day." Corlin grinned. "Won't be but a moment, my lord." He trotted toward the stable. "Be sure you pack the net, Corlin," Galloway called to him. "To be sure, my lord," Corlin called over his shoulder as he went. Galloway smirked as a plan to accomplish his desire cemented into his mind. Thanks to Corlin's foresight, he would have the dragon, the present, and the princess in his grasp by the end of the day. Chapter 38. She did what? Mariella stood at the table, gaping at Sevrin. "She accepted my proposal," Sevrin said, grinning. Mariella and Timron exchanged a glance. When Sevrin returned home, he had caught his parents eating lunch at the table, so he blurted the news as soon as he walked in the door. Mariella walked over to Sevrin and placed her hand on his forehead. He is warm, no fever. Perhaps it's a sort of illness which addles the mind. I've heard of such things." Timron hefted himself out of the chair. "I shall fetch Master Knighton. You keep him still until I return." "I'm not ill, Mum." Sevrin smacked his mother's hand away from him. "It happened." "Oh, dear." Mariella jerked her hand away. "I think he means it, Timron." Timron gave her a look askance. "This is what happens when you encourage his fantastical dreams, Mariella." "I didn't think it would cause any harm," Mariella said. "This is not something to be alarmed about." Sevrin grinned. "She chose me. This is everything I've ever dreamed of." "Sevrin, why would she?" Mariella took a step back to look in his face. "You said it yourself. We have no means." "Because she loves me," Sevrin said, his face heating up again. "She even kissed me right here." He pointed at his nose. "Her father will never accept you, Sevrin." Timron shook his head. "Regardless of how kind she is, he is a noble. They'll never accept you." "Her Highness seems to think he will." "Again, why?" Mariella said. "Because of the dragon." Sevrin reached into his pouch. He gave me this as a token of our friendship. He pulled out the dragon scale. Mariella gasped. Is it? She took it from him. A dragon scale, from over his heart. Sevrin gazed at it. All the knights seem to think such a thing can control a dragon. Princess Desimone believes this is enough to convince her father. I agree. Mariella examined the scale, a frown deepening on her lips. Kingdoms would wage war over such a thing. Righteous men become wicked, and good fathers would sell their kin for the power this scale can bring. It would be too tempting an opportunity for the king to ignore. Would he not rather come in and take it by force? Timron said, arms crossed. It doesn't work that way, though some less informed may think it does. Mariella heaved a sigh. It is the one to whom the scale is given who has the power, not the scale itself. Violence against a scale-bearer has tragic consequences. So, Timron stroked his beard in thought. The king truly would have to allow the princess to marry him. Yes, Mariella handed the scale back to Sevrin. The dragon has given you the key to your every dream, Sevrin. Now you're justified in your decision to rescue him, son, Timron said. Sevrin sank onto his bed, his eyes on the scale in his hands. Looking at it, he thought of the dragon's kind yet annoying manner. How pleased it was with himself to host Princess Desimone and Sevrin for tea. How earnest he looked when he beseeched the princess to call off the knights. A nicer dragon Sevrin had never met. And he had given such power to him? So much power. I think I'll return it, Sevrin said. Why? Mariella said. You have everything you wanted. Because of Tesco. The king wouldn't accept me if it wasn't for him. It's like... Sevrin fell silent a few moments, gathering his thoughts. It feels like I'm using him to get what I want. Tesco's my friends. Friends don't use each other. Timron chuckled at him. Only you would worry about such a thing, Sevrin. You're not one who would ever misuse another, Mariella smiled. If you're worried about it, talk to him. Make known your fears. I'm sure Tesco doesn't see it the way you do. Thank you, Father. Mum. Sevrin got to his feet. I shall go see if I can find him, though he must be back at his lair by now. Go out into the meadow away from the city and call for him, Mariella said. Dragons have excellent hearing. One day, Mum, I'm going to find out how you know so much about dragons. Sevrin headed to the door, but halted. I've neglected my duties today, haven't I? He held up his pouch. Didn't even give these herbs to Master Knighton. It's all right, son. Timron clapped him on the shoulder. This is more important. Be sure to give the herbs to Master Knighton later. Mariella took the pouch from him. Don't want to break your promises. Yes, Mum. Sevrin walked out the door, but he heard his parents continue to speak after he left the house. Mariella? Timron turned to her. Why do you know so much about dragons? Knowledge left over from another lifetime, my love. Mariella turned to the kitchen. Nothing worth discussing. So you say, Timron said, but didn't press the issue further. Sevrin, too, decided not to ponder it too much. He had a dragon to see, after all. Chapter 39. Leaving his parents' and his mother's secrets behind, Sevrin trotted across the field toward the meadow separating the foothills from the city. The dragon's lair was half a day's ride away, and would take even longer on foot. But Sevrin had to go far enough across the meadow so no shepherds or travelers would think Tesco was attacking again. Long before he reached what he thought would be a suitable distance from the city, he spotted Tesco's form stalking along the grass among the foothills. It seemed to be a good distance away from the city, so Sevrin decided to meet him there. It took him close to an hour to reach the foothills. All the while Tesco stalked along the ground, head waving back and forth as if he was looking for something. When Sevrin reached the place Tesco had dropped him and Desimone off after tea, he cupped his hands to his mouth and called, Tesco! At once the dragon jerked up his head to look in his direction. He took to the air and alighted in front of Sevrin. What are you doing out here? Tesco cocked his head. You weren't planning on walking all the way to my cave, were you? It's far to go on such tiny legs. I was going to call you over. I've heard dragons have good hearing, but would you be able to hear me from your lair? Tesco turned his head to the mountains, looking this way and that. The way these foothills curve and where my cave is situated, yes, I think I would. You out here, Tesco? Sevrin said. Did you lose something? I am looking for an appropriate place to build another enclosure. Tesco surveyed the area around him. I should like to herd some animals. I've seen wild goats in the hills, so perhaps I should use those. My enclosure would have to be far enough away from your farmers so we don't get them confused. Do you think your town hall would give me pointers? I've no doubt he would once I explained the situation to him. Severn snickered at the dragon. You're not at all like any dragon I've ever met, Tesco. You've never met a dragon before, Severn. True. Severn looked over the meadow. Speaking of scouting areas, Her Highness asked me to find a place where she can formally introduce you to her father. This looks like a good one. A meeting between me and the king. Tesco's eyes widened and sparkled. What a fantastic idea! We can make it a big to-do. Banners and flags and joustings. Tea for all. It shall be a spectacle. That princess of yours is quite brilliant. She is. Severn rubbed the back of his head. She really is. Now let's see. For such an occasion we should do it up big. Tesco started to count on his claws. I shall need flags and banners and all the things you humans like to decorate with. We'll need pavilions and seats and a good spacious place. He trailed off, looking over the meadows. There's a place on this hilltop which would be perfect. The view is spectacular, and it's close enough to the city. Come, let me show you. Before we go, there's something I need to talk to you about. Severn tapped his fingers together. What's the matter, Severn? Are you all right? Severn took a deep breath before breaking out in a grin. Tesco, you've done it. After all your failed attempts, you've granted me my heart's desire. Desimone, she's agreed to marry me. Really? Tesco gave him a toothy grin. Then my debt is repaid. Exactly, which means you don't have to do this. Tesco cocked his head. What do you mean? You don't have to swear friendship to me. Severn held the scale to Tesco. You don't have to vow amity to the king. You can leave this place and go live your life in peace. I don't want to go. Tesco plopped back on his haunches. This land is bountiful, and you and Desimone make fine neighbors. You need to go, Tesco. You don't want me to stay? Tesco's ear frills angled back. You said you did. I want you to, but I'm afraid the only reason Desimone will be able to marry me is because of you. I'm told friendship with a dragon can make a kingdom well-nigh invincible. No king will be able to refuse it. Tesco nodded. Very true. I don't want to use your friendship. To use you to get what I want is just as wrong as deceiving Her Highness to get her to marry me. If you don't swear friendship to the kingdom, what will the king do? He might send his knights after you despite what the princess says. I couldn't stand the thought of something happening to you, Tesco. Ah, Sevrin, you are truly a noble soul. Tesco leaned his muzzle against Sevrin. Only you would think of that. Severn set his hands against Tesco's muzzle. But you're mistaken, Tesco said, turning his eyes to him. The king won't be accepting you because of me. He would be accepting you because of what you did. Your actions, and your actions alone, sowed the seed of our friendship. If it wasn't for you, none of this would be happening. Keep the scale, Severn. He plucked it from Severn's grasp with the tip of two claws and slipped it into Severn's satchel. It is my gift to you. Thank you, Tesco. Severn wrapped his hands as far as he could around the dragon's head. All at once, Tesco jerked his head up, knocking Severn to the ground. His eyes searched the meadow and locked onto something. His skin receded from his teeth, and a low growl escaped from his gullet. What is it? Severn swung around and halted. In the distance, he caught sight of a horse galloping towards them. It carried a knight in full armor. Who is that? A knight, Tesco growled. I know, but maybe he's a messenger the princess sent? I doubt it, Tesco said between his teeth. The beast appears! The knight shouted, his voice carrying over the hills. Severn recognized it at once. Sir Galloway. Prepare to meet your doom, vile creature! Victory shall be mine! Not a messenger! Tesco let his growl raise into a roar. Sir Galloway! Severn rushed to stand between the knight and the dragon. Stop! What are you doing? My lady's will. Galloway pulled his horse to a stop in front of them. In the name of Princess Desimone, the dragon's reign of terror shall end this day. Severn stood in front of Tesco as if he could shield him from Galloway. The princess doesn't want the dragon to be harmed. You heard her. You have nothing to fear from him. She doesn't know what she wants, but I will be her champion. Galloway hurled a knife at Tesco's eyes. Be gone, foul beast! Tesco shut his eyes, turning his head a bit to avoid the blade. As he did, Galloway launched himself off his horse, caught Sevrin, and wrenched his arms behind his back. Before Sevrin knew what happened, Galloway had his sword at his neck. He turned to the dragon, using Sevrin as a shield. Seeing Sevrin thus used, Tesco growled in his throat, but made no move to attack. "Now then," Galloway hissed in Severin's ear, "I shall have the dragon's scale." "Never!" Sevrin snarled through his teeth. "I grow tired of your interference, peasant. I know you have it." Galloway used his free hand to pat Sevrin down. "Where is it?" His sword hand relaxed a bit. Sevrin jerked his head backward, smashing the back of his head into Galloway's face. Galloway staggered back, releasing Sevrin and clutching his face. At once, Tesco charged forward, snarling. "Corlin, now!" Galloway shouted. An arrow, trailing a thin net, sailed through the air from beyond the hill's crest. The net spread as it descended in an arch toward Tesco. "Tesco, fly!" Sevrin shouted. Too late. The net settled on Tesco. As he spread his wings to take off, the net snarled him, wrapping itself around him the more he moved. Soon his entire body was entangled with it. Wings, arms, legs pinned to his body. "No!" Sevrin rushed to Tesco. Galloway thrust his sword into Severin's shoulder. "This was meant for the dragon, but I have plenty to spare," he hissed in Severin's ear. "Take your so-called friendship with the beast and go to hell." He pulled the sword from him. "But first, watch as I claim everything you tried to steal from me. The princess will be mine, and once I find the scale, so will the dragon." He grinned at Tesco. "And should you outlive your usefulness, I have plans for that worthless hide of yours." Tesco snarled, smoke streaming from his nostrils. "I won't allow it!" Sevrin tried to stand, but his legs gave way. Pain spread from his shoulder and across his chest, to his neck, to his head, and down to his feet, burning as it went. His eyes unfocused. Galloway only smirked and stooped to wipe Severin's blood from the sword. Tesco gave a muffled roar, his mouth caught by the net. He heaved himself up on his feet, straining against the bond. He collapsed on the grass. "Sir Galloway!" A squire trotted over the crest of the hill carrying a bow. "Did I do it? Did I hit my mark?" "Excellent work, Corlin." Galloway motioned to Tesco. "I shall make sure you are justly rewarded for your efforts. You, good squire, shall share in the glory of my catch." Corlin's eyes booked out of his head as he approached the dragon. "This is the closest I've ever gotten to a dragon. What an ugly beast. Have you got the scale, sir?" "Not yet." Galloway searched Severin's body. Sevrin felt his hands pat him down, but couldn't muster the strength to stop him. Corlin watched him search. "That peasant looks in awful shape. Did you use a sword on him?" "A necessary act, and one infinitely satisfying." "The poison was for the dragon." Corlin held up the wineskin. "Shall I lace your sword with more?" "Unnecessary once I have the scale." Galloway located it in Severin's satchel. "Here it is, the power to grant me whatever I desire. Princess, you shall be mine." Sevrin clenched his teeth as the pain and burning ravished his body. Everything he dreamed of, all the trouble Tesco had gone through for him, would be wasted if he didn't do something. And Desimone, he couldn't let this maniac near her. Perhaps he couldn't do much, but he had to do something. Letting his eyes dart across the meadow, he searched for something, anything he could do. His eyes landed on a glint in the grass. The knife Galloway had thrown at Tesco lay forgotten at Tesco's feet. Sevrin gathered all his strength. He couldn't hope to defeat a fully trained knight in combat, but a dragon would be more than a match. With the last of his strength, Sevrin launched himself toward Tesco, snatched the knife off the ground, and slit the net. His strength failed before he could cut more than 2 or 3 threads, but... "Stop him, Tesco!" Sevrin slumped to the ground and slipped out of consciousness. Chapter 40. Rage enveloped Tesco the moment he saw the errant knight stab Sevrin. Sevrin, who had rescued Tesco, even though he had no knowledge the dragon wouldn't have killed him afterward. Sevrin, who denied everything he ever dreamed of for the good of his beloved. Sevrin, who showed Tesco how kind humans could be. To see his gentle friend hurt in such a way made Tesco's blood boil, literally. Heat seeped through his scales, fire curdled at the back of his throat, ready to be expelled. A growl rolled from him unbidden. Galloway would have died in that moment, if not for the net. Though Tesco heaved his strength against it, it held him fast, tangled him in its steely grip. The more he moved, the more it ensnared him. If only it would give, if only he could break one thread, if only he had an opening. Tesco felt a blade graze against the scales near his belly. A few of the threads went slack. With a roar with blue flame that echoed off the mountains in the distance, Tesco heaved himself onto his feet, the net snapping around him. Now then, beast, let's not get too hasty. Galloway held the scale up. You must do my bidding. Tesco roared in his face. Don't you hear me? Galloway thrust the scale in the air. Stop! Heed your master! Tesco snapped at him. Galloway rolled out of the way and got to his feet. Why won't this work? The loathful knight's grin of triumph dissolved into a sneer of determination. He threw the scale on the ground. The grave it is then, eh, beast? Fine. You'll be more useful to me dead. Snatching his shield from his horse, he charged forward. Without hesitation, he blasted the knight with all the fire he could muster. A testament to his excellent reflexes, Galloway threw up his shield and cowered behind it as the blue flame erupted from Tesco's mouth. Tesco kept up the flames in a steady stream, expelling as much of the chemicals from his fire gland as he could. The liquid ignited as soon as it hit the air. Second after second, minute after minute, and still Tesco spewed fire from his maw. But the knight kept his shield up, a shield possibly coated in fire-retardant material. Tesco saw through the flames, though, and that shield started to grow red, then yellow. It glowed brighter and brighter until Galloway gave a yell of excruciating pain. Still, he did not lower the shield. There was only so much of the chemical stored in Tesco's fire gland. The fire from his mouth slowed and trickled to a halt. Tesco stepped back and examined where the knight had been. He saw him duck behind the shield glowing golden with heat. As soon as the fire stopped, Galloway flung the shield away from him. His metal gauntlet glowed all the way up to his elbow. Galloway flung it off. His entire arm had been burned to the elbow, pink flesh oozing a clear liquid. You shall pay for that, worm! Galloway, despite any pain he might be feeling, rushed at Tesco with his sword in his undamaged hand. Tesco chomped down on the knight's hand, sword and all. Galloway's eyes widened, a thread of terror streaking through his dogged determination. Tesco tried to bite down. He chomped as hard as he could, but the knight's armor preventing him from cutting through. Instead, the metal gave under his teeth, pinching Galloway's arm. Galloway growled in pain. With a twist, he jabbed the sword into the roof of Tesco's mouth. Flinching with pain, Tesco opened his maw. Galloway caught the edge of Tesco's snout, climbed to his face, and plunged the sword into Tesco's nostril. Roaring with pain, Tesco flung the knight off, but Galloway caught the side of his cheek, scrambled to Tesco's head, and thrust the sword onto the base of Tesco's neck. His scales turned back the blade, but Galloway twisted its tip so it caught between two of the scales. He shimmied the sword this way and that, worming it closer to Tesco's vulnerable flesh underneath. With a snarl, Tesco snatched Galloway off of him, tossing him to the ground. The knight jumped up and charged again. Tesco caught him between the teeth and chomped on his waist. Again the armor protected the human, though again the metal bent beneath Tesco's teeth. Rather than chew on him, Tesco shook Galloway like a dog with a toy and tossed him aside. Galloway slammed to the ground and rolled on the grass where he came to a halt. Groaning, he pulled himself to his feet. His squire was at his side once, wineskin at the ready. He dumped the entire thing on Galloway's sword. You will meet your end this day, dragon. Galloway brandished his sword, dripping with poison. I know of your weakness. He rushed at Tesco's hindquarters and leapt into the air, blade first, intending to use the weight of his fall to plunge the sword into Tesco's wounded leg. With a swing of his tail, Tesco slapped the knight out of the air. The knight slammed into the hillside. Again Galloway made to get up, but Tesco pounded him with his tail, over and over, harder and harder. Every time Galloway tried to stand, Tesco slammed him down, until finally Galloway collapsed on the ground and lay still. With a snort, Tesco nodded. That should teach the knight. Swinging around, he scrambled over to Sevrin. The little human lay on the grass, unmoving. Sevrin! Sevrin! Tesco stooped to examine him. Sevrin was breathing, shallow, labored breath which rattled his body. His face and clothes were soaked in sweat, but his eyes remained closed. Sevrin, wake up! Tesco shook him. Please! A flutter of his eyelid. Sevrin groaned but did not wake. Tesco started. Sevrin had been poisoned with a blade meant for him. Oh, no, no, no. Tesco paced back and forth. What to do? What can I do? I don't know anyone who can cure a human of poison. Okay, stop. Calm down, Tesco. Deep breath. He paused to take a breath. Now think. Someone in the city must know a way to cure him. They have to. He scooped Sevrin up in his claws and cradled him as gently as he could. Don't worry, Sevrin. I will get you help. He took to the air and beat his wings as quickly as he could toward the city, leaving the tattered body of Sir Galloway behind. Sir Galloway and his squire.
Chapter 41. A gentle breeze blew through Desimone's hair as she stood on the parapet overlooking the city. From here she could see the mountains where Tesco's home was, the field where Severin's family had their farm and cottage, and her city with the people bustling inside. All of her favorite things in one view. Though Maria insisted Desimone change out of Mariella's bowered dress, she couldn't stand the thought of going back to those heavy royal robes she had been wearing. So Maria had hunted and found some lighter ones. Though made of thicker fabric than Mariella's dress, the burgundy cloth had been stitched into a much simpler design, much less crinoline in the petticoat, with fabric which flowed and moved. Embroidery covered the bodice, while the skirt had clear stones stitched into it. A silver circlet encased her head, and an attached veil made of light transparent material spread out from the back of it. Maria said it was in the style of the dresses the queen wore when she had been a princess. Whatever the case, Desimone couldn't contain her happiness. The only thing to gnaw on her mind was Sir Galloway. Once she had changed, she had gone to see him and speak with him in private, but he had disappeared from the castle. She couldn't imagine where he had gone. A deep horn blasted through the air and reverberated off the city walls. What on earth? Desimone looked about her. Princess! Maria darted toward the edge of the parapet. She pointed to a dark spot in the sky. Look, the dragon is attacking again. We must head to the keep. Calm down, Maria. He's not here to attack us. Desmond leaned on the battlement. But I wonder what he is doing. We agreed he should wait to approach the city until I've introduced him to father. Listen, Princess. Maria caught her hands. It's roaring. He doesn't roar. Desmond put a hand to her ear. Tesco's voice carried over the distance, yelling, Help! Please help me! He's calling for help. Where's Sevrin? She darted for the stairs leading into the castle. Princess, where are you going? Maria dashed after her. I've got to talk to Tesco before the knights hear of this. Desimone flew down the stairs. They might disregard my orders in their fright and harm him, or vice versa. Princess, wait! Maria rushed to keep up with her. Desimone didn't wait. She sprinted all the way to the stable where she got Chestnut out of her stall and swung onto her back. Your Highness! Maria panted up behind her. What about the saddle? No time! Desimone whirled Chestnut around. Oh, I hate riding bareback, Maria muttered as she got to her horse. Maria caught up to Desimone, and they raced out of the castle grounds. By this time they saw Tesco land in the middle of the city somewhere. In the marketplace, it looked like. Desmond galloped down the street, jumping over obstacles, and happy Tesco had found everyone indoors. She couldn't hope to ride so recklessly in a busy street. In a few moments she saw Tesco standing in the city on two legs carrying something in his forepaws. He was looking around frantically, shouting, Please! I mean you no harm! I need someone who can work against poison! His bulk took up so much room in the street he could barely move. Tesco, what happened? Desimone hurried her horse over to him. What are you doing here? Princess, thank goodness! Tesco leaned down to her, and the burden in his hand became visible. Sevrin! Desmond caught his hands. The knight, what was his name? Doesn't matter. He attacked Sevrin, poisoned him. Tesco's voice trembled as he spoke. Is there someone in your city who can work against poison? Master Knighton. He can make just about anything out of herbs. Desmond swung around. Maria, do you know where Master Knighton's shop is? Maria, she and her horse standing well away from Tesco, shook her head. Everyone! Desmond looked around at all the buildings with people peeking out from their doors and windows. Everyone, please! This dragon is not to be feared. I need your help. It's urgent.
Your Highness? Daisy hesitantly stepped out from her home. Is it true? Was this dragon talking? Desmond rushed to her. Do you know where Master Knighton's shop is? Up on Apothecary Street. Daisy pointed while keeping her eyes on Tesco. It's Sevrin in the dragon's paws. It is Sevrin. Bradley stepped out from behind a stall where he had been hiding. William and Henry's followed suit. Soon all the townspeople appeared, gathering around Tesco and gaping at the dragon. He looks bad off, Henry said, examining Sevrin in Tesco's hands. Right. William clapped his hands. Bradley, go get Master Knighton. Tell him what's happened. Bradley took off without hesitation. All right, Henry. You know how slow Master Knighton is. William rubbed his hands. You and I will carry Sevrin over to him. I've got the head, you've got his feet. Henry caught hold of Severin's arms. Tesco let the two take Sevrin from his hands. They carried their friend down a side street much smaller than the main thoroughfare. Tesco, Desimone looked up at the dragon. Who did this? Tesco gestured around him as he spoke. I don't... A knight, yellow hair. Sir Galloway, Desimone clenched her fist. I shall punish him most severely for this. Princess. Desimone turned. Tesco had laid his face on the street. Liquid seeped from his eyes. With a start, Desimone realized he was crying. I can't follow him, Tesco said, looking to where they had carried Sevrin. It's too narrow. Sevrin, I promised to protect him. No one blames you for this, Tesco. Desimone caressed the side of Tesco's face. I'll be sure to keep you abreast of the situation. Will you stay here? Tesco nodded. He closed his eyes, and tears streamed down his face. It will be all right. Desimone kissed his scaly face. Maria, go tell the knights what has happened. Let them know the dragon means no harm. I'll see to Sevrin. Yes, ma'am. Maria rode away back to the castle. Desimone rode in the direction Severin's friends had gone, and rushed up Apothecary Street. She found Master Knighton's shop easily enough, dismounted her horse, and burst in to see Sevrin lying on the table in the middle of his shop. Master Knighton had pressed a cloth to Severin's wound, while the others were busy dunking more cloths in a bucket of fragrant-smelling liquid. After a few seconds, Master Knighton would extend his used cloth, and one of the young men would take it and replace it with one which had been in the liquid. Master Knighton, how is he? Desimone approached him. Not good, I'm afraid, Master Knighton said without breaking stride. From what they told me, Sevrin was poisoned with a concoction I made for Sir Galloway for the express purpose of dispatching the dragon. Ugh, I knew I needed to have the antidote at hand. If only Sevrin had found those herbs. Herbs? Desimone said. He was supposed to bring them by this morning, Master Knighton said, pressing the cloth to the wound. He had herbs with him earlier. He was supposed to drop them here after he escorted me home. He was so excited you accepted him, Princess. He went straight home to tell his parents. They must still be there. I shall return soon. Desimone darted out of the shop, mounted Chestnut, and galloped off without another word. The crowd parted for her as she rode out of the city, across the meadow, and to Severin's field and farm. Mariella looked up from arranging flowers in a clay jar as Desimone burst into the house. Princess? What are you... Sevrin was supposed to deliver herbs to Master Knighton this morning. Desimone rushed in, eyes searching the small cottage. Do you know where they are? I have them drying. Mariella pointed to a set of plants hanging upside down on the hearth. They're no good to anyone if they rot. Desimone snatched them from the line. Is this all of them? Mariella nodded. Is something the matter? I've no time to explain. Desimone darted back to her horse. Promise I'll return soon and tell you all. Mounting Chestnut again, she took off back to the city. She made it back to the shop within a few minutes. Master Knighton and Severin's friends were still pressing claws onto Severin's wound. Master Knighton! Desimone thrust the herbs into his face. Is this it? Knighton took them from her grasp. Yes, this is it. Good, they're already dried. Hold down, Princess. You boys continue washing his wound. I'll be back soon. Desimone took Severin's hands as the others continued their flurry of activity. Sevrin, listen to me, she whispered in his ear. Don't die. Don't leave me now that I've found you again. She kissed his knuckle. A flutter of the eyelid was the only indication he had heard anything she said. Chapter 42. Gentle humming ushered Sevrin back into consciousness. When he parted his eyes, he found himself lying on his own bed, light streaming in through the open window. A breeze played in his hair as the humming circled the air around him. A lilting tune graced his ears with pleasure. Mum? He murmured, but no, it wasn't her voice. This humming was slightly higher and more melodious. Could it be Desimone? He turned his eyes towards the humming. In a wooden chair, eyes glued to an embroidery project in her hands, sat Desimone. The light cascaded off her hair encased in a light, transparent veil, and gave her form a soft glow. Severin's breath caught. How could it be she was even more beautiful than before? Desimone must have heard his breath catch, for she stopped humming and looked up at him. Sevrin, you have awakened! She set her project at her feet. I'm so glad! Gently, so as not to jar him, she wrapped her arms around him. Despite her care, pain lanced through Severin's shoulder. He hissed in a breath. Sorry! Desimone jerked her hands away from him. What happened to me? Sevrin clutched his shoulder. Galloway stabbed you with a poisoned blade. Desimone rested her hands on her lap. Tesco walloped him good for it, though. The knave. Is Galloway dead? Desimone shook her head. When Tesco led the knights back to where he left them, he was gone. Corlin must have gotten him away. What of Tesco? Is he all right? Quite. Desmond set her eyes to the open window. He's been back and forth ever since Master Knighton declared your danger over. Right now he's helping your father plow the field. They say they can do one more planting before the growing season's over. Tesco's here? Sevrin propped himself on his good arm to look outside. His father, along with some hired hands, trailed Tesco, who had a plow tied to his tail. The dragon walked happily in the straightest line Sevrin had ever seen. Look at him, he's... Sevrin broke off in a hiss. He clutched at his shoulder. The motion had pulled at his wound. Gently, Sevrin. Desimone helped lay him back down. Master Knighton says you're not to extend yourself for at least a week after you've wakened. After that, father is anxious to meet both you and Tesco. He was very surprised at my story when he returned home. Barely betrothed and you're already commandeering my schedule. Sevrin smirked at her. You're a bossy one, aren't you? Oh, stop it. Desimone waved him off. The door opened and Mariella stepped in. Sevrin, she said as soon as she saw him. You're awake. She walked over and kissed his forehead. I'm so glad. I was frantic when they carried you in. But Princess Desimone has been a dear. She hasn't left your side since they brought you. Desimone caressed his cheek. It's the least I can do for the man I love so much. Sevrin caught Desimone's hand. I love you too. Mariella pressed her hands to her cheek, much like Maria did. Then she leaned over Severin's bed to call out of the window, Tesco, he's awake! He is? Came Tesco's booming voice, followed by several voices yelling at him to stay put until they could detach the plow from his tail. In a moment, the dragon's face filled the window. Ah, Sevrin, it's good to see you. I thought I was going to lose you. He heaved a heavy sigh. Just when will you stop saving my life? Here. He handed Sevrin something through the window. Be more careful with it this time. The scale. Sevrin cradled it in his hands. I thought Galloway had gotten away with it. He dropped it, the fool. Tesco shook his head. He acted as if I would do what he asked because he took it from you. I don't know what he was thinking. It's a scale from over your heart, Desimone said. Doesn't it control you? Control me? Tesco jerked his head back. Where did you get such an idea? It's a rumor. Mariella shook out some bedcloths. Humans have seen dragons defer to scale bearers and assume the scale controls them. They don't understand dragons are capable of thought, emotion, and loyalty. Tesco burst into laughter. Now his idiotic behavior makes sense. Heed your master, beast. If I hadn't been so angry, I would have laughed in his face. I'm happy to know it doesn't control you, Sevrin set the scale in his lap. I was worried about that. It won't control me, but it's a symbol of undying friendship, one other dragons would acknowledge. Tesco nodded. This is why I said no other dragon would ever attack someone who bears it. I see. Sevrin gazed at it. Excuse me, Your Highness. Maria thrust her head into the door. It's getting late. We need to head back to the castle. Oh, Sevrin, you're awake. The king and queen will be happy to hear it. Desimone kissed his forehead before collecting her embroidery project and rising. Desimone smiled at him over his shoulder as she exited the house. I'm glad you got your heart's desire, Sevrin. Tesco rested his cheek on the side of the house. She's a wonderful female. Wonderful isn't good enough a word to describe her, Tesco, Sevrin said with a sigh. Chapter 43. The morning spoke of promise. The morning when her father would meet both Sevrin and Tesco. Desimone inhaled the fresh autumn air as she rode Chestnut across the field toward the hilltop Tesco had chosen for their meeting. Riding with her was Maria, as well as an entourage of knights chosen to escort her. The trees in the field had started to change their color, and birds twittered in anticipation of picking off the remains of harvest before heading south for the winter. Desimone had announced a holiday on the day of procession so as not to cost her subjects another day of work. Instead of presenting their gifts to the royal family, Desimone would present the dragon to them. Banners fluttered from her top poles on the hilltop Tesco had chosen. He, Sevrin, and Severin's friends from the city had worked to erect barriers around the central space. Behind the barriers, where spectators could sit and watch Tesco greet King James, were rows upon rows of wooden benches. In the middle of the space, a podium had been set up for the king, queen, Desimone, and the royal court to stand on. Colorful flags flapped from every surface. Several people, smoked meat dealers, the baker boys, Anyone who would normally sell food to people waiting to present their procession gifts had come out early. They were stationed in the spectators' area, ready to sell to the audience. "This looks perfect." Desimone gazed at it all while Chestnut rode up the slope and more of it came into view. "I had to admit, they did a wonderful job." Maria rode next to Desimone. "Probably better than a member of court could have done." "There's Sevrin now." Desimone pointed at him. He was surrounded by Henry, William, and Bradley. They clustered around Sevrin on the hilltop, stooping over something in Severin's hands. "I'll make sure everything's ready then." Maria rode her horse off to a small pavilion Desimone had set up at the base of the hill. "Sevrin!" Desimone waved to him as she rode up the hill to join them. He hid whatever he had been showing his friends behind his back. "Good morning, Your Highness." "Good morning, Sevrin." Desimone dismounted her horse. One of the servants took the reins and walked Chestnuts over to the place designated to tie up the horses. "Everything looks beautiful. Well done all." It was a big collaboration. Sevrin slipped the thing into his pocket. Everyone pitched in. "Even the dragon," Bradley said. "I have never met a fussier creature." William crossed his arms. "Do you know how many samples I had to bring to him before he would buy anything?" Tesco is excited about all this. Sevrin motioned to the spectacle around him. He wanted everything to be perfect. "Where is Tesco, anyway?" Desimone scanned the sky. "I don't see him." "Out of sight." Sevrin let his eyes wander the mountains. "He says he wants to make a grand entrance." "The dragon has a flair for the dramatic, Your Highness," Henry said. "I can't wait for father to meet him." Desimone took one of Severin's hands. "And to meet you." Sevrin smiled at her. "But you can't meet him dressed thusly." Desimone held his hands firmly. "You are to be my husband, and you must start to look the part. Maria?" "Yes, my lady." Maria appeared beside her. "Everything is ready." "Maria will take you to where you can change. We picked out just the right outfit for you." "Come on, then." Maria caught Severin's free hand and dragged him off. "One moment, Maria." Sevrin stumbled after her. "I get my feet under me." "Look at him, already henpecked," Bradley said, watching him go. The young men snickered to each other until Desimone glared at them. "He wants to present a good impression to my father." Desimone thrust her nose into the air. "Wait until you get engaged. I expect you'll change your tune then." In a few moments Sevrin returned dressed in a tunic of silvery green and grayish-green pantaloons. His feathered cap fluttered in the autumn breeze. Desimone's breath caught as she watched him approach. Finally, he looked as noble on the outside as he was on the inside. "I feel ridiculous." Sevrin adjusted his hat while eyeing his friends. None of them said anything, though they bit back smiles. "Suits you, Sevrin." Desimone bit her lips. "You look so handsome." She cleared her throat as her cheeks heated. Sevrin blinked. "Handsome?" Desimone nodded. "I expect I'm having a similar experience to what you did when I borrowed your mother's dress. Your farm clothes don't befit you. Perhaps I could get used to this then." Sevrin adjusted the tunic. With a smile, Desimone took his hand. A trumpet blast sounded through the air, followed by a song played by a band of minstrels. Trailing behind them rode a herald bearing a banner trumpet. He was followed by several men on foot, each one carrying a banner displaying the seal of every noble house in Lauphah. The king and queen came next, riding richly decorated horses and dressed in their best clothes. Colored fabric fluttered in the air, while their jewels flashed in the morning lights. The royal court rode after them, each one trying to outdo the other in terms of finery and luxury. After them came the knights bearing their polished silver shields, with their crests emblazoned on them. The entire population of Lauphah came next, everyone from merchant to peasant. "Father's here! Everyone to your places!" Desimone led Sevrin down to the podium. Severin's friends took their stands at various areas around the spectators' station, ready to direct the people where they ought to go. The minstrels were first to arrive, and took their places around the spectator area to play music for everyone while they waited for the festivities to start. After them, the banner bearers and herald made their way to the podium and took their places at the base of it. The king and queen dismounted their horses and climbed the stairs to join Desimone. The noblemen and women followed suit and took their places on the podium. "Desimone." James took his daughter's hands. "What a scene you've prepared for us." "Indeed." Isabel joined him at his side. "You've gone all out." "Not me, mother, father." Desimone turned to Sevrin. "This is Sevrin. He and his friends did all this." "Ah, Sevrin." James released Desimone's hands to turn to him. "The young man who befriended the dragon. I've heard so much about you." "It's a pleasure to greet you, Your Majesty." Sevrin bowed. A rather clumsy one, Desimone noted. I should like to speak with you in depth when this is over. James heaved a sigh. So much has happened in my absence, and now I hear Sir Galloway has gone missing. I'm not clear on what has transpired. If it helps, sire, I can tell you my story where everyone gets settled. Much of what's happened is my fault after all. You didn't do anything wrong, Sevrin, Desimone said. Be that as it may, I should like to hear his tale. James motioned to Sevrin. Please. So Sevrin told the king his entire story from beginning to end. Desimone listened in closely. She had not yet heard it from Severin's point of view. He left nothing out, taking pains to give every detail he could remember, even as his face flushed in embarrassment during parts of the story. His honesty and frankness touched her in a way she had never felt before. If she loved him before, she adored him by the time he had finished. I see, James nodded as he considered the tale. Sevrin, thank you. I can tell you have been as truthful as you can. You are a man of compassion and integrity. Sevrin smiled. I learned from my father. I should like to meet him, but first, James turned to the crowd surrounding him. It seems it is time for the festivities to begin. With your leave, your majesty? Sevrin bowed with a flourish. A rather awkward bow. You have it, James said. Sevrin took a deep breath and let it out in a whistle that pierced the ear and silenced the crowd. In the silence that followed, a roar rolled across the hills. A column of fire rose into the air, and through it soared Tesco, olive scales glistening in the sun. He did a loop over the head of the spectators, who cheered with delight. With a smile in front of the honored guests on the podium, he alighted in the area set aside for him. Your Majesty! Tesco spread his wings as he bowed. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. James gaped at the dragon before gathering his courage. The pleasure is all mine. Father, Desimone motioned to Tesco. Allow me to introduce you to Tescophanes, a most worthy dragon. Oh, stop it, Princess. Tesco waved his paw. You're embarrassing me. I couldn't always be counted as a worthy dragon. He turned to James. I've come here today to extend my heartfelt apologies to you and your kingdom for my misguided attacks on your lands, your majesty. As a token of my sincerest repentance, as I promised to the lovely Princess Desimone, I offered this. Waving his hands, he stepped aside, moving his wing out of the way. Where there was nothing before, now stood several chests of gold and sacks of grain. The noblemen, women, and all spectators gasped in surprise. But Desimone caught sight of Henry and Bradley rushing back to hide out of sight. I hope, your majesty, this will be enough to rebuild your city. Tesco undid the catch for one of the chests. Gold gleamed in the morning sun. I have also tons of grain to replace what I burned when I first charged through your kingdom. Please accept my sincerest apologies. He bowed again. It will be done. James raised a hand in the air. These are kingly gifts, Master Tescophanes. Call me Tesco, the dragon said. With your leave, King of Lauphah, I wish to set my nets to the heights of the mountains. However, I do not wish to pose a threat to your people. To that end, I wish to reaffirm my vow of fealty to one of yours, Sevrin, a most worthy human. Time and time again he has come to my aid. He turned to Sevrin. I can never thank you enough. Think nothing of it, Sevrin said. You have my leave, James nodded. Please. Sevrin, my friend. Tesco leaned his head close to Sevrin. In view of heaven above and earth below, I declare my fealty to you. Should you call for me, I will answer. Should you need my defense, I will fight for you. Should you fall, I will avenge you. My friendship is yours forever. Sevrin laid a hand on Tesco's muzzle. With God as my witness, Tesco, I will stand by your side. I will defend you to the best of my ability. If you fall, I will avenge you. I will always be your friend. Tesco closed his eyes. This is a sacred vow, one as strong as dragon scales, which cannot be easily broken. Sevrin nodded. Your Majesty. Tesco opened his eyes to look at James. To you I say, as long as Sevrin remains in this city, and as long as Sevrin asks it for me, I will defend Lauphah from our enemies. I thank you, Tesco, James said. That said, I hope Sevrin plans to stay for a long time yet. Sevrin gave another awkward bow. Your Majesty, With your leave, your Majesty. Lord Donsforth, the spokesman of the royal court, stepped forward. The court has something to say to Lord Sevrin. After glancing at Desimone, James nodded. Very well, speak. Lord Donsforth cleared his throat. My Lord Sevrin, we of the court, along with the knights of Lauphah, have decided to pledge our loyalty to you so long as you remain true to our city and our king. As a token of our pledge, we present you with the following gifts: 10 chests of gold and jewels, the land stretching from the eastern end of the city wall to the Addison Lake. The manor situated on said land, and we bestow upon you the title of Lord Appleton." Desimone leaned into Severin's ear. "That was my idea." Sevrin smiled at her. "It is our hope, my lord," Lord Dustburst stepped closer to Sevrin, "that you will be enticed to remain in our city, and that you may be persuaded to take the hand of our princess as our own." Severin's bewildered face transformed into a steely glare. "What? Beg your pardon?" Desimone thrust her hands on her hips. "Did not discuss this." Tesco hissed in a breath through his teeth. "I know where this is going." "Now look here, you—" Desimone halted when James laid a heavy hand on her shoulder. "My esteemed ladies and gentlemen, you know very well I gave Desimone the choice of who her husband should be." James looked at them as if he were rebuking naughty children. "To try and go behind her back like this is beneath you. You bring shame on all your households this day." Lord Dustburst ducked his head. "We only thought, my lord, that Lord Appleton would be more incentivized to stay should he have our lovely princess's hand." "What makes you think I wasn't planning on staying anyway?" Sevrin crossed his arms. "My home is here. My family is here." He glanced at Desimone. "My love is here." "Besides, I've already chosen my husband," Desimone said. Desimone took Severin's arm. "But not because you willed it," she spat at Dustford. "He is your choice?" Isabel looked over Sevrin for a moment. "You're certain, then?" "Yes." Desimone rested her head on his shoulder. "I have been my whole life." "Your whole life?" James eyed her. "What do you mean?" "Do you remember, father, when I was little and a boy broke into your orchard?" "Sir Apple, of course!" James smacked his forehead. "How could I be so dense? You've gone from trespass to thievery now." Sevrin blinked. "Thievery, sire?" "You've gone and stolen my daughter's heart." James smiled at him. "Do you know the penalty for such a crime?" Sevrin shook his head. "A lifetime of restitution." James winked at Desimone. "You must repay my daughter for such a grievous crime against her person." "That's fair, sire." Sevrin slipped a hand around her waist. "Although I don't think a lifetime is long enough." He kissed her hand. "Oh, Sevrin." Desimone wrapped her arms around him and laid her head on his shoulder. "Your Majesty, I had no idea you could wax so eloquent." When Desimone looked up, she found Mariella at the base of the podium holding a bouquet of flowers. Isabel stepped forward. "And you are?" "Mariella. I am Lord Appleton's mother." Mariella motioned behind her. Timron, leading an old cart horse carrying a sack of grain, approached next. "This is his father, Timron." "A pleasure to meet the one who raised such a fine child." James opened his arms to Timron. Timron grunted, narrowing his eyes. "Timron," Mariella elbowed him. "Isn't it time to let it go?" Timron turned his nose up and said nothing until his eyes fell on Desimone. She smiled at him. With a smile, he turned to James. "The pleasure is mine, Your Majesty. We have come to present our procession gifts to you, as is our custom." "We all have." Mariella turned behind her. The entire population of Lauphah had joined the line, carrying various goods. "I gave a proclamation, though." Desimone picked her head up from Severin's shoulder. "You don't have to give gift this year." "It's our honor and pleasure, Your Highness." Mariella gave a curtsy. "We do it for you, Princess." Timron bowed to her. The entire audience cheered in assent. "I told you." Sevrin gave her waist a squeeze. "The people of the city love you." Desimone gazed at her beloved people all lined up to present their gifts to her. Tears stung her eyes. "In that case," she said, wiping her cheeks, "I'm happy to receive them." Chapter 44. The sun sank behind the mountains. After the citizens of Lauphah had finished presenting their gifts, Tesco and a troupe of play actors put on a dramatic retelling of Tesco's view of the events leading up to these festivities. All written by Tesco, of course. Then the knights put on a joust. All told, it was a day of raucous festivities and fun. Once it was over, Tesco helped everyone pack the gifts he had given to take them back to the city, and several people helped take down the structures they had set up. In the midst of the shuffle, Sevrin and Desimone mounted Tesco and slipped away. "I've never seen a sunset like this." Desimone leaned her head on Severin's shoulder. "Do you always view it thusly?" "On the back of a dragon, you mean?" Sevrin patted Tesco's scaly hide. "I can say with certainty he hasn't." Tesco adjusted his grip on the rock he had alighted on. The rock stood perched on the top of a high foothill close to the mountains. Desimone chuckled. "I meant out in the wild, away from the city." "Can't say that I have," Sevrin said. "I'm always looking at it from my field while trying to finish up my work for the day." It's one of my favorite places to view the sunset, Tesco said. I'm happy to share it with both of you. Your Highness, there's something I want to give you. Sevrin reached into a pouch at his side and pulled out a thin silver necklace with a wide, iridescent pendant on it. It's a token of our engagement. I'm sorry it took so long. Sevrin, it's beautiful. Desimone took it in her hands to examine it. Is that? She brought the pendant close to her face. Is this Tesco's scale? Half of it. Sevrin leaned back on Tesco. It's what took so long. Henry had the hardest time cutting it, even with Tesco's direction. William found me the necklace while Bradley made a bezel for it. I have the other half. He held up his own necklace hanging around his neck. The other half of the scale hung from it. Since you will be marrying Sevrin, Princess, I figure my vow to protect Sevrin will extend to you, Tesco said. This is wonderful. Both of you, thank you. Desimone kissed Severin's cheek and patted Tesco's back. All I get is a pat, huh? Tesco sighed. I suppose it's the nature of things. Sevrin. Desimone lifted her hair so Sevrin could fasten the necklace around her. I'm so glad you came into the orchard that day. I'm glad I got to meet you, Sevrin said. The two of them leaned in close to each other and started whispering and giggling to each other, completely disregarding Tesco's presence further. Tesco smiled as he gazed at the sunset. Let them ignore him for a while. The two of them deserved the chance to show each other how much they cared, finally, after all those years.